Section 25 of the Book of the 1,000 Nights and a Night, Volume 9. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, in November 2018. The Book of the 1,000 Nights and a Night, Volume 9, by Anonymous, translated by Richard Francis Burton. When it was the 937th night, Scheherazade pursued, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when Abu Kr and Abu Sur were exchanging reproof and excuse, the dyer said to him, Even as thou art beknown of the king, so also am I. And, inshallah, God willing, I will make him love and favor thee more than ever. For my sake he knoweth not that thou art my comrade, but I will acquaint him of this, and commend thee to him. But Abu Sur said, There needeth no commendation, for he who moveth man's heart to love still liveth, and indeed the king and all his court affect me, and have given me this and that. And he told him the whole tale, and said to him, Put off thy clothes behind the chest, and enter the hammam, and I will go in with thee, and rub thee down with the glove. So he doffed his dress, and Abu Sur, entering the bath with him, soaped him, and gloved him, and then dressed him, and busied himself with his service till he came forth, when he brought him dinner and sherbets, whilst all the folk marvelled at the honour he did him. Then Abu Kr would have given him somewhat, but he swore that he would not accept aught from him, and said to him, Shame on such doings! Thou art my comrade, and there is no difference between us. Then Abu Kr observed, By Allah, O my comrade, this is a mighty fine hammam of thine, but there lacketh somewhat in its ordinance. Asked Abu Sur, And what is that? And Abu Kr answered, It is the depilatory, to wit, the paste compounded of yellow arsenic and quicklime, which removeth the hair with comfort. Do thou prepare it, and next time the king cometh, present it to him, teaching him how he shall cause the hair to fall off by such means, and he will love thee with exceeding love and honour thee. Quoth Abu Sur, Thou speakest sooth, and inshallah I will at once make it. Then Abu Kr left him and mounted his mule, and going to the king, said to him, I have a warning to give thee, O king of the age. And what is thy warning? Asked the king. And Abu Kr answered, I hear that thou hast built a hammam. Quoth the king, Yes, there came to me a stranger, and I builded the baths for him, even as I builded the dairy for thee. And indeed 'tis a mighty fine hammam, and an ornament to my city. And he went on to describe to him the virtues of the bath. Quoth the dyer, Hast thou entered therein? And quoth the king, Yes. Thereupon cried the Abu Kr, Alhamdulillah, praised be God, who saved thee from the mischief of yonder villain and foe of the faith. I mean the bath-keeper. The king inquired, And what of him? And Abu Kr replied, Know, O king of the age, that an thou enter the hammam again after this day, thou wilt surely perish. How so? Said the king. And the dyer said, This bath-keeper is thy foe, and the foe of the faith, and he induced thee not to establish this bath, but because he designed therein to poison thee. He hath made for thee somewhat, and he will present it to thee when thou enterest the hammam, saying, This is a drug which, if one apply to his parts below the waist, will remove the hair with comfort. Now it is no drug, but a drastic drag, and a deadly poison. For the Sultan of the Christians hath promised this obscene fellow to release to him his wife and children, and he will kill thee. For they are prisoners in the hands of that Sultan. I myself was captain with him in their land, but I opened a diary and dyed for them various colors, so that they conciliated the king's heart to me, and he bade me ask a boon of him. I sought of him freedom, and he set me at liberty, whereupon I made my way to this city, and seeing yonder man in the hammam, said to him, How didst thou effect thine escape, and win free with thy wife and children? Quoth he, We ceased not to be in captivity, I and my wife and children, till one day the king of the Nazarenes held a court whereat I was present, among a number of others, and as I stood amongst the folk, I heard them open out on the kings, and name them, one after another, till they came to the name of the king of this city, whereupon the king of the Christians cried out, Alas! and said, None vexeth me in the world, but the king of such a city. Whosoever will contrive me his slaughter, I will give him all he shall ask. So I went up to him and said, An I compass thee for his slaughter, wilt thou set me free, me and my wife and my children? And the king replied, Yes, and I will give thee to boot whatso thou shalt desire. So we agreed upon this, and he sent me in a galleon to this city, where I presented myself to the king, and he built me this hammam. Now, therefore, I have naught to do but to slay him, and return to the king of the Nazarenes, that I may redeem my children and my wife, and ask a boon of him. Quoth I, And how wilt thou go about to kill him? And quoth he, By the simplest of all devices, for I have compounded him somewhat, wherein is poison. So when he cometh to the bath, I shall say to him, Take this paste, and anoint therewith thy parts below the waist, for it will cause the hair to drop off. So he will take it, and apply it to himself, and the poison will work in him a day and a night, till it reacheth his heart, and destroyeth him. And meanwhile I shall have made off, and none will know that it was I who slew him. When I heard this, added Bekere, I feared for thee, my benefactor, wherefore I have told thee of what is doing. As soon as the king heard the dyer's story, he was wroth with exceeding wrath, and said to him, Keep this secret. Then he resolved to visit the hammam, that he might dispel doubt by supplying certainty, and when he entered, Bekere doffed his dress, and betaking himself as of wont to the service of the king, proceeded to glove him, after which he said to him, O king of the age, I have made a drug which assisteth in plucking out the lower hair. Cried the king, Bring it to me. So the barber brought it to him, and the king, finding it nauseous of smell, was assured that it was poison, wherefore he was incensed, and called out his guards, saying, Seize him! Accordingly they seized him, and the king donned his dress, and returned to his palace, boiling with fury, whilst none knew the cause of his indignation, for of the excess of his wrath he had acquainted no one therewith, and none dared ask him. Then he repaired to the audience chamber, and causing Bekere to be brought before him, with his elbows pinioned, sent for his sea captain, and said to him, Take this villain, and set him in a sack with 2 quintals of lime, unslacked, and tie its mouth over his head. Then lay him in a cock-boat, and row out with him in front of my palace, where thou wilt see me sitting at the lattice. Do thou say to me, Shall I cast him in? And if I answer, Cast him, throw the sack into the sea, so the quicklime may be slaked on him to the intent that he shall die drowned and burnt. Hearkening and obeying, quoth the captain, and taking Bekere from the presence, carried him to an island facing the king's palace, where he said to him, Ho, thou, I once visited thy hammam, and thou entreatest me with honor, and accomplished all my needs, and I had great pleasure of thee. Moreover, thou swearest that thou wouldst take no pay of me, and I love thee with a great love. So tell me how the case standeth between thee and the king, and what abominable deed thou hast done with him, that he is wroth with thee, and hath commanded me that thou shouldst die this foul death. Answered Bekere, I have done nothing, nor weet I of any crime I have committed against him, which meriteth this. And Scheherazade perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 938th night, and resumed, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the sea captain asked Bekere the cause of the king's wrath with him, he replied, By Allah, O my brother, I have committed no crime against him, which meriteth this. Rejoined the captain, Verily thou wast high in rank with the king, such as none ever won before thee, and all who are prosperous are envied. Haply some one was jealous of thy good fortune, and threw out certain hints concerning thee to the king, by reason whereof he is become enraged against thee with rage so violent. But be of good cheer, no harm shall befall thee, for even as thou entreatest me generously, without acquaintanceship between me and thee, so now I will deliver thee. But, and if I release thee, thou must abide with me on this island till some galleon sail from our city to thy native land, when I will send thee thither therein. Abu Sir kissed his hand and thanked him for that, after which the captain fetched the quicklime and set it in a sack, together with a great stone the size of a man, saying, I put my trust in Allah. Then he gave the barber a net, saying, Cast this net into the sea, so haply thou mayest take somewhat of fish. For I am bound to supply the king's kitchen with fish every day, but today I have been distracted from fishing by this calamity which hath befallen thee, and I fear lest the cook's boys come to me in quest of fish, and find none. So, an thou take aught, they will find it, and thou wilt veil my face, whilst I go and play off my practice in front of the palace, and feign to cast thee into the sea. Answered Abu Sir, I will fish the while, go thou, and God help thee. So the captain set the sack in the boat and paddled till he came under the palace, where he saw the king seated at the lattice, and said to him, O king of the age, shall I cast him in? Cast him, cried the king, and signed to him with his hand, when lo and behold, something flashed like leaven and fell into the sea. Now that which had fallen into the water was the king's seal ring, and the same was enchanted in such way that, when the king was wroth with any one, and was minded to slay him, he had but to sign to him with his right hand, whereon was the signet ring, and therefore issued a flash of lightning, which smote the object, and thereupon his head fell from between his shoulders. And the troops obeyed him not, nor did he overcome the men of might, save by means of the ring. So when it dropped from his finger, he concealed the matter and kept silence, for that dared not say, My ring is fallen into the sea, for fear of the troops, lest they rise against him and slay him. On this wise it befell the king. But as regards Abu Sir, after the captain had left him on the island, he took the net, and casting it into the sea, presently drew it up full of fish, nor did he cease to throw it and pull it up full, till there was a great mound of fish before him. So he said in himself, By Allah, his long while I have not eaten fish, and chose himself a large fat fish, saying, When the captain cometh back, I will bid him fry it for me, so I may dine on it. Then he cut its throat with a knife he had with him, but the knife stuck in its gills. And there he saw the king's signet ring, for the fish had swallowed it, and destiny had driven it to that island, where it had fallen into the net. He took the ring and drew it on his little finger, not knowing its peculiar properties. Presently up came two of the cook's boys in quest of fish, and seeing Abu Sir, said to him, O man, whither is the captain gone? I know not, said he, and signed to them with his right hand, when behold, the heads of both underlings dropped from between their shoulders. At this Abu Sir was amazed, and said, Would I wot who slew them? And their case was grievous to him, and he was still pondering it, when the captain suddenly returned, and seeing the mound of fishes, and two men lying dead, and the seal ring on Abu Sir's finger, said to him, O my brother, move not thy hand whereon is the signet ring, else thou wilt kill me. Abu Sir wondered at this speech, and kept his hand motionless. Whereupon the captain came up to him and said, Who slew these two men? By Allah, O my brother, I wot not. Thou sayest sooth, but tell me whence hadst thou that ring? I found it in the fish's gills. True, said the captain, for I saw it fall flashing from the king's palace, and disappear in the sea, what time he signed towards thee, saying, Cast him in. So I cast the sack into the water, and it was then that the ring slipped from his finger and fell into the sea, where this fish swallowed it, and Allah drave it to thee. so that thou madest it thy prey, for this ring was thy lot, but kennest thou its property? Said Abu Sir, I knew not that it had any properties peculiar to it. And the captain said, Learn then that the king's troops obey him not, save for fear of this signet ring, because it is spelled, and when he was wroth with any one, and had a mind to kill him, he would sign at him therewith, and his head would drop from between his shoulders, for there issued a flash of lightning from the ring, and its rays smote the object of his wrath, who died forthright. At this Abu Sir rejoiced with exceeding joy, and said to the captain, Carry me back to the city. And he said, That will I, now that I no longer fear for thee from the king. For wert thou to sign at him with thy hand, purposing to kill him, his head would fall down between thy hands. And if thou be minded to slay him and all his host, thou mayest slay them without let or hindrance. So saying, he embarked him in the boat and bore him back to the city. And Scheherazade perceived the dawn of the day, and ceased saying her permitted say. End of Nights 937 and 938. Section 26 of the Book of the 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 9. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, in November 2018. The Book of the 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 9, by Anonymous, translated by Richard Francis Burton. When it was the 939th night, Scheherazade said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the captain embarked with Abu Sir, he bore him back to the city. So Abu Sir landed, and going up to the palace, entered the council chamber, where he found the king seated facing his officers in sore cark and care, by reason of the seal ring, and daring not tell any of his folk anent its loss. When he saw Abu Sir, he said to him, Did we not cast thee into the sea? How hast thou contrived to come forth of it? Abu Sir replied, O king of the age, when as thou badest throw me into the sea, thy captain carried me to an island, and asked me of the cause of thy wrath against me, saying, What hast thou done with the king, that he should decree thy death? I answered, By Allah, I know not that I have wrought him any wrong. Quoth he, Thou wast high in rank with the king, and haply some one envied thee, and threw out certain hints concerning thee to him, so that he is become incensed against thee. But when I visited thee in the hammam, thou entreatest me honorably, and I will requite thee thy hospitality to me by setting thee free, and sending thee back to thine own land. Then he set a great stone in the sack in my stead, and cast it into the sea. But when thou signest to him to throw me in, thy seal ring dropped from thy finger into the main, and a fish swallowed it. Now I was on the island a-fishing, and this fish came up in the net with the others, whereupon I took it, intending to broil it. But when I opened its belly, I found the signet ring therein. So I took it and put it on my finger. Presently up came two of the servants of the kitchen, questing fish, and I signed to them with my hand, knowing not the property of the seal ring, and their heads fell off. Then the captain came back, and seeing the ring on my finger, acquainted me with its spell, and behold, I have brought it back to thee, for that thou dealtest kindly with me, and entreatedst me with the utmost honor, nor is that which thou hast done me of kindness lost upon me. Here is thy ring, take it. But an I have done with thee aught deserving of death, tell me my crime, and slay me, and thou shalt be absolved of sin in shedding my blood. So saying, he pulled the ring from his finger, and gave it to the king, who, seeing Abu Sir's noble conduct, took the ring and put it on, and felt life return to him afresh. Then he rose to his feet, and embracing the barber, said, O man, thou art indeed of the flower of the well-born. Blame me not, but forgive me the wrong I have done thee. Had any but thou gotten a hold of this ring, he had never restored it to me. Answered Abu Sir, O King of the age, and thou wouldst have me forgive thee? Tell me what was my fault which drew down thine anger upon me, so that thou commandest to do me die. Rejoined the king, By Allah, 'tis clear to me that thou art free and guiltless in all things of offense, since thou hast done this good deed. Only the dyer denounced thee to me in such and such words. And he told him all that Abu Kur had said. Abu Sur replied, By Allah, O King of the age, I know no king of the Nazarenes, nor during my days have ever journeyed to a Christian country, nor did it ever come into my mind to kill thee. But this dyer was my comrade and neighbor in the city of Alexandria, where life was straitened upon us. Therefore we departed thence to seek our fortunes, by reason of the narrowness of our means at home, after we had recited the opening chapter of the Koran together, pledging ourselves that he who got work should feed him who lacked work. And there befell me with him such and such things. Then he went on to relate to the king all that had betided him with Abu Kur the dyer, how he had robbed him of his dirhams and had left him alone and sick in the Khan closet, and how the doorkeeper had fed him of his own monies till Allah recovered him of his sickness, when he went forth and walked about the city with his budget, as was his wont, till he espied the dairy, about which folk were crowding, and so he looked at the door, and seeing Abu Kur seated on the bench there, went in to salute him, whereupon he accused him of being a thief, and beat him a grievous beating. Brief, he told him his whole tale, from first to last, and added, O King of the age, 'twas he who counselled me to make the depilatory, and present it to thee, saying, The hammam is perfect in all things, but it lacketh this. And know, O King of the age, that this drug is harmless, and we use it in our land, where 'tis one of the requisites of the bath. But I had forgotten it, so when the dyer visited the hammam, I entreated him with honor, and he reminded me of it, and enjoined me to make it forthwith. But do thou send after the porter of such a khan, and the workmen of the dairy, and question them all of that which I have told thee. Accordingly the king sent for them, and questioned them one and all, and they acquainted him with the truth of the matter. Then he summoned the dyer, saying, Bring him barefooted, bareheaded, and with elbows pinioned. Now he was sitting in his house, rejoicing in Abu Sur's death, but ere he could beware, the king's guards rushed in upon him, and cuffed him on the nape, after which they bound him, and bore him into the presence, where he saw Abu Sur seated by the king's side, and the doorkeeper of the khan and workmen of the dairy standing before him. Quoth the doorkeeper to him, Is no this thy comrade, whom thou robbest of his silvers, and leftest with me sick in the closet, doing such and such by him? And the workman said to him, Is not this he whom thou badest us seize and beat? Therewith Abu Kur's baseness was made manifest to the king, and he was certified that he merited torture yet sorer than the torments of Munkar and Nakir. So he said to his guards, Take him and parade him about the city and the markets. And Scheherazade perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. End of Night 939. When it was the 940th night, she continued, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the king heard the words spoken by the doorkeeper of the caravanserai and the workmen of the dairy, he was certified of the vileness of Abu Kur. So he upbraided him with flout and fleer, and said to his guards, Take him and parade him about the city and the market streets, then set him in a sack and cast him into the sea. Whereupon quoth Abu Sur, O King of the age, accept my intercession for him, for I pardon him of all he hath done with me. But quoth the king, An thou pardon him against all his offences against thee, I cannot pardon him his offences against me. And he cried out, saying, Take him. So they took him and paraded him about the city, after which they set him in a sack with quicklime and cast him into the sea, and he died, drowned and burnt. Then said the king to the barber, O Abu Sir, ask of me what thou wilt, and it shall be given thee. And he answered, saying, I ask of thee to send me back to my own country, for I care no longer to tarry here. Then the king gifted him great store of gifts, over and above that which he had whilome bestowed on him, and amongst the rest a galleon freighted with goods, and the crew of this galleon were Mamelukes, so he gave him these also, after offering to make him his wazir, whereto the barber consented not. Presently he farewelled the king, and set sail in his own ship, manned by his own crew, nor did he cast anchor till he reached Alexandria, and made fast to the shore there. Then he landed, and one of his Mamelukes, seeing a sack on the beach, said to Abu Sir, O my lord, there is a great heavy sack on the seashore, with the mouth tied up, and I know not what therein. So Abu Sir came up, and opening the sack, found therein the remains of Abu Bekere, which the sea had borne thither. He took it forth, and burying it near Alexandria, built over the grave a place of visitation, and endowed it with mortmain, writing over the door these couplets. Man is known among me as his deeds attest, which make noble origin manifest. Backbite not, lest other men bite thy back. Who saith aught, the same shall to him be addressed. Shun immodest words and indecent speech, when thou speakest in earnest, or e'en in jest. We bear with the dog which behaves itself, but the lion is chained lest he prove a pest. And the desert carcasses swim the main, while union pearls on the sandbank rest. No sparrow would hustle the sparrow hawk, were it not by folly and weakness pressed. A sky is written on page of air, who doth kindly of kindness shall have the best. Beware of gathering sugar from bitter gourd, 'twill prove to its origin like in taste. After this Abu Sir abode a while, till Allah took him to himself, and they buried him hard by the tomb of his comrade Abu Bekere, wherefore that place was called Abu Bekere and Abu Sir, but it is now known as Abu Bekere only. This then is that which hath reached us of their history, and glory be to him who endureth for ever and aye, and by whose will interchange the night and the day. And of the stories they tell is one anent Abdullah the fisherman and Abdullah the merman. There once was a fisherman named Abdullah, who had a large family, to wit 9 children, and their mother, so was he poor, very poor, owning naught save his net. Every day he used to go to the sea a-fishing, and if he caught little, he sold it and spent the price on his children, after the measure of that which Allah vouchsafed him of provision. But if he caught much, he would cook a good mess of meat, and buy fruit, and spend without stint till nothing was left him, saying to himself, The daily bread of tomorrow will come tomorrow. Presently his wife gave birth to another child, making a total of 10, and it chanced that day that he had nothing at all. So she said to him, O my master, see and get me somewhat wherewithal I may sustain myself. Quoth he, I am going, under favor of Almighty Allah, this day seawards to fish on the luck of this newborn child, that we may see its fair fortune. And quoth she, Put thy trust in Allah. So he took his net and went down to the seashore, where he cast it on the luck of the little one, saying, O my God, make his living of ease, not of unease, and abundant, not scant. Then he waited a while, and drew in the net, which came up full of rubbish, and sand, and pebbles, and weeds, and he saw therein no sign of fish, neither mussel nor little. He cast it again, and waited, then drew it in, but found no catch at all, and threw it a third, and a fourth, and a fifth time, still not a single fish came up. So he removed to another place, beseeching his daily bread of Allah Almighty, and thus he kept working till the end of the day, but caught not so much as a minnow. Whereat he fell a-marvelling in himself, and said, self-communing, Hath Allah then created this newborn child without lot of provision? This may never, never be. He who slitteth the corners of the lips hath pledged himself for its provision, because Almighty Allah is the bountiful, the provider." So saying, he shouldered his net and turned him homeward, broken-spirited and heavy at heart about his family, for that he had left them without food, more by token that his wife was in the straw. As he continued trudging along and saying in himself, "How shall I do, and what shall I say to the children tonight?" he came to a baker's oven and saw a crowd about it, for the season was one of dearth, and in those days food was scant with the folk. So people were proffering the baker money, but he paid no heed to any of them, by reason of the dense crowd. The fisherman stood looking and snuffing the smell of the hot bread, and indeed his soul longed for it, by reason of his hunger, till the baker caught sight of him, and cried out to him, "Come hither, O fisherman." So he went up to him, and the baker said, "Dost thou want bread?" But he was silent. Quoth the baker, "Speak out, and be not ashamed, for Allah is bountiful. And thou have no silver, I will give thee bread, and have patience with thee till we'll betide thee." And quoth the fisherman, "By Allah, O master, I have indeed no money, but give me bread enough for my family, and I will leave thee this net in pawn till the morrow." Rejoined the baker, "Nay, my poor fellow, this net is thy shop, and the door of thy daily subsistence. So an thou pawn it, wherewithal wilt thou fish? Tell me how much will suffice thee." And replied the fisherman, 10 half-dirhams worth. So he gave him 10 nuffs worth of bread, and 10 in silver, saying, "Take these 10 nuffs, and cook thyself a mess of meat therewith, so wilt thou owe me 20, for which bring me fish tomorrow. But an thou catch nothing again, come and take thy bread and thy 10 nuffs, and I will have patience with thee, till better luck betide thee." And Scheherazade perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. And this ends the 940th night.
Section 27 of the Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 9. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by phone. The Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 9, by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. Night 941. When it was the 941st night, she pursued, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the baker said to the fisherman, 'Take whatso thou needest, and I will have patience with thee, till better luck betide thee. After the which thou shalt bring me fish for all thou owest me.' Said the fisherman, 'Almighty Allah reward thee, and requite thee for me with all good.' Then he took the bread and the coins, and went away glad at heart, and, buying what he could, returned to his wife, whom he found sitting up, soothing the children, who were weeping for hunger, and saying to them, 'At once your father will be here with what ye may eat.' So he set the bread before them, and they ate, whilst he told his wife what had befallen him, and she said, 'Allah is bountiful.' On the morrow he shouldered his net and went forth of his house, saying, 'I beseech thee, O Lord, to vouchsafe me this day that which shall whiten my face with the baker.' When he came to the seashore, he proceeded to cast his net and pull it in, but there came up no fish therein, and he ceased not to toil thus till ended day, but he caught nothing. Then he set out homewards, in great concern, and the way to his house lay past the baker's oven. So he said to himself, 'How shall I go home? But I will hasten my pace, that the baker may not see me.' When he reached the shop, he saw a crowd about it, and walked the faster, being ashamed to face his creditor. But the baker raised his eyes to him, and cried out to him, saying, 'Ho, fisherman! Come and take thy bread and spending money. meseems thou forgettest. Quoth Abdullah, By Allah, I had not forgotten, but I was ashamed to face thee, because I have caught no fish this day. And quoth the baker, Be not ashamed. Said I not to thee, At thy leisure, till better luck betide thee? Then he gave him the bread and the 10 noofs, and he returned and told his wife, who said, Allah is bountiful. Better luck shall yet betide thee, and thou shalt give the baker his due, Inshallah. He ceased not doing on this wise 40 days, betaking himself daily to the sea, from the rising of the sun to the going down thereof, and returning home without fish. And still he took bread and spending money of the baker, who never once named the fish to him, nor neglected him, nor kept him waiting like the folk, but gave him the bread and the 10 half-dirhams without delay. Whenever the fisherman said to him, O my brother, reckon with me, he would say, Be off, this is no time for reckoning. Wait till better luck betide thee, and then I will reckon with thee. And the fisherman would bless him and go away thanking him. On the 41st day, he said to his wife, I have a mind to tear up the net and be quit of this life. She asked, Why wilt thou do this? And he answered, Meseems there is an end of my getting my daily bread from the waters. How long shall this last? By Allah, I burn with shame before the baker, and I will go no more to the sea, so I may not pass by his oven, for I have none other way home. And every time I pass he calleth me and giveth me the bread and the 10 silvers. How much longer shall I run in debt to him? The wife replied, Alhamdulillah, lauded be the Lord, the Most High, who hath inclined his heart to thee, so that he giveth thee our daily bread. What dislikest thou in this? And the husband rejoined, I owe him now a mighty great sum of dirhams, and there is no doubt but that he will demand his due. Hath he vexed thee with words? No, on the contrary, he still refuseth to reckon with me, saying, Wait till better luck betide thee. If he press thee, say to him, Wait till there come the good luck for which we hope, thou and I. And when will the good luck come that we hope for? Allah is bountiful. Sooth thou speakest. So saying, he shouldered his net and went down to the seaside, praying, O Lord, provide thou me, though but with 1 fish, that I may give it to the baker. And he cast his net into the sea, and pulling it in, found it heavy. So he tugged at it till he was tired with sore travail. But when he got it ashore, he found in it a dead donkey swollen and stinking. Whereat his senses sickened, and he freed it from the net, saying, There is no majesty, and there is no might, save in Allah, the glorious, the great. Indeed, I can no more. I say to that wife of mine, There is no more provision for me in the waters. Let me leave this craft. And still she answereth me, Allah is bountiful, good will presently betide to thee. Is this dead ass the good whereof she speaketh? And he grieved with the sorest grief. Then he turned to another place, so he might remove from the stench of the dead donkey, and cast his net there and waited a full hour. Then he drew it in, and found it heavy. Thereupon quoth he, Good, we are hauling up all the dead donkeys in the sea and ridding it of its rubbish. However, he gave not over tugging at the net, till blood came from the palms of his hands, and when he got it ashore, he saw a man in it, and took him for one of the Ifrits of the Lord Solomon, whom he was wont to imprison in cucurbits of brass and cast him into the main, believing that the vessel had burst for length of years, and that the Ifrit had come forth and fallen into the net. Wherefore he fled from him, crying out and saying, Mercy, mercy, O Ifrit of Solomon! But the Adamite called out to him from within the net, and said, Come hither, O fisherman, and flee not from me, for I am human like thyself. Release me, so thou mayst get a recompense for me of Allah." Whenas he heard these words, the fisherman took heart and coming up to him, said to him, "Art thou not an Ifrit of the Jinn?" And replied the other, "No, I am a mortal and a believer in Allah and His Apostle." Asked the fisherman, "Who threw thee into the sea?" And the other answered, "I am of the children of the sea and was going about therein, when thou castest the net over me. We are people who obey Allah's commandments and show loving kindness unto the creatures of the Almighty. And but that I fear and dread to be of the disobedient, I had torn thy net. But I accept that which the Lord hath decreed unto me. Wherefore by setting me free thou becomest my owner and I thy captive. Wilt thou then set me free for the love of Almighty Allah, and make a covenant with me and become my comrade? I will come to thee every day in this place, and do thou come to me and bring me a gift of the fruits of the land. For with you are grapes and figs and watermelons and peaches and pomegranates and so forth, and all thou bringest me will be acceptable unto me. Moreover, with us are coral and pearls and chrysolites and emeralds and rubies and other gems, and I will fill thee the basket, wherein thou bringest me the fruit, with precious stones of the jewels of the sea. What sayst thou to this, O my brother?" Quoth the fisherman, "Be the opening chapter of the Quran between thee and me upon this." So they recited together the Fatiha, and the fisherman loosed the merman from the net and asked him, "What is thy name?" He replied, "My name is Abdullah of the Sea, and if thou come hither and see me not, call out and say, 'Where art thou, O Abdullah, O merman?' and I will be with thee." And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. End of Night 941. Night 942. When it was the 942nd Night, she resumed, "It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that Abdullah of the Sea thus enjoined the other, 'And thou come hither and see me not, call out and say, Where art thou, O Abdullah, O merman? And I will be with thee forthwith. But thou, what is thy name?' Quoth the fisherman, 'My name also is Abdullah.' And quoth the other, 'Thou art Abdullah of the land, and I am Abdullah of the sea. But tarry here till I go and fetch thee a present.' And the fisherman repented him of having released him and said to himself, 'How know I that he will come back to me? Indeed, he beguiled me so that I loosed him, and now he will laugh at me. Had I kept him, I might have made a show of him for the diversion of the city folk, and taken silver from all men, and gone with him to the houses of the great.' And he repented him of having set him free, and said, 'Thou hast let thy prey from thy hand away.' But as he was thus bemoaning his folly in releasing the prisoner, behold, Abdullah the merman returned to him, with both hands full of pearls and coral and smaragds and rubies and other gems, and said to him, 'Take these, O my brother, and excuse me. Had I a fish basket, I would have filled it for thee.' Abdullah the fisherman rejoiced and took the jewels from the merman, who said to him, 'Every day come hither before sunrise,' and farewelling him, went down into the sea; whilst the other returned to the city, rejoicing, and stayed not walking till he came to the baker's oven, and said to him, 'O my brother, good luck is come to us at last, so do thou reckon with me.' Answered the baker, 'There needeth no reckoning. An thou have aught, give it me, and if thou have naught, take thy bread and spending money and be gone, against weal betide thee.' Rejoined the fisherman, 'O my friend, indeed weal hath betided me of Allah's bounty, and I owe thee much money; but take this.' So saying, he took for him a handful of the pearls and coral and rubies and other jewels he had with him, the handful being about half of the whole, and gave them to the baker, saying, "Give me some ready money to spend this day till I sell these jewels." So the baker gave him all the money he had in hand and all the bread in his basket, and rejoiced in the jewels, saying, "I am thy slave and thy servant." Then he set all the bread on his head, and following the fisherman home, gave it to his wife and children, after which he repaired to the market and brought meat and greens and all manner fruit. Moreover, he left his oven and abode with Abdullah all that day, busying himself in his service and fulfilling all his affairs. Said the fisherman, "O my brother, thou weariest thyself." And the baker replied, "This is my duty, for I am become thy servant, and thou hast overwhelmed me with thy boons." Rejoined the fisherman, "'Tis thou who wast my benefactor in the days of dearth and distress." And the baker passed that night with him, enjoying good cheer, and became a faithful friend to him. Then the fisherman told his wife what had befallen him with the merman, whereat she rejoiced and said, "Keep thy secret, lest the government come down upon thee." But he said, "Though I keep my secret from all men, yet will I not hide it from the baker." On the morrow, he rose betimes, and shouldering a basket which he had filled in the evening with all manner fruits, repaired before sunrise to the seashore, and setting down the crate on the water edge, called out, "Where art thou, O Abdullah, O merman?" He answered, "Here am I, at thy service," and came forth to him. The fisherman gave him the fruit, and he took it, and plunging into the sea with it, was absent a full hour, after which he came up, with the fish basket full of all kinds of gems and jewels. The fisherman set it on his head and went away, and when he came to the oven, the baker said to him, "O my lord, I have baked thee 40 buns, and have sent them to thy house, and now I will bake some first, and as soon as all is done, I will bring it to thy house, and go and fetch thee greens and meat." Abdullah handed to him 3 handfuls of jewels out of the fish basket, and going home set it down there. Then he took a gem of price of each sort, and going to the jewel bazaar, stopped at the syndic's shop, and said to him, "Buy these precious stones of me." "Show them to me," said the sheikh. So he showed them to him, and the jeweler said, "Hast thou aught beside these?" And Abdullah replied, "I have a basketful at home." The syndic asked, "And where is thine house?" And the fisherman answered, "In such a quarter," whereupon the sheikh took the jewels from him and said to his followers, "Lay hold of him, for he is the thief who stole the jewelry of the queen, the wife of our sultan." And he bade beat him. So they bastinadoed him and pinioned him. After which the syndic and all the people of the jewel market arose and set out for the palace, saying, "We have caught the thief." Quoth one, "None robbed such a one but this villain." And quoth another, "'Twas none but he stole all that was in such a one's house." And some said this, and others said that. All this while he was silent, and spake not a word, nor returned a reply, till they brought him before the king, to whom said the syndic, "O king of the age, when the queen's necklace was stolen, thou sentest to acquaint us of the theft, requiring of us the discovery of the culprit. Wherefore I strove beyond the rest of the folk, and have taken the thief for thee. Here he standeth before thee, and these be the jewels we have recovered from him." Thereupon the king said to the chief eunuch, "Carry these jewels for the queen to see, and say to her, Are these thy property thou hast lost?" So the eunuch took the jewels, and went in with them to the queen, who, seeing their luster, marveled at them, and sent to the king to say, "I have found my necklace in my own place, and these jewels are not my property. Nay, they are finer than those of my necklace. So oppress not the man." And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. End of night 942.
Section 28 of The Book of the 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 9. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mark Ernest. The Book of the 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 9, by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. Night 943. When it was the 943rd night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the king's wife sent to the king to say, These are not my property, nay, these gems are finer than those of my necklace. So oppress not this man, but, if he will sell them, buy them for thy daughter al-Sud, that we may set them in a necklace for her. When the eunuch returned and told the king what the queen said, he damned the syndic of the jewelers, him and his company, with the damnation of Ad and Thamud. And they said to him, O king of the age, we knew this man for a poor fisherman, and deemed such things too much for him, so we supposed that he had stolen them. Cried the king, O ye filthy villains, begrudge ye a true believer good fortune? Why did ye not make due inquiry of him? Haply Allah Almighty hath vouchsafed him these things from a source whereupon he reckoned not. Why did ye make him out a thief and disgrace him amongst the folk? Begone, and may Allah never bless you. So they went out, affrighted, and the king said to Abdullah, O man, Allah bless thee in all he hath bestowed on thee. No harm shall befall thee. But tell me truly, whence gottest thou these jewels? For I am a king, yet I have not the like of them. The fisherman replied, O king of the age, I have a fish basket full of them at home, and the case is thus and thus. Then he told him of his friendship with the merman, adding, We have made a covenant together that I shall bring him every day a basket full of fruit, and then he shall fill me the basket with these jewels. Quoth the king, O man, this is thy lucky lot, but wealth needeth rank. I will defend thee for the present against men's domineering. But haply I shall be deposed or die, and another rule in my stead, and he shall slay thee because of his love of the goods of this world and his covetousness. So I am minded to marry thee to my daughter, and make thee my wazir, and bequeath thee the kingdom after me, so none may hanker for thy riches when I am gone. Then said he, Hie with this man to the Hammam. So they bore him to the baths, and bathed his body, and robed him in royal raiment. After which they brought him back to the king, and he made him his wazir, and sent to his house couriers and the soldiers of his guard and all the wives of the notables, who clad his wife and children in kingly costume, and mounting the woman in a horse litter, with the little child in her lap, walked before her to the palace, escorted by the troops and couriers and officers. They also brought her elder children in to the king, who made much of them, taking them in his lap and seating them by his side. For they were 9 children male, and the king had no son and heir, nor had he been blessed with any child, save this one daughter, al-Sud hight. Meanwhile the queen entreated Abdullah's wife with honor, and bestowed favors on her, and made her waziress to her. Then the king bade draw up the marriage contract between his daughter and Abdullah of the land, who assigned to her, as her dower, all the gems and precious stones in his possession, and they opened the gates of festival. The king commanded by proclamation to decorate the city in honor of his daughter's wedding. Then Abdullah went in unto the princess and abated her maidenhead. Next morning the king looked out of the lattice and saw Abdullah carrying on his head a fish crate full of fruit. So he called to him, What hast thou there, O my son-in-law, and whither wendest thou? The fisherman replied, To my friend, Abdullah the merman. And the king said, O my son-in-law, this is no time to go to thy comrade. Quoth Abdullah, Indeed, I fear to break tryst with him, lest he reckon me a liar and say, The things of the world have diverted thee from me. And quoth the king, Thou speakest sooth. Go to thy friend, and God help thee. So he walked through the city on his way to his companion, and, as he went, he heard the folk who knew him say, "There goeth the king's son-in-law to exchange fruit for gems," whilst those who knew him not said, "Ho, fellow, how much a pound? Come, sell to me." And he answered, saying, "Wait till I come back to thee," for that he would not hurt the feelings of any man. Then he fared on till he came to the seashore, and foregathered with his friend Abdullah the merman, to whom he delivered the fruit, receiving gems in return. He ceased not doing thus till one day, as he passed by the baker's oven, he found it closed, and so he did 10 days, during which time the oven remained shut, and he saw nothing of the baker. So he said to himself, "This is a strange thing. Would I wot whither the baker went?" Then he inquired of his neighbour, saying, "O my brother, where is thy neighbour the baker, and what hath Allah done with him?" And the other responded, "O my lord, he is sick, and cometh not forth of his house." "Where is his house?" asked Abdullah, and the other answered, "In such a quarter." So he fared thither and inquired of him. But when he knocked at the door, the baker looked out of window, and seeing his friend the fisherman, full basket on head, came down and opened the door to him. Abdullah entered, and throwing himself on the baker, embraced him and wept, saying, "How dost thou, O my friend? Every day I pass by thine oven and see it unopened. So I asked thy neighbour, who told me that thou wast sick. Therefore I inquired for thy house, that I might see thee." Answered the baker, "Allah requite thee for me with all good. Nothing aileth me, but it reached me that the king had taken thee, for that certain of the folk had lied against thee and accused thee of being a robber, wherefore I feared and shut shop and hid myself." "True," said Abdullah, and told him all that had befallen him with the king and the Shaykh of the jeweller's bazaar, adding, "Moreover, the king hath given me his daughter to wife and made me his wazir." And after a pause, "So do thou take what is in this fish basket to thy share and fear naught." Then he left him, after having done away with him his affright, and returned with the empty crate to the king, who said to him, "O my son-in-law, 'twould seem thou hast not foregathered with thy friend the merman to-day." Replied Abdullah, "I went to him, but that which he gave me I gave to my gossip the baker, to whom I owe kindness." "Who may be this baker?" asked the king. And the fisherman answered, "He is a benevolent man, who did with me thus and thus in the days of my poverty, and never neglected me a single day, nor hurt my feelings." Quoth the king, "What is his name?" And quoth the fisherman, "His name is Abdullah the baker, and my name is Abdullah of the land, and that of my friend the merman Abdullah of the sea." Rejoined the king, "And my name also is Abdullah, and the servants of Allah are all brethren. So send and fetch thy friend the baker, that I may make him wazir of the left." So he sent for the baker, who speedily came to the presence, and the king invested him with the wazirial uniform and made him wazir of the left, making Abdullah of the land his wazir of the right. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. End of Night 943. Night 944. When it was the 944th night, she continued, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the king made his son-in-law, Abdullah of the land, wazir of the right, and Abdullah the baker wazir of the left. In such condition the fisherman abode a whole year, every day carrying for the merman the crate full of fruit, and receiving it back full of jewels. And when fruit failed from the gardens, he carried him raisins and almonds and filberts and walnuts and figs and so forth. And all that he brought for him, the merman accepted and returned him the fish basket full of jewels, according to his custom. Now it chanced one day that he carried him the crate, full of dry fruits as was his wont, and his friend took them from him. Then they sat down to converse, Abdullah the fisherman on the beach, and Abdullah the merman in the water near the shore, and discoursed, and the talk went round between them till it fell upon the subject of sepulchres, whereat quoth the merman, "O my brother, they say that the Prophet, whom Allah assain and save, is buried with you on the land. Knowest thou his tomb?" Abdullah replied, "Yes, it lieth in a city called Yathrib." Asked the merman, "And do the people of the land visit it?" Yes, answered the fisherman. And the other said, I give you joy, O people of the land, of visiting that noble prophet and compassionate, which whoso visiteth meriteth his intercession. Hast thou made such visitation, O my brother? Replied the fisherman, No, for I was poor and had not the necessary sum to spend by the way. Nor have I been in easy case but since I knew thee, and thou bestowedst on me this good fortune. But such visitation behoveth me after I have pilgrimed to the holy house of Allah, and naught withholdeth me therefrom but my love to thee, because I cannot leave thee for one day. Rejoined the Merman, And dost thou set the love of me before the visitation of the tomb of Mohammed, whom Allah assain and save, who shall intercede for thee on the day of review before Allah, and shall save thee from the fire, and through whose intercession thou shalt enter paradise? And dost thou, for the love of the world, neglect to visit the tomb of thy prophet Mohammed, whom God bless and preserve? Replied Abdullah, No, by Allah, I set the visitation of the Prophet's tomb above all else, and I crave thy leave to pray before it this year. The Merman rejoined, I grant thee leave, on condition that when thou shalt stand by his sepulchre, thou salute him for me with the salam. Furthermore, I have a trust to give thee. So come thou with me into the sea, that I may carry thee to my city, and entertain thee in my house, and give thee a deposit, which when thou takest thy station by the Prophet's tomb, do thou lay thereon, saying, O Apostle of Allah, Abdullah the Merman saluteth thee and sendeth thee this present, imploring thine intercession to save him from the fire. Said the fisherman, O my brother, thou wast created in the water, and water is thy abiding place, and doth thee no hurt. But if thou shouldst come forth to the land, would any harm betide thee? The Merman replied, Yes. My body would dry up, and the breezes of the land would blow upon me, and I should die. Rejoined the fisherman, And I, in like manner, was created on the land, and the land is my abiding place. But an I went down into the sea, the water would enter my belly and choke me, and I should die. Retorted the other, Have no fear for that, for I will bring thee an ointment, wherewith when thou hast anointed thy body, the water will do thee no hurt, though thou shouldst pass the lave of thy life going about in the great deep. And thou shalt lie down and rise up in the sea, and naught shall harm thee. Quoth the fisherman, And the case by thus, well and good, but bring me the ointment, so that I may make trial of it. And quoth the Merman, So be it. Then, taking the fish basket, disappeared in the depths. He was absent a while, and presently returned with an unguent, as it were the fat of beef, yellow as gold and sweet of savour. Asked the fisherman, What is this, O my brother? And answered the Merman, 'Tis the liver fat of a kind of fish called the dandan, which is the biggest of all fishes, and the fiercest of our foes. His bulk is greater than that of any beast of the land, and were he to meet a camel or an elephant, he would swallow it at a single mouthful. Abdullah inquired, O my brother, what doth this baleful beast? And the Merman replied, He eateth of the beasts of the sea. Hast thou not heard the saying, Like the fishes of the sea, forcible eateth feeble? True, but have you many of these dandans in the sea? Yes, there be many of them with us. None can tell their tale save Almighty Allah. Verily I fear lest if I go down with thee into the deep, a creature of this kind fall in with me and devour me. Have no fear. When he seeth thee, he will know thee for a son of Adam, and will fear thee and flee. He dreadeth none in the sea as he dreadeth a son of Adam. For that an he eateth a man, he dieth forthright, because human fat is a deadly poison to this kind of creature. Nor do we collect its liver speck, save by means of a man, when he falleth into the sea and is drowned. For that his semblance becometh changed, and oft times his flesh is torn. So the dandan eateth him, deeming him the same of the denizens of the deep, and dieth. Then we light upon our enemy dead, and take the speck of his liver, and grease ourselves, so that we can overwander the main in safety. Also, wherever there is a son of Adam, though there be in that place 100 or 200 or 1,000 or more of these beasts, all die forthright, and they but hear him. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. End of night 944. Recording by Ernest.
Section 29 of the Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 9. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Book of a Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 9, by Anonymous, translated by Richard Francis Burton. Night 945. When it was the 945th night, she pursued, "It has reached me, O auspicious king, that Abdullah of the sea said to Abdullah of the land, and if 1,000 or more of this kind hear an Adamite cry a single cry, forthright all die, nor has one of them power to remove from his place. So, whenever a son of Adam falleth into the sea, we take him and anoint him with this fat, and go round about the depth with him, and whenever we see a dandan or 2 or 3 or more, we bid him cry out, and they all die forthright for his once crying." Quoth the fisherman, "I put my trust in Allah," and, doffing his clothes, buried them in a hole which he dug in the beach, after which he rubbed his body from head to heels with that ointment. Then he descended into the water, and, diving, opened his eyes, and the brine did him no hurt. So he walked right and left, and if he would, he rose to the sea face, and if he would, he sank to the base. And he beheld the water as it were a tent over his head, yet it wrought him no hurt. Then said the merman to him, "What seest thou, O my brother?" And said he, "O my brother, I see naught save weal, and indeed thou spakest truth in that which thou saidst to me, for the water does me no hurt." Quoth the merman, "Follow me." So he followed him, and they ceased not faring on from place to place, whilst Abdullah discovered before him and on his right and left mountains of water, and solaced himself by gazing thereon, and on the various sorts of fish, some great and some small, which disported themselves in the main. Some of them favoured buffaloes, others oxen, and others dogs, and yet others human beings. But all to which they drew near fled, whenas they saw the fisherman, who said to the merman, "O my brother, how is it that I see all the fish to which we draw near flee from us afar?" Said the other, "Because they fear thee for all things that Allah has made fear the son of Adam." The fisherman ceased not to divert himself with the marvels of the deep, till they came to a high mountain and fared on beside it. Suddenly he heard a mighty loud cry, and turning, saw some black thing, the bigness of a camel or bigger, coming down upon him from the liquid mountain and crying out. So he asked his friend, "What is this, O my brother?" And the merman answered, "This is the dandan. He cometh in search of me, seeking to devour me, so cry out at him, O my brother, ere he has reached us. Else he will snatch me up and devour me." Accordingly Abdullah cried out at the beast, and behold, it fell down dead, which when he saw, he said, "Glorified be the perfection of God and his praise! I smote it not with the sword nor knife. How cometh it that, for all the vastness of the creature's bulk, it could not bear my cry, but died?" Replied the merman, "Marvel not, for, by Allah, O my brother, were there 1,000 or 2,000 of these creatures, yet could they not endure the cry of a son of Adam." Then they walked on till they made a city, whose inhabitants the fisherman saw to be all women, there being no male among them. So he said to his companion, "O my brother, what city is this, and what are these women?" "This is a city of women, for its inhabitants are of the women of the sea." "Are there any males amongst them?" No. Then how do they conceive and bear young without males? The king of the sea banisheth them hither, and they conceive not neither bear children. All the women of the sea, with whom he is wroth, he sendeth to this city, and they cannot leave it. For, should one of them come forth therefrom, any of the beasts of the sea that saw her would eat her. But in other cities of the main there are both males and females. Thereupon asked the fisherman, Are there then other cities than this in the sea? And the merman answered, There are many. Quoth the fisherman, And is there a sultan over you in the sea? Yes, quoth the merman. Then said Abdullah, O my brother, I have indeed seen many marvels in the main. But the merman said, And what hast thou seen of its marvels? Hast thou not heard the saying, The marvels of the sea are more manifold than the marvels of the land? True, rejoined the fisherman, and fell to gazing upon those women, whom he saw with faces like moons and hair like woman's hair, but their hands and feet were in their middle, and they had tails like fishes' tails. Now when the merman had shown him the people of the city, he carried him forth therefrom, and forewalked him to another city, which he found full of folk, both males and females, formed like the women aforesaid, and having tails. But there was neither selling nor buying amongst them, as with the people of the land, nor were they clothed, but went all naked, and with their same uncovered. Said Abdullah, O my brother, I see males and females alike with their shame exposed. And the other said, This is because the folk of the sea have no clothes. Asked the fisherman, And how do they when they marry? The merman answered, They do not marry, but every one who taketh a liking to a female does his will on her. Quoth Abdullah, This is unlawful. Why does he not ask her in marriage, and dower her, and make her a wedding festival, and marry her, in accordance with that which is pleasing to Allah and His Apostle? And quoth the other, We are not all of one religion. Some of us are Moslems, believers in the unity, others Nazarenes, and what not else, and each marrieth in accordance with the ordinances of his creed, but those of us who marry are mostly Moslems. The fisherman continued, Ye are naked and have neither buying nor selling among you. Of what then is your wives' dowry? Do ye give them jewels and precious stones? The merman rejoined, Gems with us are only stones without worth, but upon the Moslem who is minded to marry they impose a dowry of a certain number of fishes of various kinds that he must catch, 1,000 or 2,000 more or less, according to the agreement between himself and the bride's father. As soon as he bringeth the amount required, the families of the bride and bridegroom assemble and eat the marriage banquet, after which they bring him in to his bride, and he catcheth fish and feedeth her. Or, if he be unable, she catcheth fish and feedeth him. Enquired the fisherman, And how if a woman commit adultery? And the other replied, If a woman be convicted of this case, they banish her to the city of women, and if she be with child by her gallant, they leave her till she be delivered. Then, if she gave birth to a girl, they banish her with her, calling her adulteress, daughter of adulteress, and she abideth a maid till she die. But if the woman give birth to a male child, they carry it to the Sultan of the sea, who putteth it to death. Abdullah marvelled at this, and the merman carried him to another city, and thence to another and yet another, till he had diverted him with the sight of 80 cities, and he saw the people of each city unlike those of every other. Then said he to the merman, O my brother, are there yet other cities in the main? Whereto said the other, And what hast thou seen of the cities of the sea and its wondrous spectacles? By the virtue of the noble prophet, the benign, the compassionate, Were I to show thee every day 1,000 cities for 1,000 years, and in each city 1,000 marvels, I should not have shown thee 1 carat of the 24 carats of the cities of the sea and its miracles. I have but shown thee our own province and country, nothing more. The fisherman thus resumed, O my brother, since this is the case, what I have seen suffices me, for I am aweary of eating fish, and these 80 days I have been in thy company. Thou hast fed me morning and night upon nothing but raw fish, neither broiled nor boiled. And what is broiled or boiled? We broil fish with fire, and boil it in water, and dress it in various ways, and make many dishes of it. And how should we come by fire in the sea? We know not broiled nor boiled, nor aught else of the kind. We also fry it in olive oil and oil of sesame. How should we come by olive oil and oil of sesame in the sea? Verily we know nothing of that thou namest. True, but, O my brother, thou hast shown me many cities, yet hast thou not shown me thine own city. As for mine own city, we passed it a long way, for it is near the land whence we came. And I left it and came with thee hither, thinking only to divert thee with the sight of the greater cities of the sea. That which I have seen of them suffices me, and now I would have thee show me thine own city. So be it, answered Abdullah of the Sea, and returning on his traces carried him back thither and said to him, This is my city. Abdullah of the Land looked, and saw a city, small by comparison with those he had seen. Then he entered with his comrade of the deep, and they fared on till they came to a cave. Quoth the merman, This is my house, and all the houses in the city are like this, caverns, great and small in the mountains, as are also those of every other city of the sea. For whoso is minded to make him a house must repair to the king, and say to him, I wish to make me a house in such a place. Whereupon the king sends with him a band of the fish called peckers, which have beaks that crumble the hardest rock, appointing for their wage a certain quantum of fish. They betake themselves to the mountain, chosen by the intended owner, and therein pierce the house, whilst the owner catcheth fish for them and feedeth them, till the cave is finished, when they wend their ways, and the house owner taketh up his abode therein. On such wise do all the people of the sea. They traffic not one with other, nor serve each other save by means of fish. And their food is fish, and they themselves are a kind of fish. Then he said to him, Enter. So Abdullah entered, and the merman cried out, saying, Ho, daughter mine! When behold, there came to him a damsel, with a face like the rondure of the moon, and hair long, hips heavy, eyes black-edged, and waist slender, but she was naked and had a tail. When she saw Abdullah of the Land, he said to her sire, O my father, what is this no tail thou hast brought with thee? He replied, O my daughter, this is my friend of the land, from whom I used to bring thee the fruits of the ground. Come hither and salute him with the salam. So she came forward and saluted the fisherman with loquent tongue and eloquent speech. And her father said to her, Bring meat for our guest, by whose visit a blessing has betided us. Whereupon she brought him 2 great fishes, each the bigness of a lamb, and the merman said to him, Eat. So he ate for stress of hunger despite himself, because he was tired of eating fish, and they had naught else save fish. Before long, in came the merman's wife, who was beautiful of form and favour, and with her 2 children, each having in his hand a young fish, which he crunched as a man would crunch a cucumber. When she saw the fisherman with her husband, she said, What is this no-tail? And she and her sons and their sister came up to him, and fell to examining the back parts of Abdallah of the land, and saying, "Yeah, by Allah, he is tailless." And they laughed at him. So he said to the merman, "O my brother, hast thou brought me hither to make me a butt and a laughing-stock for thy children and thy consort?" And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. End of Night 945. Night 946. When it was the 946th night, she resumed, "It has reached me, O auspicious king, that Abdullah of the land said to Abdullah of the sea, O my brother, hast thou brought me hither to make me a butt and a laughing-stock for thy children and thy consort?" Cried the merman, "Pardon, O my brother, those who have no tails are rare among us, and whenever one such is found, the Sultan taketh him to make fun of him, and he abideth a marvel amongst us, and all who see him laugh at him. But, O my brother, excuse these young children and this woman, for they lack wits." Then he cried out to his family, saying, "Silence!" So they were afraid and held their peace, whilst he went on to soothe Abdullah's mind. Presently, as they were talking, behold, in came some 10 mermen, tall and strong and stout, and said to him, "O Abdullah, it has reached the king that thou hast with thee a no-tail of the no-tails of the earth." Answered the merman, "Yes, and this is he, but he is not of us nor of the children of the sea. He is my friend of the land, and has come to me as a guest, and I purpose to carry him back to the land." Quoth they, "We cannot depart but with him. So, and thou have aught to say, arise and come with him before the king. And whatso thou wouldst say to us, say thou that same to the king." Then quoth the merman to the fisherman, "O my brother, my excuse is manifest, and we may not disobey the king, but go thou with me to him, and I will do my best to deliver thee from him, inshallah. Fear not, for he deemeth thee of the children of the sea, but when he sees thee, he will know thee to be of the children of the land, and he will surely entreat thee honourably and restore thee to the land." And Abdullah of the land replied, "'Tis thine to decide. I will trust in Allah and wend with thee." So he took him and carried him to the king, who, when he saw him, laughed at him and said, "Welcome to the no-tail." And all who were about the king began to laugh at him and say, "Yeah, by Allah, he is tailless." Then Abdullah of the sea came forward, and acquainted the king with the fisherman's case, saying, "This man is of the children of the land, and he is my comrade, and cannot live amongst us, for that he loveth not the eating of fish, except it be fried or boiled. Wherefore I desire that thou give me leave to restore him to the land." Whereto the king replied, "Since the case is so, and he cannot live among us, I give thee leave to restore him to his place, after due entertainment," presently adding, "Bring him the guest meal." So they brought him fish of various kinds and colours, and he ate, in obedience to the royal behest. After which the king said to him, "Ask a boon of me," quoth he. "I ask of thee that thou give me jewels." And the king said, "Carry him to the jewel house, and let him choose that whereof he has need." So his friend carried him to the jewel house, and he picked out whatso he would. After which the merman brought him back to his own city, and pulling out a purse, said to him, "Take this deposit and lay it on a tomb of the Prophet, whom Allah save and assain." And he took it, knowing not what was therein. Then the merman went forth with him, to bring him back to land, and by the way he heard singing and merrymaking, and saw a table spread with fish and folk eating and singing, and holding mightily high festival. So Abdullah of the land said to his friend, "What aileth these people to rejoice thus, Is there a wedding among them? Replied Abdullah of the Sea, Nay, one of them is dead. Asked the fisherman, Then do ye, when one dieth amongst you, rejoice for him, and sing and feast? And the merman answered, Yes, and ye of the land, what do ye? Quoth Abdullah of the land, When one dieth amongst us, we weep and keen for him, and the women beat their faces and rend the bosoms of their raiment, in token of mourning for the dead. But Abdullah the merman stared at him with wide eyes and said to him, Give me the deposit. So he gave it to him. Then he set him ashore and said to him, I have broken off our companionship and our amity. Wherefore from this day forward thou shalt no more see me, nor I see thee. Cried the fisherman, Why sayest thou this? And the other said, Are you not, O folk of the land, a deposit of Allah? Yes. Why then, asked the merman, is it grievous to you that Allah should take back his deposit, and wherefore weep ye over it? How can I entrust thee with a deposit for the Prophet, whom Allah save and assain? Think that, when a child is born to you, ye rejoice in it, albeit the Almighty setteth the soul therein as a deposit, and yet when he taketh it again, it is grievous to you, and ye weep and mourn. Since it is hard for thee to give up the deposit of Allah, how shall it be easy to thee to give up the deposit of the Prophet? Wherefore we need not your companionship. Saying thus, he left him and disappeared in the sea. Thereupon Abdullah of the land donned his dress, and taking the jewels, went up to the king, who met him lovingly and rejoiced at his return, saying, How dost thou, O my son-in-law, and what is the cause of thine absence from me this while? So he told him the tale, and acquainted him with that which he had seen of marvels in the sea, whereas the king wondered. Then he told him what Abdullah the merman had said, and the king replied, Indeed, it was thou wast at fault to tell him this. Nevertheless, he continued for some time to go down to the shore, and call upon Abdullah of the Sea, but he answered him not, nor came to him. So at last he gave up all hope of him and abode, he and the king his father-in-law, and the families of them both in the happiest of case, and the practice of righteous ways, till there came to them the destroyer of delights, and the severer of societies, and they died all. Wherefore glory be to the living, who dieth not, whose is the empire of the seen and the unseen, who over all things is omnipotent, and is gracious to his servants, and knoweth their every intent. And amongst the tales they tell is one anent Harun al-Rashid and Abu Hassan, the merchant of Oman. The Caliph Harun al-Rashid was one night wakeful exceedingly, so he called Masrur and said to him as soon as he came, Fetch me Ja'afar in haste. Accordingly, he went out and returned with the wazir, to whom said the Caliph, O Ja'afar, wakefulness has mastered me this night, and forbiddeth sleep from me. What shall drive it away from me? Replied Ja'afar, O Commander of the Faithful, the wise say, Looking on a mirror, entering the hammam bath, and hearkening unto song banish care and chagrin. He rejoined, O Ja'afar, I have done all this, but it has brought me naught of relief, and I swear by my pious forebears, unless thou contrive that which shall abate from me this insomny, I will smite thy neck. Quoth Ja'afar, O Commander of the Faithful, wilt thou do that which I shall counsel thee? Whereupon quoth the Caliph, And what is that thou counsellest? He replied, It is that thou take boat with us and drop down Tigris river with the tide to a place called Karn al-Sirat, so haply we may hear what we never heard or see what we never saw, For it is said, "The solace of care is in one of three things, that a man see what he never before saw, or hear what he never yet heard, or tread on earth he erst has never trodden. It may be this shall be the means of remedying thy restlessness, O Commander of the Faithful in Salah." There, on either side of the river, are windows and balconies, one facing other, and it may be we shall hear or see from one of these somewhat wherewith our hearts may be heartened. Ja'far's counsel pleased the Caliph, so he rose from his place, and taking with him the Wazir and his brother Al-Fazl and Isaac, the boon companion, and Abu Nowas and Abu Dalaf, and Masrur the sworder, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. End of Night 946.
Section 30 of the Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 9. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 9, by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. Night 947, when it was the 947th night. She said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the Caliph arose from his seat with Ja'far and the rest of the party, all entered the wardrobe, where they donned merchants' gear. Then they went down to the Tigris, and embarking in a gilded boat, dropped down with the stream till they came to the place they sought, when they heard the voice of a damsel singing to the lute and chanting these couplets: To him, when the wine cup is near, I declare, while in coppice loud shrilleth and trilleth Hazur. How long this repining from joys and delight? Wake up, for this life is a borrowed ware. Take the cup from the hand of the friend who is dear, with languishing eyelids and languorous air. I sowed on his cheek a fresh rose, which amid his sidelocks the fruit of the granado tree bare. Thou wouldest deem that the place where he tare his fair cheek were ashes, while cheeks hues incendiary were. Quoth the blamer, Forget him, but where's my excuse, when his side face is growing the downiest hair? When the Caliph heard this, he said, O Ja'far, how goodly is that voice! And the Wazir replied, O our lord, never smote my hearing aught sweeter or goodlier than this singing. But good, my lord, hearing from behind a wall is only half hearing. How would it be and we heard it from behind a curtain? Quoth the Caliph, Come, O Ja'far, let us play the parasites with the master of this house, and haply we shall look upon the songstress face to face. And quoth Ja'far, I hear and I obey. So they landed and sought admittance. When behold, there came out to them a young man, fair of favour, sweet of speech and fluent of tongue, who said to them, Welcome and welcome, O lords that honour me with your presence. Enter in all comfort and convenience. So they went in, and he with them, to a saloon with 4 faces, whose ceiling was decorated with gold and its walls adorned with ultramarine. At its upper end was a dance, whereon stood a goodly row of seats, and thereon sat 100 damsels like moons. The house master cried out to them, and they came down from their seats. Then he turned to Ja'far and said to him, O my lord, I know not the honourable of you from the more honourable. Bismillah, deign he that is the highest in rank among you favour me by taking the head of the room, and let his brethren sit each in his several stead. So they sat down, each according to his degree, whilst Masrur abode standing before them in their service. And the host asked them, "O my guests, with your leave, shall I set somewhat of food before you?" And they answered, "Yes." Hearing this, he bade his handmaids bring food, whereupon 4 damsels with girded waists placed in front of them a table, whereon were rare meats of that which flieth and walketh earth and swimmeth seas, sand grouse and quails and chickens and pigeons. And written on the raised edge of the tray were verses such as sorted with the entertainment. So they ate till they had enough and washed their hands, after which said the young man, "O my lords, if you have any want, let us know it, that we may have the honor of satisfying it." They replied, "'Tis well. We came not to thy dwelling save for the sake of a voice we heard from behind the wall of thy house, and we would fain hear it again and know her to whom it belongeth. So, an thou deem right to vouchsafe us this favour, it will be of the generosity of thy nature, and after we will return whence we came." Quoth the host, "Ye are welcome," and turning to a black slave girl, said to her, "Fetch me thy mistress such an one." So she went away, and returning with a chair of china ware, cushioned with brocade, set it down, then withdrew again, and presently returned with a damsel, as she were the moon on the night of its full, who sat down on the chair. Then the black girl gave her a bag of satin, wherefrom she brought out a lute, inlaid with gems and jacinths and furnished with pegs of gold. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. End of Night 947. Night 948. When it was the 948th night, she continued, "It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when the damsel came forward, she took her seat upon the chair and brought out from its case a lute, and behold, it was inlaid with gems and jacinths and furnished with pegs of gold. Then she tuned its strings, even as saith the poet of her and her lute in these lines: She sits it in lap like a mother fond, and she strikes the strings that can make it speak, and ne'er smiteth her right an injurious touch, but her left repairs of her right the wreck. Then she strained the lute to her bosom, bending over it as mother bendeth over babe, and swept the strings which complained as child to mother complaineth, after which she played upon it and began improvising these couplets: And time my lover restore me, I'll blame him fain, saying, Pass, O my dear, the bowl, and in passing drain the wine which hath never mixed with the heart of man, but he passes to joy from annoy, and to pleasure from pain. Then Zafir arose to his task of sustaining the cup. Didst e'er see full moon that in hand the star hath ta'en? How oft I talked through the night, when its rounded loon shed on darkness of Tigris' bank a beamy rain. And when Luna sank in the west, 'twas as though she'd wave o'er the length of the watery waste a gilded glaive. When she had made an end of her verse, she wept with sore weeping, and all who were in the place wept aloud till they were well nigh dead. Nor was there one of them but took leave of his wits, and rent his raiment and beat his face, for the goodliness of her singing. Then said Al-Rashid, This damsel's song verily denoteth that she is a lover departed from her beloved. Quoth her master, She hath lost father and mother. But quoth the Caliph, This is not the weeping of one who hath lost mother and father, but the yearning of one who hath lost him she loveth. And he was delighted with her singing, and said to Isaac, By Allah, never saw I her like. And Isaac said, O my lord, indeed I marvel at her with utterest marvel, and am beside myself for delight. Now Al-Rashid with all this tinted, not to look upon the housemaster and note his charms and the daintiness of his fashion, but he saw on his face a pallor as he would die. So he turned to him and said, Ho, youth! And the other said, At thy service, O my lord. The Caliph asked, Knowest thou who we are? And he answered, No. Quoth Ja'far, Wilt thou that I tell thee the names of each of us? And quoth the young man, Yes. When the Wazir said, This is the commander of the faithful, descendant of the uncle of the Prince of the Apostles, and named to him the others of the company. And after which quoth Al-Rashid, I wish that thou acquaint me with the cause of the paleness of thy face, whether it be acquired or natural from thy birth tide. Quoth he, O Prince of True Believers, my case is wondrous and my affair marvellous. Were it graven with gravers on the eye corners, it were a warner to whoso will be warned. Said the Caliph, Tell it to me. Haply thy healing may be at my hand. Said the young man, O Commander of the Faithful, lend me thine ears and give me thy whole mind. And he, Come, tell it me, for thou makest me long to hear it. So the young man began, Know then, O Prince of True Believers, that I am a merchant of the merchants of the sea and come from Oman city, where my sire was a trader and a very wealthy trader, having 30 ships trafficking upon the main, whose yearly hire was 30,000 dinars. And he was a generous man, and had taught me writing and all whereof a wight hath need. When his last hour drew near, he called me to him, and gave me the customary charge. Then Almighty Allah took him and admitted him to His mercy, and may He continue the Commander of the Faithful on life. Now my late father had partners trading with his coin and voyaging on the ocean. So one day, as I sat in my house with a company of merchants, a certain of my servants came in to me and said, O my lord, there is at the door a man who craveth admittance to thee. I gave leave, and he came in, bearing on his head a something covered. He set it down and uncovered it, and behold, it was a box wherein were fruits out of season, and herbs conserved in salt and fresh, such as are not found in our land. I thanked him and gifted him with 100 dinars, and he went away grateful. Then I divided these things amongst my friends and guests who were present, and asked them whence they came. Quoth they, They come from Bassorah, and praised them, and went on to portray the beauties of Bassorah, and all agreed that there was naught in the world goodlier than Baghdad and its people. Then they fell to describing Baghdad and the fine manners of its folk, and the excellence of its air and the beauty of its ordinance, till my soul longed for it, and all my hopes clave to looking upon it. So I arose, and selling my houses and lands, ships and slaves, negroes and handmaids, I got together my good, to wit, 1,000 dinars, besides gems and jewels, wherewith I freighted a vessel, and setting out therein with the whole of the property, voyaged a while. Then I hired a bark, and embarking therein with all my monies, sailed up the river some days till we arrived at Baghdad. I inquired where the merchants abode, and what part was pleasantest for domicile, and was answered, the Kirk quarter. So I went thither, and hiring a house in a thoroughfare called the Street of Saffron, transported all my goods to it, and took up my lodging therein for some time. At last one day, which was a Friday, I sallied forth to solace myself, taking with me somewhat of coin. I went first to a cathedral mosque called the Mosque of Mansour, where the Friday service was held. And when we had made an end of congregational prayers, I fared forth with the folk to a place hight Karn al-Sirat, where I saw a tall and goodly mansion with a balcony overlooking the river bank and pierced with a lattice window. So I betook myself thither with a company of folk, and sighted there an old man sitting, handsomely clad and exhaling perfumes. his beard forked upon his breast in 2 waves like silver wire, and about him were 4 damsels and 5 pages. So I said to one of the folk, "What is the name of this old man, and what is his business?" And the man said, "His name is Tohir ibn al-Aloha, and he is a keeper of girls. All who go into him eat and drink and look upon fair faces." Quoth I, "By Allah, this long while have I wandered about in search of something like this." And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. End of Night 948. End of Section 30. Section 31 of the Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 9. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 9, by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. When it was the 949th night, she pursued, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the young merchant cried, 'By Allah, this long while I have gone about in search of something like this.' So I went up to the Shaykh, O Commander of the Faithful, and saluting him said to him, 'O my lord, I need somewhat of thee.' He replied, 'What is thy need?' And I rejoined, ''Tis my desire to be thy guest tonight.' He said, 'With all my heart, but, O my son, with me are many damsels, some whose night is 10 dinars, some 40, and others more. Choose which thou wilt have.' Quoth I choose her whose night is 10 dinars. And I weighed out to him 300 dinars, the price of a month. Whereupon he committed me to a page, who carried me to a hammam within the house and served me with goodly service. When I came out of the bath, he brought me to a chamber and knocked at the door. Whereupon out came a handmaid, to whom said he, 'Take thy guest.' She met me with welcome and cordiality, laughing and rejoicing, and brought me into a mighty fine room decorated with gold. I considered her and saw her like the moon on the night of its fullness, having in attendance on her 2 damsels as they were constellations. She made me sit, and seating herself by my side, signed to her slave girls, who set before us a tray covered with dishes of various kinds of meats, pullets and quails, and sand grouse and pigeons. So we ate our sufficiency, and never in my life ate I aught more delicious than this food. When we had eaten, she bade remove the tray and set on the service of wine and flowers, sweetmeats and fruits. And I abode with her a month in such case. At the end of that time, I repaired to the bath. Then, going to the old man, I said to him, 'O my lord, I want her whose night is 20 dinars.' 'Weigh down the gold,' said he. So I fetched money and weighed out to him 600 dinars for a month's hire. Whereupon he called a page and said to him, 'Take thy lord here.' Accordingly, he carried me to the hammam, and thence to the door of a chamber, whereat he knocked, and there came out a handmaid, to whom quoth he, 'Take thy guest.' She received me with the goodliest reception, and I found in attendance on her 4 slave girls, whom she commanded to bring food. So they fetched a tray spread with all manner meats, and I ate. When I had made an end of eating, and the tray had been removed, she took the lute and sang thereto these couplets: 'O waftings of musk from the Babel land, bear a message from me which my longings have planned. My troth is pledged to that place of yours, and to friends there biding a noble band, and wherein dwells she whom all lovers love and would hend, but she cometh to no man's hand.' I abode with her a month, after which I returned to the Shaykh and said to him, 'I want the 40-dinar one. Weigh out the money, said he. So I weighed out to him 1,200 dinars, the mensual hire, and abode with her 1 month as it were 1 day. For what I saw of the comeliness of her semblance and the goodliness of her converse. After this I went to the Shaykh one evening and heard a great noise and loud voices. So I asked him, What is to do? And he answered, saying, This is the night of our remarkablest nights, when all souls embark on the river and divert themselves by gazing one upon other. Hast thou a mind to go up to the roof and solace thyself by looking at the folk? Yes, answered I, and went up to the terrace roof, whence I could see a gathering of people with flambeaux and cressets, and great mirth and merriment. Then I went up to the end of the roof and beheld there, behind a goodly curtain, a little chamber in whose midst stood a couch of juniper wood plated with shimmering gold and covered with a handsome carpet. On this sat a lovely young lady, confounding all beholders with her beauty and comeliness and symmetry and perfect grace, and by her side a youth, whose hand was on her neck, and he was kissing her and she kissing him. When I saw them, O Prince of True Believers, I could not contain myself, nor knew where I was. So dazed and dazzled was I by her beauty. But when I came down, I questioned the damsel with whom I was and described the young lady to her. What wilt thou with her? Asked she, and I, She hath taken my wit. O Abu al-Hasan, hast thou a mind to her? Aye, by Allah, for she hath captivated my heart and soul. This is the daughter of Tahir ibn al-Allah. She is our mistress, and we are all her handmaids. But knowest thou, O Abu al-Hasan, what be the price of her night and her day? No, 500 dinars, for she is a regret to the heart of kings. By Allah, I will spend all I have on this damsel. So saying, I lay, heart sore for desire, through the livelong night till the morning, when I repaired to the hammam and presently donned a suit of the richest royal raiment, and betaking myself to Ibn al-Allah, said to him, O my lord, I want her whose night is 500 dinars. Quoth he, Weigh down the money. So I weighed out to him 15,000 dinars for a month's hire, and he took them and said to the page, Carry him to thy mistress, such an one. Accordingly he took me and carried me to an apartment, than which my eyes never saw a goodlier on the earth's face, and there I found the young lady seated. When I saw her, O Commander of the Faithful, my reason was confounded with her beauty, for she was like the full moon on its 14th night. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. End of night 949. Night 950. When it was the 950th night, she resumed, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that the young man continued to describe before the Prince of True Believers the young lady's characteristics, saying, She was like the full moon on her 14th night, a model of grace and symmetry and loveliness. Her speech shamed the tones of the lute, and it was as it were she whom the poet meant in these verses. She cried while played in her sight desire, and night o'erhung her with blackest blee. O night, shall thy murk bring me nearer a chum to tumble and futter this cointe of me? And she smote that part with her palm and sighed. Sore sighs and a weeping continued she. As the toothstick beautifies teeth, e'en so must prickle to cointe as a toothstick be. O Muslims, is never a stand to your tools to assist a woman's necessity. Thereat rose upstanding beneath its clothes my yard, as crying, At thee, at thee! And I loosed her trouser string, startling her, Who art thou? And I said, a reply to thy plea, and began to stroke her with a wrist-thick yard, hurting hinder cheeks by its potency. And she cried as I rose after courses 3, Suit thy gree the stroke, and I suit thy gree. And how excellent is the saying of another, a fair one to idolaters, if she her face should show, they'd leave their idols, and her face for only Lord would know. If in the eastward she appeared unto a monk, for sure he'd cease from turning to the west, and to the east bend low. And if into the briny sea one day she chanced to spit, assuredly the salt sea's floods straight fresh and sweet would grow. And that of another. I looked at her one look, and that dazed me. Such rarest gifts of mind and form to see, when doubt inspired her that I loved her, and upon her cheeks the doubt showed showily. I saluted her, and she said to me, Welcome and welcome, and fair welcome. And taking me by the hand, O Prince of True Believers, made me sit down by her side, whereupon, of the excess of my desire, I fell a weeping, for fear of severance, and pouring forth the tears of the eye, recited by these 2 couplets. I love the nights of parting, though I joy not in the same. Time haply may exchange them for the boons of union day, and the days that bring union I unlove for a single thought, seeing everything in life lacking steadfastness of stay. Then she strave to solace me with soft, sweet speech, but I was drowned in the deeps of passion, fearing even in union the pangs of disunion, for excess of longing and ecstasy of passion. And I bethought me of the lowe of absence and estrangement, and repeated these 2 couplets. I thought of estrangement in her embrace, and my eyes rained tears red as andam wood. So I wiped the drops on that long white neck, for camphor is wont to stay flow of blood. Then she bade bring food, and there came 4 damsels, high-bosomed girls and virginal, who set before us food and fruits and confections and flowers and wine, such as befit none save kings. So, O Commander of the Faithful, we ate and sat over our wine, compassed about with blooms and herbs of sweet savour, in a chamber suitable only for kings. Presently one of her maids brought a silken bag, which she opened, and taking thereout a lute, laid it in her lap, and smote its strings, whereat it complained as child complaineth to mother. And she sang these 2 couplets. Drink not pure wine, except from hand of slender youth, like wine for daintiness, and like him eke the wine. For wine no joyance brings to him who drains the cup, save bring the cup boy cheek as fair and fain and fine. So I abode with her, O Commander of the Faithful, month after month in similar guise, till all my money was spent. Wherefore I began to bethink me of separation as I sat with her one day, and my tears railed down upon my cheeks like rills, and I became not knowing night from light. Quoth she, Why dost thou weep? And quoth I, O light of mine eyes, I weep because of our parting. She asked, And what shall part me and thee, O my lord? And I answered, By Allah, O my lady, from the day I came to thee, thy father had taken of me for every night 500 dinars, and now I have nothing left. Right soothfast is the saw. Penury maketh strangehood at home, and money maketh a home in strangehood. And indeed the poet speaks truth when he saith, Lack of good is exile to man at home, and money shall house him wherever he roam. She replied, Know that it is my father's custom, whenever a merchant abideth with him and hath spent all his capital, to entertain him 3 days. Then doth he put him out, and he may return to us nevermore. But keep thou thy secret, and conceal thy case, and I will so contrive that thou shalt abide with me till such time as Allah will. For indeed there is in my heart a great love for thee. Thou must know that all my father's money is under my hand, and he wotteth not its full tale. So every morning I will give thee a purse of 500 dinars, which do thou offer to my sire, saying, Henceforth I will pay thee only day by day. He will hand the sum to me, and I will give it to thee again, and we will abide thus till such time as may please Allah. Thereupon I thanked her and kissed her hand, and on this wise, O Prince of True Believers, I abode with her a whole year, till it chanced on a certain day that she beat one of her handmaids grievously, and the slave girl said, By Allah, I will assuredly torture thy heart, even as thou hast tortured me. So she went to the girl's father and exposed to him all that had passed, first and last, which when Tahir ibn Allah heard, he arose forthright, and coming in to me as I sat with his daughter, said, Ho, such an one. And I said, At thy service. Quoth he, 'Tis our wont, when a merchant grow poor with us, to give him hospitality 3 days. But thou hast had a year with us, eating and drinking and doing what thou wouldst. Then he turned to his pages and cried to them, Pull off his clothes. They did as he bade them, and gave me 10 dirhams and an old suit worth 5 silvers. After which he said to me, Go forth. I will not beat thee nor abuse thee, but wend thy ways, and if thou tarry in this town, thy blood be upon thy own head. So I went forth, O Commander of the Faithful, in my own despite, knowing not whither to hie, for I had fallen on my heart with all the trouble in the world, and I was occupied with sad thought and doubt. Then I bethought me of the wealth which I had brought from Oman, and said in myself, I came hither with 1,000 dinars, part price of 30 ships, and have made away with it all in the house of yonder ill-omened man. And now I go forth from him bare and broken-hearted. But there is no majesty and there is no might save in Allah, the Glorious, the Great. Then I abode 3 days in Baghdad, without tasting meat or drink, and on the 4th day, seeing a ship bound for Bassorah, I took passage in her of the owner. And when we reached our port, I landed and went into the bazaar, being sore and hungered. Presently a man saw me, a grocer, whom I had known aforetime, and coming up to me embraced me, for he had been my friend and my father's friend before me. Then he questioned me of my case, seeing me clad in those tattered clothes. So I told him all that had befallen me. And he said, By Allah, this is not the act of a sensible man. But after this that had befallen thee, what doest thou purpose to do? Quoth I know not what I shall do. And quoth he, Wilt thou abide with me and write my outgo and income, and thou shalt have 2 dirhams a day, over and above thy food and drink? I agreed to this and abode with him, O Prince of True Believers, selling and buying till I had gotten 100 dinars, when I hired me an upper chamber by the riverside. So haply a ship should come up with merchandise, that I might buy goods with the dinars and go back with them to Baghdad. Now it fortuned that one day there came ships with merchandise, and all the merchants resorted to them to buy. And I went with them on board, when behold, there came 2 men out of the hold, and setting themselves chairs on the deck, sat down thereon. The merchants addressed themselves to the twain with intent to buy, and the man said to one of the crew, Bring the carpet. Accordingly he brought the carpet and spread it, and another came with a pair of saddlebags, whence he took a budget and emptied it on the carpet. And our sides were dazzled with that which issued therefrom of pearls and corals and jacinths and carnelians and other jewels of all sorts and colours. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. End of night 950. End of section 31.
Section 32 of the Book of the 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 9. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by andrelevy, andrelevy.net, Lisbon, Portugal. The Book of the 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 9, by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. Night 951. When it was the 951st night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the young merchant, after recounting to the Caliph the matter of the bag and its containing jewels of all sorts, continued, Presently, O Commander of the Faith, said one of the men on the chairs, O company of merchants, we will sell but this today, by way of spending money, for that we are weary. So the merchants fell to bidding one against other for the jewels, and bid till the price reached 400 dinars. Then said to me the owner of the bag, for he was an old acquaintance of mine, and when he saw me, he came down to me and saluted me. Why dost thou not speak, and bid like the rest of the merchants? I said, O my lord, by Allah, the shifts of fortune have run against me, and I have lost my wealth, and have only 100 dinars left in the world. Quoth he, O Amani, after this vast wealth, can only 100 dinars remain to thee? And I was abashed before him, and my eyes filled with tears, whereupon he looked at me, and indeed my case was grievous to him. So he said to the merchants, Bear witness against me that I have sold all that is in this bag of various gems and precious stones to this man for 100 gold pieces, albeit I know them to be worth so many 1,000 dinars, and this is a present from me to him. Then he gave me the saddle-bag and the carpet, with all the jewels that were thereon, for which I thanked him, and each and every of the merchants present praised him. Presently I carried all this to the jewel market, and sat there to sell and buy. Now among the precious stones was a round amulet of the handiwork of the masters, weighing 1/2 pound. It was red of the brightest, a carnelian on both whose sides were graven characts and characters, like the tracks of ants, but I knew not its worth. I sold and bought a whole year, at the end of which I took the amulet and said, This hath been with me some while, and I know not what it is, nor what may be its value. So I gave it to the broker, who took it, and went round with it, and returned, saying, None of the merchants will give me more than 10 dirhams for it. Quoth I will not sell it at that price. And he threw it in my face, and went away. Another day I again offered it for sale, and its price reached 15 dirhams, whereupon I took it from the broker in anger, and threw it back into the tray. But a few days after, as I sat in my shop, there came up to me a man who bore the traces of travel, and saluting me said, By the leave, I will turn over what thou hast of wares. Said I, 'Tis well. And indeed, O Commander of the Faithful, I was still wroth by reason of the lack of demand for the talisman. So the man fell to turning over my wares, but took naught thereof save the amulet, which when he saw, he kissed his hand, and cried, Praise be Allah! Then said he to me, O my lord, wilt thou sell this? And I replied, Yes, being still angry. Quoth he, What is its price? And I asked, How much wilt thou give? He answered, 20 dinars. So I thought he was making mock of me, and exclaimed, "Wend thy ways." But he resumed, "I will give thee 50 dinars for it." I made him no answer, and he continued, 1,000 dinars. But I was silent, declining to reply, whilst he laughed at my silence and said, "Why dost thou not return me an answer?" "Hie thee home," repeated I, and was like to quarrel with him. But he bid 1,000 after 1,000, and I still made him no reply, till he said, "Wilt thou sell it for 20,000 dinars?" I still thought he was mocking me, but the people gathered about me, and all of them said, "Sell to him, and if he buy not, we will all up and at him, and drub him, and thrust him forth the city." So quoth I to him, "Wilt thou buy, or dost thou jest?" And quoth he, "Wilt thou sell, or dost thou joke?" I said, "I will sell if thou wilt buy." Then he said, "I will buy it for 30,000 dinars. Take them and make the bargain." So I cried to the bystanders, "Bear witness against him," adding to him, "but on condition that thou acquaint me with the virtues and profit of this amulet, for which thou payest all this money." He answered, "Close the bargain, and I will tell thee this." I rejoined, "I sell it to thee." And he retorted, "Allah be witness of that which thou sayest, and testimony." Then he brought out the gold, and giving it to me, took the amulet and set it in his bosom, after which he turned to me and asked, "Art thou content?" Answered I, "Yes." And he said to the people, "Bear witness against him that he hath closed the bargain and touched the price, 30,000 dinars." Then he turned to me and said, "Harkye, my poor fellow, hadst thou held back from selling, by Allah, I would have bidden thee up to 100,000 dinars, nay, even to 1,000,000. When I heard these words, O Commander of the Faithful, the blood fled my face, and from that day there overcame it this pallor thou seest. Then said I to him, "Tell me the reason of this, and what is the use of this amulet?" And he answered, saying, "Know that the King of Hind hath a daughter, never was seen a thing fairer than she, and she is possessed with a falling sickness. So the king summoned the scribes and men of science and divines, but none of them could relieve her of this. Now I was present in the assembly, so I said to him, O king, I know a man called Sadanullah the Babylonian, than whom there is not on the face of the earth one more masterly in these matters, and if thou see fit to send me to him, do so." Said he, "Go to him." And quoth I, "Bring me a piece of carnelian." Accordingly, he gave me a great piece of carnelian, and 100,000 dinars, and a present, which I took, and with which I betook myself to the land of Babel. Then I sought out the sheikh, and when he was shown to me, I delivered to him the money and the present, which he accepted, and sending for a lapidary, bade him fashion the carnelian into this amulet. Then he abode 7 months in observation of the stars, till he chose out an auspicious time for engraving it, when he engraved upon it these talismanic characters which thou seest, and I took it, and returned with it to the king. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. End of Night 951. Night 952. When it was the 952nd night, she continued, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the young man said to the Commander of the Faithful, So after the sheikh had spoken, I took this talisman, and returned with it to the king. Now the princess was bound with 4 chains, and every night a slave girl lay with her, and was found in the morning with her throat cut. The king took the amulet and laid it upon his daughter, who was straightway made whole. At this he rejoiced with exceeding joy, and invested me with a vest of honor, and gave alms of much money. And he caused set the amulet in the princess's necklace. It chanced one day that she embarked with her women in a ship, and went for a sail on the sea. Presently one of her maids put out her hand to her to sport with her, and the necklace brake asunder and fell into the waves. From that hour the possessor of the princess returned to her, wherefore great grief betided the king, and he gave me much money, saying, Go thou to Shaykh Sa'adunallah, and let him make her another amulet in lieu of that which is lost. I journeyed to Babel, but found the old man dead. Whereupon I returned and told the king, who sent me and 10 others to go round about in all countries, so haply we might find a remedy for her. And now Allah hath caused me happen on it with thee. Saying these words, he took from me the amulet, O Commander of the Faithful, and went his ways. Such then is the cause of the wanness of my complexion. As for me, I repaired to Baghdad, carrying all my wealth with me, and took up my abode in the lodgings where I lived withal. On the morrow, as soon as it was light, I donned my dress and betook myself to the house of Tahir ibn al-Allah, that haply I might see her whom I loved, for the love of her had never ceased to increase upon my heart. But when I came to his home, I saw the balcony broken down and the lattice builded up. So I stood awhile, pondering my case and the shifts of time, till there came up a serving man, and I questioned him, saying, What hath God done with Tahir ibn al-Allah? He answered, O my brother, he hath repented to Almighty Allah. Quoth I, What was the cause of his repentance? And quoth he, O my brother, in such a year there came to him a merchant, by name Abu al-Hasan the Omani, who abode with his daughter a while, till his wealth was all spent, when the old man turned him out broken-hearted. Now the girl loved him with exceeding love, and when she was parted from him, she sickened of a sore sickness, and came nigh upon death. As soon as her father knew how it was with her, he sent after and sought for Abu al-Hasan through the lands, pledging himself to bestow upon whoso should produce him 100,000 dinars. But none could find him, nor come on any trace of him, and she is now hard upon death. Quoth I, And how is it with her sire? And quoth the servant, He hath sold all his girls, for grief of that which hath befallen him, and hath repented to Almighty Allah. Then asked I, What wouldst thou say to him, who should direct thee to Abu al-Hasan the Omani? And he answered, Allah upon thee, O my brother, that thou do this, and quicken my poverty and the poverty of my parents. I rejoiced. Go to her father, and say to him, Thou owest me the reward for good news, for that Abu al-Hasan the Omani standeth at the door. With this he set off trotting, as he were a mule loosed from the mill, and presently came back, accompanied by Shaykh Tahir himself, who no sooner saw me than he returned to his house and gave the man 100,000 dinars, which he took and went away, blessing me. Then the old man came up and embraced me and wept, saying, O my lord, where hast thou been absent all this while? Indeed, my daughter hath been killed by reason of her separation from thee. But come with me into the house. So we entered, and he prostrated himself in gratitude to the Almighty, saying, Praised be Allah, who hath reunited us with thee. Then he went in to his daughter and said to her, the Lord hath healed thee of this sickness. And said she, O Papa, I shall never be whole of my sickness, save I look upon the face of Abu al-Hasan. Quoth he, And thou wilt eat a morsel, and go to the hammam. I will bring thee in company with him. Asked she, Is it true that thou sayest? And he answered, By the great God, 'tis true. She rejoined, By Allah, if I look upon his face, I shall have no need of eating. Then said he to his page, Bring in thy lord. Thereupon I entered, and when she saw me, O Prince of True Believers, she fell down in a swoon, and presently coming to herself, recited this couplet, Yea, Allah hath joined the parted twain, when no thought they thought e'er to meet again. Then she sat upright and said, By Allah, O my Lord, I had not deemed to see thy face evermore, save it were in a dream. So she embraced me and wept and said, O Abu al-Hasan, now I will eat and drink. The old man, her sire, rejoiced to hear these words, and they brought her meat and drink, and we ate and drank, O Commander of the Faithful. After this I abode with them a while, till she was restored to her former beauty, when her father sent for the Qazi and the witnesses, and bade write out the marriage contract between her and me, and made a mighty great bride feast. And she is my wife to this day, and this is my son by her. So saying, he went away and returned with a boy of rare beauty and symmetry of form and favor, to whom said he, Kiss the ground before the Commander of the Faithful. He kissed ground before the Caliph, who marveled at his beauty and glorified his Creator. After which Al-Rashid departed, he and his company, saying, O Ja'far, verily, this is none other than a marvelous thing. Never saw I nor heard I aught more wondrous. When he was seated in the palace of the Caliphate, he cried, O Masrur, who replied, Here I am, O my lord. Then said he, Bring the year's tribute of Basra and Baghdad and Khorasan, and set it in this recess. Accordingly he laid the 3 tributes together, and they were a vast sum of money, whose tale none might tell save Allah. Then the Caliph bade draw a curtain before the recess, and said to Ja'far, Fetch me Abu al-Hasan. Replied Ja'far, I hear and obey. And going forth, returned presently with the Omani, who kissed ground before the Caliph, fearing lest he had sent for him because of some fault that he had committed when he was with him in his house. Then said Al-Rashid, Harkee, O Omani. And he replied, Atsum, O Prince of True Believers, may Allah ever bestow his favors upon thee. Quoth the Caliph, Draw back yonder curtain. Thereupon Abu al-Hasan drew back the curtain from the recess, and was confounded and perplexed at the mass of money he saw there. Said Al-Rashid, O Abu al-Hasan, whether is the more, this money, or that thou didst lose by the amulet? And he answered, This is many times the greater, O Commander of the Faithful. Quoth the Caliph, Bear witness, all ye who are present, that I give this money to this young man. So Abu al-Hasan kissed ground, and was abashed, and wept before the Caliph for excessive joy. Now when he wept, the tears ran down from his eyelids upon his cheeks, and the blood returned to its place, and his face became like the moon on the night of its fullness. Whereupon quoth the Caliph, There is no God but the God. Glory be to him who decreeth change upon change, and is himself the everlasting, who changeth not. Saying these words, he bade fetch a mirror, and showed Abu al-Hasan his face therein, which when he saw, he prostrated himself in gratitude to the Most High Lord. Then the Caliph bade transport the money to Abu al-Hasan's house, and charged the young man not to absent himself from him, so he might enjoy his company as a cup companion. Accordingly, he paid him frequent visits, till al-Rashid departed to the mercy of Almighty Allah. And glory be to Him who dieth not, the Lord of the seen and the unseen. And among many tales they tell is one touching Ibrahim and Jamila. Al-Kashib, Wazir of Egypt, had a son named Ibrahim, than whom there was none goodlier. And of his fear for him, he suffered him not to go forth, save to the Friday prayers. One day, as the youth was returning from the mosque, he came upon an old man, with whom were many books. So he lighted down from his horse, and seating himself beside him, began to turn over the tomes and examine them. In one of them he espied the semblance of a woman which all but spoke. Never was seen on the earth's face one more beautiful. And as this captivated his reason and confounded his wit, he said to the old man, "O Sheikh, sell me this picture." The bookseller kissed ground between his hands and said, "O my lord, 'tis thine without price." Ibrahim gave him 100 dinars, and taking the book in which was the picture, fell to gazing upon it and weeping night and day, abstaining from meat and drink and sleep. Then said he in his mind, "And I ask the bookseller of the painter of this picture, haply he will tell me, and if the original be living, I will seek access to her. But if it be only a picture, I will leave doting upon it, and plague myself no more for a thing which hath no real existence." And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. End of Night 952. Recording by andrelevy. andrelevy.net. Lisbon, Portugal. Section 33 of the Book of the 1,000 Nights and a Night, Volume 9. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by andrelevy, andrelevy.net, Lisbon, Portugal. The Book of the 1,000 Nights and a Night, Volume 9, by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. Night 953. When it was the 953rd night, she pursued, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the youth Ibrahim said in his mind, and I ask the bookseller of the painter of this picture, haply he will tell me, and if it be only a picture, I will leave doting upon it, and plague myself no more for a thing which hath no real existence." So on the next Friday he betook himself to the bookseller, who sprang up to receive him and said to him, "O uncle, tell me, who painted this picture?" He replied, "O my lord, a man of the people of Baghdad painted it, by name Abu al-Qasim al-Sandalani, who dwelleth in a quarter called Al-Kark, but I know not of whom it is the portraiture." So Ibrahim left him, without acquainting any of his households with his case, and returned to the palace after praying the Friday prayers. Then he took a bag, and filling it with gold and gems to the value of 30,000 dinars, waited till the morning, when he went out without telling any, and presently overtook a caravan. Here he saw a Badawi, and asked him, "O uncle, what distance is between me and Baghdad?" And the other answered, "O my son, where art thou, and where is Baghdad? Verily, between thee and it is 2 months' journey." Quoth Ibrahim, "O uncle, an thou wilt guide me to Baghdad, I will give thee 100 dinars, and this mare under me that is worth other 1,000 gold pieces." And quoth the Badawi, Allah be witness of what we say. Thou shalt not lodge this night but with me." So Ibrahim agreed to this and passed the night with him. At break of dawn the Badawi took him and fared on with him in haste by a near road, in his greed for the mare and the promised good. Nor did they leave wayfaring till they came to the walls of Baghdad, when said the wildling, "Praised be Allah for safety, O my lord, this is Baghdad." Whereat Ibrahim rejoiced with exceeding joy and, alighting from the mare, gave her to the desert man, together with the 100 dinars. Then he took the bag and, entering the city, walked on, inquiring for the quarter Al-Kark and the station of the merchants, till destiny drave him to a byway, wherein were 10 houses, 5 fronting 5. And at the farther end was a 2-leaved door with a silver ring. By the gate stood 2 benches of marble spread with the finest carpets, and on one of them sat a man of handsome aspect and reverend, clad in sumptuous clothing and attended by 5 Mamelukes like moons. When the young Ibrahim saw the street, he knew it by the description the bookseller had given him. So he salaamed to the man, who returned his salutation, and bidding him welcome, made him sit down and asked him of his case. Quoth Ibrahim, "I am a stranger man, and desire of thy favor that thou look me out a house in this street where I may take up my abode." With this the other cried out, saying, "Ho, Ghazala!" And there came forth to him a slave girl, who said, "At thy service, my lord." Said her master, "Take some servants, and fare ye all and every to such a house, and clean it, and furnish it with whatso is needful for this handsome youth." So she went forth and did his bidding, whilst the old man took the youth and showed him the house. And he said, "O my lord, how much may be the rent of this house?" The other answered, "O bright of face, I will take no rent of thee whilst thou abidest therein." Ibrahim thanked him for this, and the old man called another slave girl, whereupon there came forth to him a damsel like the sun, to whom he said, "Bring chess." So she brought it, and one of the servants set the cloth. Whereupon said the Shaykh to Ibrahim, "Wilt thou play with me?" And he answered, "Yes." So they played several games, and Ibrahim beat him, when his adversary exclaimed, "Well done, O youth! Thou art indeed perfect in qualities. By Allah, there is not one in Baghdad can beat me, and yet thou hast beaten me." Now when they had made ready the house and furnished it with all that was needful, the old man delivered the keys to Ibrahim and said to him, "O my lord, wilt thou not enter my place and eat of my bread?" He assented, and walking in with him, found it a handsome house and goodly decorated with gold and full of all manner pictures and furniture galore and other things, such as tongue faileth to set out. The old man welcomed him and called for food, whereupon they brought a table of the make of Sana of Al-Yaman and spread it with all manner rare viands, than which there was naught costlier nor more delicious. So Ibrahim ate his sufficiency, after which he washed his hands and proceeded to inspect the house and furniture. Presently he turned to look for the leather bag, but found it not, and said in himself, "There is no majesty and there is no might save in Allah the Glorious, the Great. I have eaten a morsel worth a dirham or 2, and have lost a bag wherein is 30,000 dinars worth, but I seek aid of Allah." And he was silent and could not speak. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. End of Night 953. Night 954. When it was the 954th night, she resumed, "It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when the youth Ibrahim saw that his bag was lost, he was silent and could not speak for the greatness of his trouble. Presently his host brought the chess and said to him, "Wilt thou play with me?" And he said, "Yes." So they played, and the old man beat him. Ibrahim cried, "Well done," and left playing, and rose, upon which his host asked him, "What aileth thee, O youth?" Whereto he answered, "I want the bag." Thereupon the Shaykh rose and brought it out to him, saying, "Here it is, O my lord. Wilt thou now return to playing with me?" "Yes," replied Ibrahim. Accordingly they played, and the young man beat him. Quoth the Shaykh, "When thy thought was occupied with the bag, I beat thee, but now I have brought it back to thee, thou beatest me. But tell me, O my youth, what countryman art thou?" Quoth Ibrahim, "I am from Egypt." And quoth the oldster, "And what is the cause of thy coming to Baghdad?" Whereupon Ibrahim brought out the portrait and said to him, "Know, my uncle, that I am the son of Al-Kasib, Wazir of Egypt, and I saw with a bookseller this picture, which bewildered my wit. I asked him who painted it, and he said, 'He who wrought it is a man, Abu al-Qasim al-Sandalani, who dwelleth in a street called the Street of Saffron in the Kark quarter of Baghdad.' So I took with me somewhat of money and came hither alone, none knowing of my case. And I desire of the fullness of thy favor that thou direct me to Abu al-Qasim, so I may ask him of the cause of his painting this picture, and whose portrait it is. And whatsoever he desireth of me, I will give him that same." Said his host, "By Allah, O my son, I am Abu al-Qasim al-Sandalani, and this is a prodigious thing, how fate hath thus driven thee to me." Now when Ibrahim heard these words, he rose to him and embraced him and kissed his head and hands, saying, "Allah upon thee, tell me whose portrait it is." The other replied, "I hear and I obey," and rising opened a closet and brought out a number of books, wherein he had painted the same picture. Then said he, "Know, O my son, that the original of this portrait is my cousin, the daughter of my father's brother, whose name is Abu al-Lais. He dwelleth in Basra, of which city her father is governor, and her name is Jamila the Beautiful. There is not on the face of the earth a fairer than she, but she is averse from men, and cannot hear the word man pronounced in her presence. Now I once repaired to my uncle, to the intent that he should marry me to her, and was lavish of wealth to him, but he would not consent thereto. And when his daughter knew of this, she was indignant, and sent to me to say, amongst other things, 'An thou have wit, tarry not in this town, else wilt thou perish, and thy sin shall be on thine own neck,' for she is a virago of viragos. Accordingly I left Basra broken-hearted, and limed this likeness of her in books, and scattered them abroad in various lands, so haply they might fall into the hands of a comely youth like thyself, and he contrive access to her, and peradventure she might fall in love with him, proposing to take a promise of him that, when he should have possession of her, he would show her to me, though I look but for a moment from afar off." When Ibrahim, son of Al-Kasib, heard these words, he bowed his head awhile in thought, and Al-Sandalani said to him, "O my son, I have not seen in Baghdad a fairer than thou, and meseems that when she seeth thee, she will love thee. Art thou willing, therefore, in case thou be united with her and get possession of her, to show her to me, if I look but for a moment from afar?" Ibrahim replied, "Yes." And the painter rejoined, "This being so, tarry with me till thou set out." And the youth retorted, "I cannot tarry longer, for my heart with love of her is all afire." "Have patience 3 days," said the Shaykh, "till I fit thee out a ship, wherein thou mayest fare to Basra." Accordingly he waited whilst the old man equipped him a craft and stored therein all that he needed of meat and drink and so forth. When the 3 days were past, he said to Ibrahim, "Make thee ready for the voyage, for I have prepared thee a packet boat furnished with all thou requirest. The craft is my property, and the seamen are of my servants. In the vessel is what will suffice thee till thy return, and I have charged the crew to serve thee till thou come back in safety." Thereupon Ibrahim farewelled his host, and embarking, sailed down the river till he came to Basra, where he pulled out 100 dinars for the sailors, but they said, "We have gotten our hire of our Lord." However, he replied, "Take this by way of largesse, and I will not acquaint him therewith." So they took it and blessed him. Then the youth landed, and entering the town asked, "Where do the merchants lodge?" And was answered, "In a khan called the Khan of Hamadan." So he walked to the market, wherein stood the khan, and all eyes were fixed upon him, and men's sight was attracted to him by reason of his exceeding beauty and loveliness. He entered the caravanserai with one of the sailors in his company, and asking for the porter, was directed to an aged man of reverend aspect. He saluted him, and the doorkeeper returned his greeting, after which Ibrahim said to him, "O uncle, hast thou a nice chamber?" He replied, "Yes." And taking him and the sailor, opened to them a handsome room decorated with gold, and said, "O youth, this chamber befitteth thee." Ibrahim pulled out 2 dinars and gave them to him, saying, "Take these to key money." And the porter took them and blessed him. Then the youth Ibrahim sent the sailor back to the ship, and entered the room, where the doorkeeper abode with him and served him, saying, "O my lord, thy coming hath brought us joy." Ibrahim gave him a dinar and said, "Buy us herewith bread and meat and sweetmeats and wine." Accordingly, the doorkeeper went to the market, and buying 10 dirhams worth of victual, brought it back to Ibrahim and gave him the other 10 dirhams. But he cried to him, "Spend them on thyself," whereat the porter rejoiced with passing joy. Then he ate a scone with a little kitchen, and gave the rest to the concierge, adding, "Carry this to the people of thy household." The porter carried it to his family, and said to them, "Methinks there is not on the face of the earth a more generous than the young man who has come to lodge with us this day, nor yet a pleasanter than he. And he abide with us, we shall grow rich." Then he returned to Ibrahim and found him weeping. So he sat down and began to rub his feet and kiss them, saying, "O my lord, wherefore weepest thou? May Allah not make thee weep." Said Ibrahim, "O uncle, I have a mind to drink with thee this night." And the porter replied, "Hearing and obeying." So he gave him 5 dinars and said, "Buy us fresh fruit and wine," and presently added another 5, saying, "With these buy also for us dessert and flowers, and 5 fat fowls, and bring me a lute." The doorkeeper went out, and buying what he had ordered, said to his wife, "Strain this wine, and cook us this food, and look thou dress it daintily, for this young man overwhelmeth us with his bounties." She did as he bade her, to the utmost of desire, and he took the victuals and carried them to Ibrahim, son of the Sultan. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. End of Night 954. Recording by andrelevy, andrelevy.net, Lisbon, Portugal. Section 34 of the Book of the 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 9. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by andrelevy. andrelevy.net, Lisbon, Portugal. The Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 9, by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. Night 955. When it was the 955th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that then they ate and drank and made merry, and Ibrahim wept and repeated the following verses. O my friend, and I rendered my life, my sprite, my wealth, and whatever the world can unite. Nay, the eternal garden and paradise, for an hour of union my heart would buy it. Then he sobbed a great sob, and fell down a swoon. The porter sighed, and when he came to himself, he said to him, O my lord, what is it gars thee weep? And who is she to whom thou alludest in these verses? Indeed, she cannot be but as dust to thy feet. But Ibrahim arose, and for all reply brought out a parcel of the richest raiment that women wear, and said to him, Take this to thy harem. So he carried it to his wife, and she returned with him to the young man's lodging, and behold, she found him weeping. Quoth the doorkeeper to him, Verily thou breakest our hearts. Tell us what fair one thou desirest, and she shall be naught save thy handmaid. Quoth he, O uncle, know that I am the son of Al-Kasib, Wazir of Egypt, and I am enamored of Jamila, daughter of Abu Alais the governor. Exclaimed the porter's wife, Allah, Allah, O my brother, leave this talk, lest any hear of us and we perish. Verily there is not on earth's face a more masterful than she, nor may any name to her the word man, for she is averse from men. Wherefore, O my son, turn from her to other than her. Now when Ibrahim heard this, he wept with sore weeping, and the doorkeeper said to him, I have nothing save my life, but that I will risk for thy love, and find thee a means of winning thy will. Then the twain went out from him, and on the morrow he betook himself to the Hammam, and donned a suit of royal raiment, after which he returned to his lodging, when behold, the porter and his wife came in to him and said, Know, O my lord, that there is a humpbacked tailor here, who seweth for the lady Jamila. Go thou to him, and acquaint him with thy case. Haply he will show thee the way of attaining thy name. So the youth Ibrahim arose, and betaking himself to the shop of the humpbacked tailor, went in to him and found with him 10 Mamelukes as they were moons. He saluted them with the salam, and they returned his greeting and bade him welcome and made him sit down. And indeed they rejoiced in him and were amazed at his charms and loveliness, especially the hunchback, who was confounded at his beauty of form and favour. Presently he said to the gobbo, I desire that thou sew me up my pocket. And the tailor took a needleful of silk and sewed up his pocket, which he had torn purposely. Whereupon Ibrahim gave him 5 dinars and returned to his lodging. Quoth the tailor, What thing have I done for this youth, that he should give me 5 gold pieces? And he passed the night pondering his beauty and generosity. And when morning morrowed, Ibrahim repaired to the shop and saluted the tailor, who returned his salam and welcomed him and made much of him. Then he sat down and said to the hunchback, O uncle, sew up my pocket, for I have rent it again. Replied the tailor, On my head and eyes, O my son, and sewed it up. Whereupon Ibrahim gave him 10 ducats, and he took them, amazed at his beauty and generosity. Then said he, By Allah, O youth, for this conduct of thine needs must be a cause. this is no matter of sewing up a pocket. But tell me the truth of thy case. An thou be in love with one of these boys, by Allah, there is not among them a comelier than thou, for they are each and every as the dust at thy feet, and behold, they are all thy slaves and at thy command. Or if it be other than this, tell me." Replied Ibrahim, "O uncle, this is no place for talk, for my case is wondrous and my affair marvellous." Rejoined the tailor, "An it be so, come with me to a place apart." So saying, he rose up in haste and took the youth by the hand, and carrying him into a chamber behind the shop, said, "Now tell me thy tale, O youth." Accordingly, Ibrahim related his story first and last to the tailor, who was amazed at his speech and cried, "O youth, fear Allah for thyself. Indeed, she of whom thou speakest is a virago and averse from men. Wherefore, O my brother, do thou guard thy tongue, else thou wilt destroy thyself." When Ibrahim heard the hunchback's words, he wept with sore weeping, and clinging to the tailor's skirts said, "Help me, O my uncle, or I am a dead man. For I have left my kingdom and the kingdom of my father and grandfather, and am become a stranger in the lands and lonely, nor can I endure without her." When the tailor saw how it was with him, he pitied him and said, "O my son, I have but my life, and that I will venture for thy love, for thou makest my heart ache. But by tomorrow I will contrive thee somewhat whereby thy heart shall be solaced." Ibrahim blessed him and returned to the Khan, told the doorkeeper what the hunchback had said, and he answered, "Indeed, he hath dealt kindly with thee." Next morning the youth donned his richest dress and taking a purse of gold, repaired to the Gobbo and saluted him. Then he sat down and said, "O uncle, keep thy word with me." Quoth the hunchback, "Arise forthright and take thee 3 fat fowls and 3 ounces of sugar candy and 2 small jugs, which do thou fill with wine, also a cup. Lay all these in a budget, and tomorrow after the morning prayers take boat with them, saying to the boatman, I would have thee row me down the river below Basra. And he say to thee, I cannot go farther than a parasang. Do thou answer, as thou wilt. But when he shall have come so far, lure him on with money to carry thee farther. And the first flower garden thou wilt descry after this will be that of the Lady Jamila. Go up to the gate as soon as thou espiest it, and there thou wilt see 2 high steps carpeted with brocade, and seated thereon a Quasimodo like me. Do thou complain to him of thy case and crave his favor. Belike he will have compassion of thy condition and bring thee to the sight of her, though but for a moment from afar. This is all I can do for thee, and unless he be moved to pity for thee, we be dead men, I and thou. This then is my rede, and the matter rests with the Almighty." Quoth Ibrahim, "I seek aid of Allah. Whatso He willeth becometh, and there is no majesty and there is no might save in Allah." Then he left the hunchback tailor and returned to his lodging, where, taking the things his adviser had named, he laid them in a bag. On the morrow, as soon as it was day, he went down to Tigris bank, where he found a boatman asleep. So he awoke him, and giving him 10 sequins, bade him row him down the river below Basra. Quoth the man, "O my lord, it must be on condition that I go no farther than a parasang, for if I pass that distance by a span, I am a lost man, and thou too." And quoth Ibrahim, "Be it as thou wilt." Thereupon he took him and dropped down the river with him till he drew near the flower garden, where he said to him, "O my son, I can go no farther, for if I pass this limit, we are both dead men." Hereat Ibrahim pulled out other 10 dinars and gave them to him, saying, "Take this spending money and better thy cause therewithal." The boatman was ashamed to refuse him and fared on with him, crying, "I commit the affair to Allah the Almighty." And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. End of Night 955. Night 956. When it was the 956th night, she continued, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when the youth Ibrahim gave the boatman other 10 dinars, the man took them, saying, "I commit the affair to Allah the Almighty," and fared on with him downstream. When they came to the flower garden, the youth sprang out of the boat in his joy, a spring of a spears cast from the land, and cast himself down, whilst the boatman turned and fled. Then Ibrahim fared forward and found all as it had been described by the gobbo. He also saw the garden gate open, and in the porch a couch of ivory, whereon sat a humpbacked man of pleasant presence, clad in gold-laced clothes, and hending in hand a silvern mace plated with gold. So he hastened up to him, and seizing his hand, kissed it, whereupon asked the hunchback, "Who art thou, and whence comest thou? And who brought thee hither, O my son?" And indeed, when the man saw Ibrahim Kasib's son, he was amazed at his beauty. He answered, "O uncle, I am an ignorant lad and a stranger," and he wept. The hunchback had pity on him, and taking him up on the couch, wiped away his tears and said to him, "No harm shall come to thee. And thou be in debt, may Allah settle thy debt. And if thou be in fear, may Allah appease thy fear." Replied Ibrahim, "O uncle, I am neither in fear nor am I in debt, but have money in plenty, thanks to Allah." Rejoined the other, "Then, O my son, what is thy need that thou venturest thyself and thy loveliness to a place wherein is destruction?" So he told him his story and disclosed to him his case, whereupon the man bowed his head earthwards awhile, then said to him, "Was he who directed thee to me the humpbacked tailor?" "Yes," answered Ibrahim. And the keeper said, "This is my brother, and he is a blessed man," presently adding, "But, my son, had not affection for thee sunk into my heart, and had I not taken compassion on thee, verily thou wert lost, thou and my brother and the doorkeeper of the Khan and his wife. For know that this flower garden hath not its like on the face of the earth, and that it is called the garden of the wild heifer, nor hath any entered in it in all my life long, save the Sultan and myself and its mistress Jamila. And I have dwelt here 20 years, and never yet saw any else attain to this stead. Every 40 days the Lady Jamila cometh hither in a bark, and landeth in the midst of her women under a canopy of satin, whose skirts 10 damsels hold up with hooks of gold, whilst she entereth, and I see nothing of her. Nonetheless, I have but my life, and I will risk it for the sake of thee." Herewith Ibrahim kissed his hand, and the keeper said to him, "Sit by me till I devise somewhat for thee." Then he took him by the hand and carried him into the flower garden, which, when he saw, he deemed it Eden, for therein were trees intertwining, and palms high towering, and waters welling, and birds with various voices carolling. Presently the keeper brought him to a domed pavilion, and said to him, "This is where the Lady Jamila sitteth." So he examined it, and found it of the rarest of pleasances, full of all manner paintings in gold and lapis lazuli. It had 4 doors, whereto man mounted by 5 steps, and in its center was a cistern of water, to which led down steps of gold, all set with precious stones. Amiddlewards the basin was a fountain of gold, with figures large and small, and water jetting in gerbes from their mouths. And when, by reason of the issuing forth of the water, they attuned themselves to various tones, it seemed to the hearer as though he were in Eden. Round the pavilion ran a channel of water, turning a Persian wheel whose buckets were silvern covered with brocade. To the left of the pavilion was a lattice of silver, giving upon a green park, wherein were all manner wild cattle and gazelles and hare, and on the right hand was another lattice, overlooking a meadow full of birds of all sorts, warbling in various voices and bewildering the hearers' wits. Seeing all this, the youth was delighted, and sat down in the doorway by the gardener, who said to him, "How seemeth to thee my garden?" Quoth Ibrahim, "'Tis the paradise of the world." Whereat the gardener laughed. Then he rose and was absent a while, and presently returned with a tray full of fowls and quails and other dainties, including sweetmeats of sugar, which he set before Ibrahim, saying, "Eat thy sufficiency." So he ate his fill, whereat the keeper rejoiced and cried, "By Allah, this is the fashion of kings and son of kings." Then said he, "O Ibrahim, what hast thou in yonder bag?" Accordingly, he opened it before him, and the keeper said, "Carry it with thee. 'Twill serve thee when the lady Jamilah cometh, for when once she is come, I shall not be able to bring thee food." Then he rose, and taking the youth by the hand, brought him to a place fronting the pavilion, where he made him an arbor among the trees, and said to him, "Get thee up there, and when she cometh, thou wilt see her, and she will not see thee. This is the best I can do for thee, and on Allah be our dependence. Whenas she singeth, drink thou to her singing, and whenas she departeth, thou shalt return in safety whence thou camest, Inshallah." Ibrahim thanked him and would have kissed his hand, but he forbade him. Then the youth laid the bag in the arbor, and the keeper said to him, "O Ibrahim, walk about and take thy pleasure in the garth, and eat of its fruits, for thy mistress's coming is appointed to be tomorrow." So he solaced himself in the garden and ate of its fruits, after which he nighted with the keeper. And when morning morrowed and showed its sheen and shone, he prayed the dawn prayer, and presently the keeper came to him with a pale face and said to him, "Rise, O my son, and go up into the arbor, for the slave girls are come to order the place, and she cometh after them." And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. End of Night 956. Recording by andrelevy. andrelevy.net, Lisbon, Portugal. Section 35 of the Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 9. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by andrelevy. andrelevy.net, Lisbon, Portugal. The Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 9, by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. Night 957. When it was the 957th night, she pursued, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the keeper came to Ibrahim Kasib's son in the garden, he said to him, 'Rise, O my son, and go up into the arbor, for the slave girls are come to order the place, and she cometh after them. So beware lest thou spit, or sneeze, or blow thy nose, else we are dead men, I and thou.' Whereupon Ibrahim rose and went up into his nest, whilst the keeper fared forth, saying, Allah grant thee safety, O my son. Presently, behold, up came 4 slave girls, whose like none ever saw, and entering the pavilion, doffed their outer dresses and washed it. Then they sprinkled it with rose water, and incensed it with ambergris and aloes wood, and spread it with brocade. After these came 50 other damsels, with instruments of music, and amongst them Jamilah, within a canopy of red brocade, whose skirts the handmaidens bore up with hooks of gold, till she had entered the pavilion, so that Ibrahim saw naught of her, nor of her raiment. So he said to himself, By Allah, all my travail is lost, but needs must I wait to see how the case will be. Then the damsels brought meat and drink, and they ate and drank and washed their hands, after which they set her a royal chair, and she sat down, and all played on instruments of music, and with ravishing voices incomparably sang. Presently out ran an old woman, a duenna, and clapped hands and danced, whilst the girls pulled her about till the curtain was lifted, and forth came Jamilah laughing. Ibrahim gazed at her, and saw that she was clad in costly robes and ornaments, and on her head was a crown set with pearls and gems. About her long fair neck she wore a necklace of unions, and her waist was clasped with a girdle of chrysolite bugles, with tassels of rubies and pearls. The damsels kissed ground before her, and, when I considered her, quoth Ibrahim, I took leave of my senses and wit, and I was dazed, and my thought was confounded for amazement at the sight of loveliness whose like is not on the face of the earth. So I fell into a swoon, and coming to myself weeping-eyed, recited these 2 couplets. I see thee, and close not mine eyes, for fear lest their lids prevent me beholding thee. And I gazed with mine every glance, these eyne never could sight all the loveliness moulding thee. Then said the old Kahramanah to the girls, Let 10 of you arise and dance and sing. And Ibrahim, when looking at them, said in himself, I wish the lady Jamilah would dance. When the handmaidens had made an end of their pavane, they gathered round the princess and said to her, O my lady, we long for thee to dance amongst us, so the measure of our joy may be fulfilled, for never saw we a more delicious day than this. Quoth Ibrahim to himself, Doubtless the gates of heaven are open, and Allah hath granted my prayer. Then the damsels bussed her feet and said to her, By Allah, we never saw thee broadened of breast as today. Nor did they cease exciting her, till she doffed her outer dress, and stood in a shift of cloth of gold, broidered with various jewels, showing breasts which stood out like pomegranates, and unveiling a face, as it were the moon on the night of fullness. Then she began to dance, and Ibrahim beheld motions he had never in his life seen their like, for she showed such wondrous skill and marvelous invention, that she made men forget the dancing of bubbles in wine cups, and call to mind the inclining of the turbans from head tops, even as saith of her the poet, A dancer whose form is like branch of ban, flies my soul well nigh as his steps I greet. While he dances, no foot stands still, and meseems that the fire of my heart is beneath his feet. And as quoth another, A dancer whose figure is like a willow branch, my soul almost quitteth me at the sight of her movements. No foot can remain stationary at her dancing, as she as though the fire of my heart were beneath her feet. Quoth Ibrahim, As I gazed upon her, she chanced to look up, and caught sight of me, whereupon her face changed, and she said to her women, Sing ye till I come back to you. Then, taking up a knife half a cubit long, she made towards me, crying, There is no majesty and there is no might save in Allah, the Glorious, the Great. Now when I saw this, I well nigh lost my wits. But whenas she drew near me, and face met face, the knife dropped from her hands, and she exclaimed, Glory to him who changeth men's hearts. Then said she to me, O youth, be of good cheer, for thou art safe from what thou dost fear. Whereupon I fell to weeping, and she to wiping away my tears with her hand, and saying, O youth, tell me who thou art, and what brought thee hither. I kissed the ground before her, and seized her skirt, and she said, No harm shall come to thee, for by Allah no male hath ever filled mine eyes but thyself. Tell me then who thou art. So I recited to her my story from first to last, whereat she marvelled and said to me, O my lord, I conjure thee by Allah, tell me if thou be Ibrahim bin al-Kasib. I replied, Yes. And she threw herself upon me, saying, O my lord, 'twas thou madest me averse from men, for when I heard that there was in the land of Egypt a youth that whom there was none more beautiful on earth's face, I fell in love with thee by report, and my heart became enamoured of thee, for that which reached me of thy passing comeliness, so that I was in respect of thee, even as saith the poet, Mine ear forwent mine eye in loving him, for ear shall love before the eye at times. So praised be Allah who hath shown thy face. But by the Almighty, had it been other than thou, I had crucified the keeper of the garden, and the porter of the khan, and the tailor, and him who had recourse to them. And presently she added, But how shall I contrive for somewhat thou mayest eat, without the knowledge of my women? Quoth I, With me is somewhat we may eat and drink. And I opened the bag before her. She took a fowl and began to morsel me, and I to morsel her, which when I saw, it seemed to me that this was a dream. Then I brought out wine, and we drank, what while the damsels sang on. Nor did they leave to do thus from morn to noon, when she rose and said, Go now, and get thee a boat, and await me in such a place till I come to thee, for I have no patience left to brook severance. I replied, O my lady, I have with me a ship of my own, whose crew are in my hire, and they await me. Rejoined she, This is as we would have it. And returning to her women. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. End of Night 957. Night 958. When it was the 958th night, she resumed, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when the lady Jamila returned to her women, she said to them, Come, let us go back to our palace. They replied, Why should we return now, seeing that we used to abide here 3 days? Quoth she, I feel an exceeding oppression in myself, as though I were sick, and I fear lest this increase upon me. So they answered, We hear and obey. And donning their walking dresses, went down to the river bank and embarked in a boat. Whereupon, behold, the keeper of the garden came up to Ibrahim and said to him, knowing not what had happened, O Ibrahim, thou hast not had the luck to enjoy the sight of her, and I fear lest she have seen thee, for 'tis her wont to tarry here 3 days. Replied Ibrahim, She saw me not, nor I her, for she came not forth of the pavilion. Rejoined the keeper, True, O my son, for had she seen thee, we were both dead men. But abide with me till she come again next week, and thou shalt see her and take thy fill of looking at her. Replied the prince, O my lord, I have with me money, and fear for it. I also left men behind me, and I dread lest they take advantage of my absence." He retorted, "O my son, 'tis grievous to me to part with thee." And he embraced and farewelled him. Then Ibrahim returned to the Khan where he lodged, and foregathering with the doorkeeper, took of him all his property, and the porter said, "Good news, Inshallah." But Ibrahim said, "I have found no way to my want, and now I am minded to return to my people." Whereupon the porter wept. Then, taking up his baggage, he carried them to the ship and bade him adieu. Ibrahim repaired to the palace which Jamila had appointed him, and awaited her there till it grew dark, when behold, she came up, disguised as a bully boy, with rounded beard and waist bound with a girdle. In one hand she held a bow and arrows, and in the other a bared blade, and she asked him, "Art thou Ibrahim, son of Al-Kasib, lord of Egypt?" "He I am," answered the prince. And she said, "What ne'er-do-well art thou, who comes to debauch the daughters of kings? Come, speak with the Sultan." "Therewith," quoth Ibrahim, "I fell down in a swoon, and the sailors died in their skins for fear. But when she saw what had betided me, she pulled off her beard, and throwing down her sword, ungirdled her waist, whereupon I knew her for the Lady Jamila, and said to her, 'By Allah, thou hast rent my heart in sunder,' adding to the boatman, 'Hasten the vessel's speed.' So they shook out the sail and putting off, fared on with all diligence. Nor was it many days ere we made Baghdad, where suddenly we saw a ship lying by the river bank. When her sailors saw us, they cried out to her crew, saying, 'Ho, such a one and such a one, we give you joy of your safety.' Then they drave their ship against our craft, and I looked, and in the other boat beheld Abu al-Qasim al-Sandalani, who, when he saw us, exclaimed, 'This is what I sought. Go ye in God's keeping. As for me, I have a need to be satisfied.' Then he turned to me and said, 'Praised be Allah for safety. Hast thou accomplished thine errand?' I replied, 'Yes.' Now Abu al-Qasim had a flambeau before him, so he brought it near our boat, and when Jamila saw him, she was troubled and her color changed. But when he saw her, he said, 'Fare ye in Allah's safety. I am bound to Basra on business for the Sultan, but the gift is for him who is present.' Then he brought out a box of sweetmeats, wherein was bhang, and threw it into our boat. Whereupon quoth I to Jamila, 'O coolth of mine eyes, eat of this.' But she wept and said, 'O Ibrahim, wottest thou who that is?' And said I, 'Yes, 'tis such an one.' Replied she, 'He is my first cousin, son of my father's brother, who sought me aforetime in marriage of my sire, but I would not accept of him. And now he is gone to Basra, and most like he will tell my father of us.' I rejoined, 'O my lady, he will not reach Basra till we are at Mosul.' But we knew not what lurked for us in the secret purpose. Then, continued Ibrahim, I ate of the sweetmeat, but hardly had it reached my stomach when I smote the ground with my head, and lay there till near dawn, when I sneezed and the bhang issued from my nostrils. With this I opened mine eyes and found myself naked and cast out among ruins. So I buffeted my face and said in myself, 'Doubtless this is a trick al-Sandalani hath played me.' But I knew not whither I should wend, for I had upon me naught save my bag trousers. However, I rose and walked on a little, till I suddenly espied the chief of police coming towards me, with a posse of men with swords and targes, whereat I took fright, and seeing a ruined hammam, hid myself there. Presently my foot stumbled upon something, so I put my hand to it, and it became befouled with blood. I wiped my hand upon my bag trousers, unknowing what had befouled it, and put it out a second time, when it fell upon a corpse whose head came up in my hand. I threw it down, saying, There is no majesty, and there is no might in Allah, the Glorious, the Great. And I took refuge in one of the corner cabinets of the hammam. Presently the wali stopped at the bath door and said, Enter this place and search. So 10 of them entered with cressets, and I of my fear retired behind a wall, and looking upon the corpse, saw it to be that of a young lady with a face like the full moon, and her head lay on one side, and her body clad in costly raiment on the other. When I saw this, my heart fluttered with affright. Then the chief of police entered and said, Search the corners of the bath. So they entered the palace wherein I was, and one of them, seeing me, came up hending in hand a knife half a cubit long. When he drew near me, he cried, Glory be to God, the Creator of this fair face! O youth, whence art thou? Then he took me by the hand and said, O youth, why slewest thou this woman? Said I, By Allah, I slew her not, nor what I who slew her, and I entered not this place but in fear of you. And I told him my case, adding, Allah upon thee, do me no wrong, for I am in concern for myself. Then he took me and carried me to the wali, who, seeing the marks of blood on my hand, said, This needeth no proof. Strike off his head. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. End of Night 958. Recording by andrelevy. andrelevy.net, Lisbon, Portugal.
Section 36 of the Book of the 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 9. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Book of the 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 9, by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. Night 959. When it was the 959th night, she said, It has reached me, O auspicious king, that Ibrahim continued, Then they carried me before the wali, and he, seeing the blood stains on my hand, cried, This needeth no proof, strike off his head. Now hearing these words, I wept with sore weeping, the tears streaming from my eyes, and recited these 2 couplets. We trod the steps that for ours were writ, and whose steps are written he needs must tread, and whose death is decreed in one land to be, his ne'er shall perish in other stead. Then I sobbed a single sob, and fell a swoon, and the headsman's heart was moved to ruth for me, and he exclaimed, By Allah, this is no murderer's face. But the chief said, Smite his neck. So they seated me on the rug of blood, and bound my eyes. After which the sworder drew his sword, and asking leave of the wali, was about to strike off my head, whilst I cried out, Alas, my strangerhood! When lo and behold, I heard a noise of horse coming up, and a voice calling aloud, Leave him, stay thy hand, O sworder! Now there was for these a wondrous reason, and a marvellous cause, and it was thus. Al-Khazib, Wazir of Egypt, had sent his head chamberlain to the Caliph Harun al-Rashid, with presents and a letter saying, My son hath been missing this year past, and I hear that he is in Baghdad. Wherefore I crave of the bounty of the Vice-Regent of Allah, that he make search for tidings of him, and do his endeavour to find him, and send him back to me with the chamberlain. When the Caliph read the missive, he commanded the chief of the police to search out the truth of the matter, and he ceased not to inquire after Ibrahim, till it was told him that he was at Basra, whereupon he informed the Caliph, who wrote a letter to the Viceroy, and giving it to the Chamberlain of Egypt, bade him repair to Basra, and take with him a company of the Wazir's followers. So, of his eagerness to find the son of his lord, the Chamberlain set out forthright, and happened by the way upon Ibrahim, as he stood on the rug of blood. When the wali saw the Chamberlain, he recognized him, and alighted to him, and as he asked, What young man is that, and what is his case? The chief told him how the matter was, and the Chamberlain said, And indeed he knew him not for the son of the Sultan. Verily this young man hath not the face of one who murdereth. And he bade loose his bonds. So they loosed him, and the chamberlain said, Bring him to me. And they brought him. But the officer knew him not, his beauty being all gone for the horrors he had endured. Then the chamberlain said to him, O youth, tell me thy case, and how cometh this slain woman with thee? Ibrahim looked at him, and knowing him said to him, Woe to thee! Dost thou not know me? Am I not Ibrahim, son of thy Lord? Haply thou art come in quest of me. With this the chamberlain considered him straitly, and knowing him right well, threw himself at his feet, which when the wali saw, his colour changed. And the chamberlain cried to him, Fie upon thee, O tyrant! Was it thine intent to slay the son of my master Al-Hasib, Wazir of Egypt? The chief of police kissed his skirt, saying, O my lord, how should I know him? We found him in this plight, and saw the girl lying slain by his side. Rejoined the chamberlain, Out on thee, thou art not fit for the office. This is a lad of 15, and he hath not slain a sparrow. So how should he be a murderer? Why didst thou not have patience with him and question him of his case? Then the chamberlain and the wali cried to the men, Make search for the young lady's murderer. So they re-entered the bath, and finding him, brought him to the chief of police, who carried him to the caliph, and acquainted him with that which had occurred. Al-Rashid bade slay the slayer, and sending for Ibrahim, smiled in his face, and said to him, Tell me thy tale, and that which hath betided thee. So he recounted to him his story from first to last, and it was grievous to the caliph, who called Masrur, his sworder, and said to him, Go straightway, and fall upon the house of Abu al-Qasim al-Sandalani, and bring me him and the young lady. The eunuch went forth at once, and breaking into the house, found Jamila bound with her own hair, and nigh upon death. So he loosened her, and taking the painter, carried them both to the caliph, who marvelled at Jamila's beauty. Then he turned to al-Sandalani, and said, Take him and cut off his hands, wherewith he beat this young lady. Then crucify him, and deliver his monies and possessions to Ibrahim. They did his bidding, and as they were thus, behold, in came Abu al-Lays, governor of Basra, the lady Jamila's father, seeking aid of the caliph against Ibrahim bin al-Khazib, Wazir of Egypt, and complaining to him that the youth had taken his daughter. Quoth al-Rashid, He hath been the means of delivering her from torture and slaughter. Then he sent for Ibrahim, and when he came, he said to Abu al-Lays, Wilt thou not accept of this young man, son of the Sultan of Egypt, as husband of thy daughter? Replied Abu al-Lays, I hear and I obey Allah and thee, O Commander of the Faithful. Whereupon the Caliph summoned the Qazi and the witness, and married the young lady to Ibrahim. Furthermore, he gave him all al-Sandalani's wealth, and equipped him for his return to his own country, where he abode with Jamila in the utmost of bliss, and the most perfect of happiness, till there came to them the destroyer of delights and the sunderer of societies. And glory be to the living who dieth not. They also relate, O auspicious king, a tale anent Abu al-Hassan of Khorasan. The Caliph al-Mutazid Billah was a high-spirited prince and a noble-minded lord. He had in Baghdad 600 wazirs, and of the affairs of the folk naught was hidden from him. He went forth one day, he and Ibn Hamdon, to divert himself with observing his lieges, and hearing the latest news of the people. And being overtaken with the heat of noonday, they turned aside from the main thoroughfare into a little by-street at the upper end, whereof they saw a handsome and high-builded mansion, discoursing of its owner with a tongue of praise. They sat down at the gate to take rest, and presently out came 2 eunuchs, as they were moons on their 14th night. Quoth one of them to his fellow, Would heaven some guest would seek admission this day! My master will not eat but with guests, and we are come to this hour, and I have not yet seen a soul. The Caliph marvelled at their speech, and said, This is a proof of the house-master's liberality. There is no help but that we go in to him, and note his generosity, and this shall be a means of favour betiding him from us. So he said to the eunuch, Ask leave of thy lord for the admission of a company of strangers, for in those days it was the Caliph's wont, whenas he was minded to observe his subjects, to disguise himself in merchant's garb. The eunuch went in and told his master, who rejoiced, and rising came out to them in person. He was fair of favour and fine of form, and he appeared clad in a tunic of silk and a gold-laced mantle, and he dripped with scented waters and wore in his hand a signet ring of rubies. When he saw them, he said to them, "Welcome, and welcome to the lords who favour us with the utmost of favour by their coming." So they entered the house and found it such as would make a man forget family and fatherland, for it was like a piece of paradise. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. End of Night 959. Night 960. When it was the 960th night, she continued, It had reached me, O auspicious king, that when the Caliph entered the mansion, he and the man with him, they saw it to be such as would make one forget family and fatherland, for it was like a piece of paradise. Within it was a flower garden full of all kinds of trees, confounding sight, and its dwelling places were furnished with costly furniture. They sat down, and the Caliph fell to gazing at the house and the household gear. Quoth Ibn Hamdun, I looked at the Caliph and saw his countenance change, and being wont to know from his face whether he was amused or anangered, said to myself, I wonder what hath vexed him. Then they brought a golden basin, and we washed our hands, after which they spread a silken cloth and set thereon a table of rattan. When the covers were taken off the dishes, we saw therein meats rare as the blooms of prime in the season of their utmost scarcity, twofold and single, and the host said, Bismillah, O my lords, by Allah, hunger pricketh me, so favour me by eating of this food, as is the fashion of the noble. Thereupon he began tearing fowls apart and laying them before us, laughing the while and repeating verses and telling stories, and talking gaily with pleasant sayings, such as sorted with the entertainment. We ate and drank, then removed to another room, which confounded beholders with its beauty and which reeked with exquisite perfumes. Here they brought us a tray of fruits freshly gathered, and sweetmeats the finest flavoured, whereas our joys increased and our care ceased. But withal the Caliph, continued Ibn Hamdun, ceased not to wear a frowning face, and smiled not at that which gladdened all souls, albeit it was his wont to love mirth and merriment and the putting away of cares, and I knew that he was no envious wit and oppressor. So I said to myself, Would heaven I knew what is the cause of his moroseness and why we cannot dissipate his ill humour. Presently they brought the tray of wine which friends doth conjoin, and clarified draughts in flagons of gold and crystal and silver, and the host smote with a rattan wand on the door of the inner chamber. Whereupon, behold, it opened, and out came 3 damsels, high-bosomed virginity, with faces like the sun, at the 4th hour of the day, one a lutist, another a harpist, and the third a dancer artist. Then he set before us dried fruits and confections, and drew between us and the damsels a curtain of brocade, with tassels of silk and rings of gold. The Caliph paid no heed to all this, but said to the host, who knew not who was in his company, Art thou a noble? Said he, No, my lord. I am but a man of the sons of the merchants, and am known among the folk as Abu al-Hasan Ali, son of Ahmad of Khorasan. Quoth the Caliph, Dost thou know me, O man? And quoth he, By Allah, O my lord, I have no knowledge of either of your honours. Then said I to him, O man, this is the commander of the faithful, Al-Mutazid Billah, grandson of Al-Mutawakil Al-Allah. Whereupon he rose and kissed the ground before the Caliph, trembling for fear of him, and said, O Prince of true believers, I conjure thee, by the virtue of thy pious forbearers, and thou have seen in me any shortcomings or lack of good manners in thy presence, do thou forgive me. Replied the Caliph, As for that which thou hast done with us of honouring and hospitality, nothing could have exceeded it. And as for that wherewith I have to reproach thee here, and thou tell me the truth respecting it, and it commend itself to my sense, thou shalt be saved from me. But an thou tell me not the truth, I will take thee with manifest proof, and punish thee with such punishment as never yet punished any. Quoth the man, Allah forbid that I tell thee a lie! But what is it that thou reproachest to me, O Commander of the Faithful? Quoth the Caliph, since I entered thy mansion and looked upon its grandeur, I have noted the furniture and vessels therein, nay, even thy clothes, and behold, on all of them is the name of my grandfather, Al-Mutawakkil al-Allah. Answered Abu al-Hasan, yes, O Commander of the Faithful, the Almighty protect thee. Truth is thine inner garb, and sincerity is thine outer garment, and none may speak otherwise than truly in thy presence. The Caliph bade him be seated and said, Tell us. So he began, Know, O Commander of the Faithful, that my father belonged to the markets of the money changers and druggists and line drapers, and had in each bazaar a shop and an agent and all kinds of goods. Moreover, behind the money changer's shop he had an apartment, where he might be private, appointing the shop for buying and selling. His wealth was beyond count, and to his riches there was none amount. But he had no child other than myself, and he loved me and was tenderly fain of me. When his last hour was at hand, he called me to him and commended my mother to my care, and charged me to fear Almighty Allah. Then he died. May Allah have mercy upon him and continue the Prince of True Believers on life. And I gave myself up to pleasure and eating and drinking, and took to myself comrades and intimates. My mother used to forbid me from these and to blame me for it. But I would not hear a word from her till my money was all gone, when I sold my lands and houses, and naught was left me, save the mansion wherein I now dwell. And it was a goodly steed, O Commander of the Faithful. So I said to my mother, I wish to sell the house. But she said, O my son, an thou sell it, thou wilt be dishonored, and wilt have no place wherein to take shelter. Quoth I, 'Tis worth 5,000 dinars, and with 1,000 of its price I will buy me another house and trade with the rest. Quoth she, Wilt thou sell it to me at that price? And I replied, Yes. Whereupon she went to a coffer, and opening it, took out a porcelain vessel wherein were 5,000 dinars. When I saw this, meseemed the house was all of gold, and she said to me, O my son, think not that this is of thy father's good. By Allah, O my son, it was of my own father's money, and I have treasured it up against a time of need. For in thy father's day I was a wealthy woman, and had no need of it. I took the money from her, O Prince of True Believers, and fell again to feasting and carousing and merrymaking with my friends, and heeding my mother's words and admonitions, till the 5,000 dinars came to an end. When I said to her, I wish to sell the house. Said she, O my son, I forbade thee from selling it before, of my knowledge that thou hadst the need of it. So how wilt thou sell it a second time? Quoth I, Be not longsome of speech with me, for I must and will sell it. And quoth she, Then sell it to me for 15,000 dinars, on condition that I take charge of thine affairs. So I sold her the house at that price, and gave up my affairs into her charge. Whereupon she sought out the agents of my father, and gave each of them 1,000 dinars, keeping the rest in her own hands, and ordering the outgo and the income. Moreover, she gave me money to trade withal, and said to me, Sit thou in thy father's shop. So I did her bidding, O Commander of the Faithful, and took up my abode in the chamber behind the shop, in the market of the money changers. And my friends came and bought of me, and I sold to them, whereby I made good cheap, and my wealth increased. When my mother saw me in this fair way, she discovered to me that which she had treasured up of jewels and precious stones, pearls and gold. And I bought back my houses and lands that I had squandered, and my wealth became great as before. I abode thus for some time, and the factors of my father came to me, and I gave them stock in trade. and I built me a second chamber behind the shop. One day, as I sat there, according to my custom, O Prince of True Believers, there came up to me a damsel, never saw eyes a fairer than she of favor, and said, Is this the private shop of Abu al-Hasan Ali ibn al-Ahmad al-Khorasani? Answered I, Yes. And she asked, Where is he? He am I, said I. And indeed my wit was dazed at the excess of her loveliness. She sat down and said to me, Bid thy page weigh me out 300 dinars. Accordingly, I bade him give her that sum, and he weighed it out to her, and she took it, and went away, leaving me stupefied. Quoth my man to me, Dost thou know her? And quoth I, No, by Allah. He asked, Then why didst thou bid me give her the money? And I answered, By Allah, I knew not what I said, of my amazement at her beauty and loveliness. Then he rose and followed her, without my knowledge, but presently returned weeping and with the mark of a blow in his face. I inquired of him what ailed him, and he replied, I followed the damsel to see whither she went, but when she was aware of me, she turned and dealt me this blow, and all by knocked out my eye. After this, a month passed without her coming, O Commander of the Faithful, and I abode bewildered for love of her. But at the end of this time, she suddenly appeared again and saluted me, whereat I was like to fly for joy. She asked me how I did, and said to me, Haply thou saidst to thyself, What manner of tricksters is this, who hath taken my money and made off? Answered I, By Allah, O my lady, my money and my life are all thy very own. With this, she unveiled herself and sat down to rest, with the trinkets and ornaments playing over her face and bosom. Presently she said to me, Weigh me out 300 dinars. Hearkening and obedience, answered I, and weighed out to her the money. She took it and went away. And I said to my servant, Follow her. So he followed her, but returned dumbstruck, and some time passed without my seeing her. But as I was sitting one day, behold, she came up to me, and after talking a while said to me, Weigh me out 500 dinars, for I have need of them. I would have said to her, Why should I give thee my money? But my love immense hindered me from utterance. For, O Prince of True Believers, whenever I saw her, I trembled in every joint, and my color paled, and I forgot what I would have said, and became even as saith the poet, This not but this, when a sudden I see her, chance I bid not a word can say her. So I weighed out for her the 500 ducats, and she took them and went away. Whereupon I arose and followed her myself, till she came to the jewel bazaar, where she stopped at a man's shop, and took of him a necklace. Then she turned and seeing me said, Pay him 500 dinars for me. When the jeweler saw me, he rose to me and made much of me, and I said to him, Give her the necklace, and set down the price to me. He replied, I hear and obey. And she took it and went away. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. End of night 960. Section 37 of the Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 9. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 9, by Anonymous, translated by Richard Francis Burton. Night 961. When it was the 961st night, she pursued, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Abu Hassan the Khorasani thus pursued his tale. So I said to the jeweler, Give her the necklace, and set down the price to me. Then she took it and went away. But I followed her till she came to the Tigris, and boarded a boat there, whereupon I signed with my hand to the ground, as who would say, I kiss it before thee. She went off laughing, and I stood watching her till I saw her land and enter a palace, which when I considered, I knew it for the palace of the Caliph al-Mutawakkil. So I turned back, O Commander of the Faithful, with all the cares in the world fallen on my heart, for she had of me 3,000 dinars, and I said to myself, she hath taken my wealth and ravished my wit, and peradventure I shall lose my life for her love. Then I returned home and told my mother all that had befallen me, and she said, O my son, beware how thou have to do with her after this, or thou art lost. When I went to my shop, my factor in the drug market, who was a very old man, came to me and said, O my lord, how is it that I see thee changed in case and showing marks of chagrin? Tell me, what aileth thee? So I told him all that had befallen me with her, and he said, O my son, this is indeed one of the handmaidens of the palace of the Commander of the Faithful, and haply she is the Caliph's favourite concubine. So do thou reckon the money as spent for the sake of Almighty Allah, and occupy thyself no more with her. And she come again, beware lest she have to do with thee, and tell me of this, that I may devise thee some device, lest perdition betide thee. Then he fared forth and left me with a flame of fire in my heart. At the end of the month, behold, she came again, and I rejoiced in her with exceeding joy. Quoth she, What ailed thee to follow me? And quoth I, Excess of passion that is in my heart urged me to this. And I wept before her. She wept for ruth of me, and said, By Allah, there is not in thy heart aught of love longing, but in my heart is more. Yet how shall I do? By Allah, I have no resource, save to see thee thus once a month. Then she gave me a bill, saying, Carry this to such an one of such a trade, who is my agent, and take of him what is named therein. But I replied, I have no need of money. Be my wealth and my life thy sacrifice. Quoth she, I will right soon contrive thee a means of access to me, whatever trouble it cost me. Then she farewelled me and fared forth, whilst I repaired to the old druggist and told him what had passed. He went with me to the palace of al-Mutawakkil, which I knew for that which the damsel had entered, but the sheikh was at loss for a device. Presently he espied a tailor sitting with his apprentices at work in his shop, opposite the lattice giving upon the river bank, and said to me, Yonder is one by whom thou shalt win thy wish. But first tear thy pocket, and go to him and bid him sew it up. When he hath done this, give him 10 dinars. I hear and obey, answered I, and taking with me 2 pieces of Greek brocade, went to the tailor and bade him make of them 4 suits, 2 with long-sleeved coats and 2 without. When he had finished cutting them out and sewing them, I gave him to his hire much more than of want, and he put out his hand to me with the clothes. But I said, Take them to thyself and for those who are with thee. And I fell to sitting with him and sitting long. I also bespoke of him other clothes, and said to him, Hang them out in front of thy shop, so the folk may see them and buy them. He did as I bade him, and whoso came forth of the Caliph's palace, and aught to the clothes pleased him, I made him a present thereof, even to the doorkeeper. One day of the days the tailor said to me, O my son, I would have thee tell me the truth of thy case, for thou hast bespoken of me 100 costly suits, each worth a mint of money, and hast given most of them to the folk. This is no merchant's fashion, for a merchant calleth an account of every dirham. And what can be the sum of thy capital that thou givest these gifts, and what thy gain every year? Tell me the truth of thy case, that I may assist thee to thy desire. Presently adding, I conjure thee by Allah, tell me, art thou not in love? Yes, replied I. And he said, With whom? Quoth I, With one of the handmaids of the Caliph's palace. And quoth he, Allah put them to shame. How long shall they seduce the folk? Knowest thou her name? Said I, No. And said he, Describe her to me. So I described her to him, and he cried, Out on it, this is the lutist of the Caliph al-Mutawakkil, and his pet concubine, but she hath a Mameluke, and do thou make friends with him. It may be he shall become the means of thy having access to her. Now, as we were talking, behold, out walked the servant in question from the palace, as he were a moon on the 14th night. And seeing that I had before me the clothes which the tailor had made me, and they were of brocade of all colours, he began to look at them and examine them. Then he came up to me, and I rose and saluted him. He asked, Who art thou? And I answered, I am a man of the merchant. Quoth he, Wilt thou sell these clothes? And quoth I, Yes. So he chose out 5 of them, and said to me, How much these 5? Said I, They are a present to thee from me, in earnest of friendship between me and thee. At this he rejoiced, and I went home, and fetching a suit embroidered with jewels and jacinths, worth 3,000 dinars, returned therewith and gave it to him. He accepted it, and carrying me into a room within the palace, said to me, What is thy name among the merchants? Said I, I am a man of them. He continued, Verily, I misdoubt me of thine affair. I asked, Why so? And he answered, Because thou hast bestowed on me a costly gift, and won my heart therewith, and I make certain that thou art Abu al-Hassan of Khorasan, the Shroff. With these I fell a-weeping, O Prince of true believers. And he said to me, Why dost thou weep? By Allah, she for whom thou weepest is yet more longingly in love with thee than thou with her. And indeed her case with thee is notorious among all palace women. But what wouldst thou have? Quoth I would have thee succor me in my calamity. So he appointed me for the morrow, and I returned home. As soon as I rose next morning, I betook myself to him and waited in his chamber till he came in and said to me, Know that yesternight, when after having made an end of her service by the Caliph, she returned to her apartment, I related to her all that had passed between me and thee, and she is minded to foregather with thee. So stay with me till the end of the day. Accordingly, I stayed with him till dark, when the Mameluke brought me a shirt of gold inwoven stuff and a suit of the Caliph's apparel, and clothing me therein, incensed me, and I became like the commander of the faithful. Then he brought me to a gallery with rows of rooms on either side, and said to me, These are the lodgings of the chief of the slave girls, and when thou passest along the gallery, do thou lay at each door a bean, for it is the custom of the Caliph to do this every night. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. End of night 961. Night 962. When it was the 962nd night, she resumed, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the Mameluke said to Abu Hassan, When thou passest along the gallery, set down at each door a bean, for 'tis the custom of the Caliph so to do, till thou come to the second passage on thy right hand, when thou wilt see a door with a marble threshold. Touch it with thy hand, and thou wilt, count the doors which are so many, and enter the one whose marks are thus and thus. There thy mistress will see thee, and take thee in with her. As for thy coming forth, verily Allah will make it easy for me, though I carry thee out in a chest. Then he left me and returned, whilst I went on, counting the doors and laying at each a bean. When I had reached the middle of the gallery, I heard a great clatter and saw the light of flambeau coming towards me. As the light drew near me, I looked at it, and behold, the Caliph himself came surrounded by the slave girls carrying waxen lights, and I heard one of the women say to another, O my sister, have we 2 Caliphs? Verily, the Caliph whose perfumes and essences I smelt hath already passed by my room, and he hath laid the bean at my door, as his wont. And now I see the light of his flambeau, and here he cometh with them, replied the other. Indeed, this is a wondrous thing, for disguise himself in the Caliph's habit none would dare. Then the light drew near me, whilst I trembled in every limb, and up came an eunuch, crying out to the concubines, and saying, Hither! Whereupon they turned aside to one of the chambers, and entered. Then they came out again, and walked on till they came to the chamber of my mistress, and I heard the Caliph say, Whose chamber is this? They answered, This is the chamber of Shajarat al-Dur. And he said, Call her. So they called her, and she came out and kissed the feet of the Caliph, who said to her, Wilt thou drink tonight? Quoth she, But for thy presence and the looking on thine auspicious countenance, I would not drink, for I incline not to wine this night. Then quoth the commander of the faithful to the eunuch, Bid the treasurer give her such necklace. And he commanded to enter her chamber. So the waxen lights entered before him, and he followed them into the apartment. And at the same moment, behold, there came up a damsel, the lustre of whose face outshone that of the flambeau in her hand. And drawing near, she said, Who is this? Then she laid hold of me, and carrying me into one of the chambers, said to me, Who art thou? I kissed the ground before her, saying, I implore thee by Allah, O my lady, spare my blood and have ruth on me, and commend thyself unto Allah by saving my life. And I wept for fear of death. Quoth she, Doubtless thou art a robber. And quoth I, No, by Allah, I am no robber. Seest thou on me the signs of thieves? Said she, Tell me the truth of thy case, and I will put thee in safety. So I said, I am a silly lover and an ignorant, whom passion and my folly have moved to do as thou seest, so that I am falling into this slough of despond. Thereat cried she, Abide here till I come back to thee. And going forth, she presently returned with some of her handmaid's clothes, wherein she clad me and bade me follow her. So I followed her till she came to her apartment, and commanded me to enter. I went in, and she led me to a couch, whereon was a mighty fine carpet, and said, Sit down here, no harm shall befall thee. Art thou not Abu al-Hasan Ali, the Khorasani, the Shroff? I answered, Yes. And she rejoined, Allah spare thy blood, given thou speak truth. And thou be a robber, thou art lost, more by token than thou art dressed in the Caliph's habit, and incensed with his scents. But, an thou be indeed Abu al-Hasan, thou art safe, and no hurt shall happen to thee, for that thou art the friend of Shajarat al-Dur, who is my sister, and ceaseth never to name thee, and tell us how she took of thee money, yet wasn't thou not chagrined, and how thou didst follow her to the river bank, and madest sign as thou would kiss the earth in her honour, and her heart is yet more aflame for thee than is thine for her. But how camest thou hither? Was it by her order, or without it? She hath indeed imperilled thy life. But what seekest thou in this assignation with her? I replied, By Allah, O my lady, 'tis I who have imperilled my own life, and my aim in foregathering with her is but to look on her and hear her pretty speech. She said, Thou hast spoken well. And I added, O my lady, Allah is my witness, when I declare that my soul prompteth me to no offence against her honour. Cried she, In this intent may Allah deliver thee. Indeed, compassion for thee hath gotten hold upon my heart. Then she called her handmaid, and said to her, Go to Shajarat al-Dur, and say to her, Thy sister saluteth thee, and biddeth thee to her, so favour her by coming to her this night, according to thy custom, for her breast is straitened. The slave girl went out, and presently returned, told her mistress that Shajarat al-Dur said, May Allah bless me with thy long life, and make me thy ransom. By Allah, hadst thou bidden me to other than this, I had not hesitated, but the Caliph's migraine constraineth me, and thou knowest my rank with him. But the other said to her damsel, Return to her and say, Needs must thou come to my mistress upon a private matter between thee and her. So the girl went out again, and presently returned with the damsel, whose face shone like the full moon. Her sister met her and embraced her. Then said she, Ho Abu al-Hasan, come forth to her and kiss her hands. Now I was in a closet within the apartment, so I walked out, O Commander of the Faithful. And when my mistress saw me, she threw herself upon me and strained me to her bosom, saying, How comest thou in the Caliph's clothes, and his ornaments and perfumes? Tell me, what hath befallen thee? So I related to her all that had befallen me, and what I had suffered for affright, and so forth. And she said, Grievous to me is what thou hast endured for my sake, and praised be Allah who hath caused the issue to be safety, and the fulfillment of safety is in thy entering my lodging and that of my sister. Then she carried me to her own apartment, saying to her sister, I have covenant with him that I will not be united to him unlawfully, but as he hath risked himself and incurred these perils, I will be earth for his treading and dust to his sandals. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. End of night 962. Section 38 of the Book of the 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 9. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Book of the 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 9, by Anonymous, translated by Richard Francis Burton. Night 963. When it was the 963rd night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that quoth the damsel to her sister, I have covenanted with him that I will not be united to him unlawfully, but, as he hath risked himself and incurred these perils, I will be earth for his treading and dust to his sandals. Replied her sister, In this intent may Allah deliver him. And my mistress rejoined, Soon shalt thou see how I will do, so I may lawfully foregather with him, and there is no help but that I lavish my heart's blood to devise these. Now, as we were in talk, behold, we heard a great noise, and turning saw the Caliph making for her chamber. So engrossed was he by the thought of her. Whereupon she took me, O Prince of True Believers, and hid me in a souterrain, and shut down the trapdoor upon me. Then she went out to meet the Caliph, who entered and sat down, whilst she stood between his hands to serve him, and commanded to bring wine. Now the Caliph loved a damsel named Banja, who was the mother of Al-Mutaz Billah. But they had fallen out and parted. And in the pride of her beauty and loveliness, she would not make peace with him, nor would Al-Mutawakil, for the dignity of the caliphate and the kingship, make peace with her, neither humble himself to her, albeit his heart was aflame with passion for her, but sought to solace his mind from her with her mates, among the slave girls, and with going in to them in their chambers. Now he loved Shajarat al-Durr's singing, so she bade her sing, when she took the lute and tuning the strings, sang these verses. The world tricks I admire betwixt me and her, how, as parted, the world would to me incline. I shunned thee till said they, he knows not love. I sought thee till said they, no patience is mine. Then, O love of her, add to my longing each night, and O solace thy comfort the doomsday assigned. Soft as silk is her touch and her low sweet voice, twixt o'er much and o'er little draweth the line. And he whereof Allah said, Be ye, and they became to man's wit like the working of wine. When the Caliph heard these verses, he was pleasured with exceeding pleasure, and I also, O Commander of the Faithful, was pleasured in my hiding place, and but for the bounty of Almighty Allah I had cried out, and we had been disgraced. Then she sang also these couplets. I embrace him, yet after him yearns my soul for his love, but can aught than embrace be nigher? I kiss his lips to assuage my love, but each kiss guards it glow with more flaming fire. 'Tis as though my vitals I thirst unquenched, till I see two souls mixed in one entire. The Caliph was delighted and said, O Shajarat al-Dur, ask a boon of me. She replied, O Commander of the Faithful, I ask thee my freedom for the sake of the reward thou wilt obtain therein. Quoth he, Thou art free for the love of Allah. Whereupon she kissed ground before him. He resumed, Take the lute and sing me somewhat on the subject of my slave girl, of whom I am enamoured with warmest love. The folk seek my pleasure, and I seek hers. So she took the lute and sang these two couplets. My charmer who spellest my piety, on all accounts I will have thee, or by humble suit which beseemeth love, or by force more fitting my sovereignty. The Caliph admired these verses and said, Now take up thy lute and sing me a song, setting out my case with 3 damsels, who hold the reins of my heart and make rest depart. And they are thyself, and that wilful one, and another I will not name, who hath not her like. So she took the lute, and playing a lively measure, sang these couplets. 3 lovely girls hold my bridle rein, and in highest stead my heart overreign. I have none to obey amid all mankind, but obeying them I but win disdain. This is done through the kingship of love, whereby the best of my kingship they made their gain. The Caliph marveled with exceeding marvel at the aptness of these verses to this case, and his delight inclined him to reconciliation with the recalcitrant damsel. So he went forth and made for her chamber, whither a slave girl preceded him and announced to her the coming of the Caliph. She advanced to meet him and kissed the ground before him. Then she kissed his feet, and he was reconciled to her, and she was reconciled to him. Such was the case with the Caliph. But as regards Shajarat al-Dur, she came to me rejoicing and said, I am become a free woman by thy blessed coming. Surely Allah will help me in that which I shall contrive, so I may foregather with thee in lawful way. And I said, Alhamdulillah. Now, as we were talking, behold, her Mameluke eunuch entered, and we related to him that which had passed, when he said, Praised be Allah, who hath made the affair to end well, and we implore the Almighty to crown his favors with thy safe faring forth the palace. Presently appeared my mistress' sister, whose name was Fatir, and Shajarat al-Dur said to her, O my sister, how shall we do to bring him out of the palace in safety? For indeed Allah hath vouchsafed me manumission, and the blessing of his coming. I am become a free woman. Quoth Fatir, I see nothing for it but to dress him in woman's gear. So she brought me a suit of women's clothes, and clad me therein, and I went out forthwith, O Commander of the Faithful. But when I came to the midst of the palace, behold, I found the Caliph seated there, with the eunuchs in attendance upon him. When he saw me, he misdoubted of me with exceeding doubt, and said to his suite, Hasten, and bring me yonder handmaiden who is faring forth. So they brought me back to him, and raised the veil from my face, which when he saw, he knew me, and questioned me of my case. I told him the whole truth, hiding naught. And when he heard my story, he pondered my case a while, without stay or delay, and going into Shajarat al-Dur's chamber, said to her, How couldst thou prefer before me one of the sons of the merchant? She kissed ground between his hands, and told him her tale from first to last, in accordance with the truth. And he, hearing it, had compassion upon her, and his heart relented to her, and he excused her by reason of love and its circumstances. Then he went away, and her eunuch came in to her and said, Be of good cheer, for when thy lover was set before the Caliph, he questioned him, and he told him that which thou toldest him word by word. Presently the Caliph returned, and calling me before him, said to me, What made thee dare to violate the palace of the Caliphate? I replied, O Commander of the Faithful, It was my ignorance and passion and my confidence in thy clemency and generosity that drave me to this. And I wept and kissed the ground before him. Then said he, I pardon you both, and bade me be seated. So I sat down, and he sent for Qazi Ahmad ibn Abi Duwad, and married me to her. Then he commanded to make over all that was hers to me, and they displayed her to me in her lodging. After 3 days I went forth and transported all her goods and gear to my own house. So, everything thou hast seen, O Commander of the Faithful, in my house and whereof thou misdoubtest, is of her marriage equipage. After this, she said to me one day, Know that Al-Mutawakkil is a generous man, and I fear lest he remember us with ill mind, or that some one of the envious remind him of us. Wherefore I purpose to do somewhat that may ensure us against this. Quoth I, And what is that? And quoth she, I mean to ask his leave to go the pilgrimage and repent of singing. I replied, Right is this reed thou readest. But as we were talking, behold, in came a messenger from the Caliph to seek her, for that Al-Mutawakkil loved her singing. So she went with the officer and did her service to the Caliph, who said to her, Sever not thyself from us. And she answered, I hear and I obey. Now it chanced one day after this, she went to him, he having sent for her, as was his wont. But before I knew, she came back with her raiment rent, and her eyes full of tears. At this I was alarmed, misdoubting me that he had commanded to seize upon us, and said, Verily, we are Allah's, and unto him shall we return. Is Al-Mutawakkil wroth with us? She replied, Where is Al-Mutawakkil? Indeed, Al-Mutawakkil's rule is ended, and his trace is blotted out. Cried I, Tell me what has happened. And she, He was seated behind the curtain drinking with Al-Fath bin Kakan and Sadaqah bin Sadaqah, when his son Al-Muntasir fell upon him with a company of the Turks, and slew him, and merriment was turned to misery, and joy to weeping, and wailing for annoy. So I fled, I and the slave girl, and Allah saved us. When I heard this, O Commander of the Faithful, I arose forthright and went downstream to Basra, where the news reached me of the falling out of war between Al-Muntasir and Al-Mustahi bi-Ilah. Wherefore I was affrighted, and transported my wife and all my wealth to Basra. This then is my tale, O Prince of True Believers, nor have I added to or taken from it a single syllable. So all that thou seest in my house bearing the name of thy grandfather Al-Mutawakkil is of his bounty to us, and the fount of our fortune is from thy noble sources. For indeed ye are a people of munificence and a mind of beneficence. The Caliph marveled at his story, and rejoiced therein with joy exceeding. And Abu al-Hasan brought forth to him the lady and the children she had borne him, and they kissed ground before the Caliph, who wondered at their beauty. Then he called for inkcase and paper, and wrote Abu al-Hasan a patent of exemption from taxes on his lands and houses for 20 years. Moreover, he rejoiced in him, and made him his cup companion, till the world parted them, and they took up their abode in the tombs, after having dwelt under the palace domes. And glory be to Allah, the King merciful of doom. And they also tell a tale concerning Kamar al-Zaman and a jeweller's wife. There was once, in time of old, a merchant hight Abd al-Rahman, whom Allah had blessed with a son and a daughter, and for their much beauty and loveliness he named the girl Kaubab al-Sabah and the boy Kamar al-Zaman. When he saw what Allah had vouchsafed the twain of beauty and loveliness, brilliancy and symmetry, he feared for them the evil eyes of the spiers, and the jibbing tongues of the jealous, and the craft of the crafty, and the wiles of the wicked, and shut them up from the folk in a mansion for the space of 14 years, during which time none saw them save their parents and the slave girl who served them. Now their father could recite the Koran, even as Allah sent it down, and also did his wife, wherefore the mother taught her daughter to read and recite it, and the father his son, till both had gotten it by heart. Moreover, the twain learned from their parents writing and reckoning, and all manner of knowledge and polite letters, and needed no master. When Kamar al-Zaman came to years of manhood, the wife said to her husband, "How long wilt thou keep thy son Kamar al-Zaman sequestered from the eyes of the folk? Is he a girl or a boy?" He answered, "A boy." Rejoined she, "An he be a boy, why dost thou not carry him to the bazaar, and sit him in thy shop, that he may know the folk and they know him, in the intent that it may become notorious among men that he is thy son, and do thou teach him to sell and to buy. Peradventure somewhat may befall thee, so shall the folk know him for thy son, and he shall lay his hand on thy livings. But, an thou die, as the case now is, and he say to the folk, I am the son of the merchant Abd al-Rahman, verily they will not believe him, but will cry, We have never seen thee, and we knew not that he had a son. Wherefore the government will seize thy goods, and thy son will be despoiled. In like manner the girl, I mean to make her known among the folk, so may be some one of her own condition may ask her in marriage, and we will wed her to him and rejoice in her. Quoth he, I did thus of my fear for them from the eyes of the folk. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. End of night 963. Night 964. When it was the 964th night, she continued, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the merchant's wife spake to him in such wise, he replied, I did thus of my fear for them from the eyes of the folk, and because I love them both, and love is jealous exceedingly, and well saith he who spoke these verses. Of my sight I am jealous for thee of me, of thyself, of thy steed, of thy destiny, though I shrine thee in eyes by the craze of me, in such nearness eke I should never see, though thou wert by my side all the days of me, till doomsday I ne'er had enough of thee. Said his wife, Put thy trust in Allah, for no harm betideth him whom he protecteth, and carry him with thee this very day to the shop. Then he clad the boy in the costliest clothes, and he became a seduction to all who on him cast sight, and an affliction to the heart of each lover wight. His father took him and carried him to the market, whilst all who saw him were ravished with him, and accosted him, kissing his hand and saluting him with the salam. Quoth one, Indeed, the sun hath risen in such a place, and blazeth in the bazaar. And another, The rising place of the full moon is in such a quarter. And a third, The new moon of the festival hath appeared to the creatures of Allah. And they went on to allude to the boy in talk and called down blessings upon him. But his father scolded the folk for following his son to gaze upon him, because he was abashed at their talk. But he could not hinder one of them from talking. So he fell to abusing the boy's mother and cursing her because she had been the cause of his bringing him out. And as he gazed about, he still saw the folk crowding upon him, behind and before. Then he walked on till he reached his shop, and opening it, sat down and seated his son before him. After which he again looked out, and found the thoroughfare blocked with people for all the passers-by, going and coming, stopped before the shop to stare at the beautiful face, and could not leave him. And all the men and women crowded in knots about him, applying to themselves the words of him who said, Thou madest beauty to spoil men's sprite, and saidst, O my servant, fear my reproof. But lovely thou lovest, O loveliness. How then shall thy servants refrain from love? When the merchant Abd al-Rahman saw that folk thus crowding about him and standing in rows, both women and men, to fix eyes upon his son, he was sore ashamed and confounded, and knew not what to do. But presently there came up from the end of the bazaar a man of the wandering dervishes, clad in haircloth, the garb of the pious servants of Allah, and seeing Kamar al-Zaman sitting there, as he were a branch of bean springing from a mound of saffron, poured forth copious tears, and recited these two couplets. A wand uprising from a sandy knoll, like full moon shining bright as sheen, I saw, and said, "What is thy name?" Replied he, "Lala." "What?" asked I. "Lily." And he answered, "Lala." Then the dervish fell to walking, now drawing near and now moving away, and wiping his grey hairs with his right hand, while the heart of the crowd was cloven asunder for awe of him. When he looked upon the boy, his eyes were dazzled, and his wit confounded, and exemplified in him was the saying of the poet, "While that fair-faced boy abode in the place, moon of breakfast fate he lit by his face. Lo, there came a sheikh with leisurely pace, a reverent trusting to Allah's grace, and ascetic signals his gait displayed. He had studied love both by day and night, and had special knowledge of wrong and right. Both for lad and lass he repined his sprite, and his form like toothpick was lean and slight, and old bones with faded skin were overlaid. In such arts our sheikh was an ajami, with a Katamite ever in company. In the love of woman a Platonist he, but in either versed to the full degree, and Zainab to him was the same as Zaid. Distraught by the fair he adored the fair, o'er spring camp wailed bewept ruins bare. Dry branch thou hadst deemed him for stress of care, which the morning breeze swayed here and there, for only the stone is all hardness made. In the lore of love he was wondrous wise, and wide awake with all-seeing eyes. It's rough and it's smooth he had tried and tries, and hugged buck and doe in the self-same guise, and with grey beard and beardless alike he played. Then he came up to the boy and gave him a root of sweet basil, whereupon his father put forth his hand to his pouch and brought out for him some small matter of silver, saying, "Take thy portion, O dervish, and wend thy ways." He took the dirhams, but sat down on the masonry bench alongside the shop and opposite the boy, and fell to gazing upon him and heaving sigh upon sigh, whilst his tears flowed like springs founting. The folk began to look at him and remark upon him, some saying, "All dervishes are lewd fellows," and others some, "Verily this dervish's heart is set on fire for love of this lad." Now when Abd Rahman saw this case, he arose and said to the boy, "Come, O my son, let us lock up the shop and hie us home, for it booteth not to sell and buy this day. And may Almighty Allah requite thy mother that which she hath done with us, for she was the cause of all this." Then said he, "O dervish, rise, that I may shut my shop." So the dervish rose, and the merchant shut his shop, and taking his son walked away. The dervish and the folk followed them, till they reached their place, when the boy went in, and his father, turning to the dervish, said to him, "What wouldst thou, O dervish, and why do I see thee weep?" He replied, "O my lord, I would fain be thy guest this night, for the guest is the guest of Almighty Allah." Quoth the merchant, "Welcome to the guest of God. Enter, O dervish." And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. End of night 964. Section 39 of the Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 9. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 9, by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. Night 965. When it was the 965th night, she pursued, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the merchant, the father of Kamar al-Zaman, heard the saying of the dervish, 'I am Allah's guest,' he replied, 'Welcome to the guest of God, enter, O dervish.' But he said to himself, 'An the beggar be enamoured of the boy, and sue him for sin, needs must I slay him this very night, and bury him secretly. But, an there be no lewdness in him, the guest shall eat his portion.' Then he brought him into a saloon, where he left him with Kamar al-Zaman, after he had said privately to the lad, 'O my son, sit thou beside the dervish when I am gone out, and sport with him, and provoke him to loveliest, and if he seek of thee lewdness, I, who will be watching you from the window overlooking the saloon, will come down to him and kill him. So, as soon as Kamar al-Zaman was alone in the room with the dervish, he sat down by his side, and the old man began to look upon him, and sigh and weep. Whenever the lad bespake him, he answered him kindly, trembling the while, and would turn to him, groaning and crying, and thus he did till supper was brought in, when he fell to eating, with his eyes on the boy, but refrained not from shedding tears. When a fourth part of the night was past, and talk was ended and sleep-tide came, Abd al-Rahman said to the lad, O my son, apply thyself to the service of thine uncle the dervish, and gainsay him not, and would have gone out. But the dervish cried to him, O my lord, carry thy son with thee, or sleep with us. Answered the merchant, Nay, my son shall lie with thee. Haply thy soul may desire somewhat, and he will look to thy want, and wait upon thee. Then he went out, leaving them both together, and sat down in an adjoining room which had a window giving upon the saloon. Such was the case with the merchant. But as for the lad, as soon as his sire had left them, he came up to the dervish, and began to provoke him and offer himself to him. Whereupon he waxed wroth and said, What talk is this, O my son? I take refuge with Allah from Satan the stoned. O my lord, indeed this is a denial of thee which pleaseth thee not. Avaunt from me, O my son. So saying, the dervish arose and sat down at a distance, but the boy followed him and threw himself upon him, saying, Why, O dervish, wilt thou deny thyself the joys of my possession, and I, with a heart that loveth thee? Hereupon the dervish's anger redoubled, and he said, And thou refrain not from me, I will summon thy sire and tell him of thy doings. Quoth the lad, My father knoweth my turn for this, and it may not be that he will hinder me. So heal thou my heart. Why dost thou hold off from me? Do I not please thee? Answered the dervish, By Allah, O my son, I will not do this, though I be hewn in pieces with sharp-edged swords. And he repeated the saying of the poet, Indeed my heart loves all the lovely boys as girls, nor am I slow to such delight, but though I sight them every night and morn, I'm neither of Lot's folk, nor renter white. Then he shed tears, and said, Arise, open the door, that I may wend my way, for I will lie no longer in this lodging. Therewith he rose to his feet, but the boy caught hold of him, saying, Look at the fairness of my face, and the cramoisy of my cheeks, and the softness of my sides, and the lusciousness of my lips. Moreover, he discovered to him calves that would shame wine and cup-carrier, and gazed on him with fixed glance that would baffle enchanter and enchantment. For he was passing of loveliness and full of blandishment, even as saith of him one of the poets who sang, I can't forget him, since he rose and showed with fair design those calves of legs whose pearly shine make light in nightly gloom. Wonder not, and my flesh uprise, as though 'twere judgment day, when every shank shall be bared be, and that is day of doom. Then the boy displayed to him his bosom, saying, Look at my breasts, which be goodlier than the breasts of maidens, and my lip dews are sweeter than sugar candy. So quit scruple and asceticism, and cast off devoutness and abstinence, and take thy fill of my possession, and enjoy my loveliness. Fear not, for thou art safe from hurt, and leave this habitude, for 'tis a bad habit. And he went on to discover him his hidden beauties, striving to turn the reins of his reason with his bendings in graceful guise, whilst the dervish turned away his face and said, I seek refuge in Allah, have some shame, O my son. This is a forbidden thing, I deem, and I will not do it. No, not even in dream. The boy pressed upon him, but the dervish got free from him, and turning towards Mecca, addressed himself to his devotions. Now, when the boy saw him praying, he left him till he had prayed a 2-bow prayer and saluted, when he would have accosted him again. But the dervish again repeated the intent, and prayed a second 2-bow prayer, and thus he did a third, and a fourth, and a fifth time. Quoth the lad, What prayers are these? Art thou minded to take flight upon the clouds? Thou lettest sleep our delight, whilst thou passest the whole night in the prayer niche? So saying, he threw himself upon the dervish and kissed him between the eyes. But the sheikh said, O my son, put Satan away from thine estate, and take upon thee obedience of the compassionate. Quoth the other, And thou do not with me that which I desire, I will call my sire, and say to him, The dervish is minded to do lewdness with me, whereupon he will come into thee, and beat thee till thy bones be broken upon thy flesh. All this while Abd Rahman was watching with his eyes, and hearkening with his ears, and he was certified that there was no frowardness in the dervish, and he said to himself, Were he a lewd fellow, he had not stood out against all this importunity. The boy continued to beguile the dervish, and every time he expressed purpose of prayer, he interrupted him, till at last he waxed wroth with passing wrath, and was rough with him and beat him. Kamar al-Zaman wept, and his father came in, and having wiped away his tears and comforted him, said to the dervish, O my brother, since thou art in such case, why didst thou weep and sigh when thou sawest my son? Say me, is there a reason for this? He replied, There is. And Abd ar-Rahman pursued, When I saw thee weep at his sight, I deemed evil of thee, and bade the boy do with thee thus, that I might try thee, purposing in myself, if I saw thee sue him for sin, to come upon thee and kill thee. But when I saw what thou didst, I knew thee for one of those who are virtuous to the end. Now, Allah upon thee, tell me the cause of thy weeping. The dervish sighed and said, O my lord, chafe not a closed wound. But the merchant said, There is no help but thou tell me. And the other began, Know thou that I am a dervish who wander in the lands and the countries, and take warning by the display of the Creator of night and day. It chanced that one Friday I entered the city of Basra in the Undurn. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. End of Night 965. Night 966. When it was the 966th night, she resumed. It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the dervish said to the merchant, Know then that I, a wandering mendicant, chanced one day to enter the city of Basra in the Undurn, and saw the shops open and full of all manner of wares and meat and drink. But the place was deserted, and therein was neither man nor woman nor girl nor boy. Nor in the markets and the main streets was there a dog or cat, nor sounded sound nor friend was found. I marvelled at this end, and said to myself, I wonder whither the people of the city be gone with their cats and dogs, and what hath Allah done with them? Now I was an hungered, so I took hot bread from a baker's oven, and going into the shop of an oilman, spread the bread with the clarified butter and honey, and ate. Then I entered the shop of a sherbet seller, and drank what I would. After which, seeing a coffee shop open, I went in and found the pots on the fire, full of coffee. But there was no one there. So I drank my fill, and said, Verily, this is a wondrous thing. It seemeth as though death had stricken the people of this city, and they had all died at this very hour, or as if they had taken fright at something which befell them and fled, without having time to shut their shops. Now, whilst pondering this matter, lo, I heard a sound of a band of drums beating, whereat I was afraid and hid myself for a while. Then, looking out through a crevice, I saw damsels, like moons, come walking through the market, 2 by 2, with uncovered heads and faces displayed. They were in 40 pairs, thus numbering 80, and in their midst a young lady, riding on a horse that could hardly move his legs for that which was upon it, of silver trappings and golden and jewelled housings. Her face was wholly unveiled, and she was adorned with the costliest ornaments, and clad in the richest of raiment, and about her neck she wore a collar of gems, and on her bosom were necklaces of gold. Her wrists were clasped with bracelets which sparkled like stars, and her ankles with bangles of gold set with precious stones. The slave girls walked before her and behind, and on her right and left and in front of her was a damsel bearing in baldric a great sword, with grip of emerald and tassels of jewel encrusted gold. When that young lady came to where I lay hid, she pulled up her horse and said, O damsels, I hear a noise of somewhat within yonder shop, so do ye search it, lest haply there be one hidden there, with intent to enjoy a look at us whilst we have our faces unveiled. So they searched the shop opposite the coffee house wherein I lay hid, whilst I abode in terror. And presently I saw them come forth with a man, and they said to her, O our lady, we found a man there, and here he is before thee. Quoth she to the damsel with the sword, Smite his neck. So she went up to him and struck off his head. Then, leaving the dead man lying on the ground, they passed on. When I saw this, I was affrighted, but my heart was taken with love of the young lady. After an hour or so, the people reappeared, and everyone who had a shop entered it, whilst the folk began to come and go about the bazaars and gather around the slain man, staring at him as a curiosity. Then I crept forth from my hiding place by stealth, and none took note of me. But love of that lady had gotten possession of my heart, and I began to inquire of her privately. None, however, gave me news of her, so I left Basra, with vitals yearning for her love. And when I came upon these thy son, I saw him to be the likest of all creatures to the young lady. Wherefore he reminded me of her, and his sight revived the fire of passion in me and kindled anew in my heart the flames of love-longing and distraction. And such is the cause of my shedding tears. Then he wept with sore weeping till he could no more, and said, O my lord, I conjure thee by Allah, open the door to me, so I may gang my gate. Accordingly, Abd al-Rahman opened the door, and he went forth. Thus fared it with him. But as regards Kamar al-Zaman, when he heard the dervish's story, his heart was taken with love of the lady, and passion gat the mastery of him, and raged in him longing and distraction. So, on the morrow, he said to his sire, All the sons of the merchants wander about the world to attain their desire, nor is there one of them but his father provideth for him a stock in trade, wherewith all he may travel and traffic for gain. Why then, O my father, dost thou not outfit me with merchandise, so I may fare with it, and find my luck? He replied, O my son, such merchants lack money, so they send their sons to foreign parts for the sake of profit and pecuniary gain, and provision of the goods of the world. But I have monies in plenty, nor do I covet more. Why then should I exile thee? Indeed, I cannot brook to be parted from thee an hour, more especially as thou art unique in beauty and loveliness and perfect grace, and I fear for thee. But Kamar al-Zaman said, O my father, nothing will serve but thou must furnish me with merchandise wherewithal to travel. Else I will fly from thee at unawares, though without money or merchandise. So, and thou wish to solace my heart, make ready for me a stock in trade, that I may travel and amuse myself by viewing the countries of men. Abd al-Rahman, seeing his son enamoured of travel, acquainted his wife with this, saying, Verily thy son would have me provide him with goods, so he may fare therewith to far regions, albeit travel is travail. Quoth she, What is there to displease thee in this? Such is the wont of the sons of the merchants, and they all vie one with other in glorifying globe-trotting and gain. Quoth he, Most of the merchants are poor and seek growth of good, but I have wealth galore. She replied, More of a good thing hurteth not. And, if thou comply not with his wish, I will furnish him with goods of my own monies. Quoth Abd al-Rahman, I fear strangerhood for him, inasmuch as travel is the worst of trouble. But she said, There is no harm in strangerhood for him, when it leadeth to gaining good, and, if we consent not, our son will go away, and we shall seek him and not find him, and be dishonored among the folk. The merchant accepted his wife's counsel, and provided his son with merchandise to the value of 90,000 gold pieces, whilst his mother gave him a purse containing 40 bezel stones, jewels of price, the least of the value of one of which was 500 ducats, saying, O my son, be careful of this jewelry, for it will be of service to thee. Thereupon Kamar al-Zaman took the jewels and set out for Basra. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. End of night 966. Section 40 of the Book of the 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 9. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Book of the 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 9, by Anonymous, translated by Richard Francis Burton. Night 967. When it was the 967th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Kamar al-Zaman took the jewels and set out for Basra after he had laid them in a belt, which he buckled about his waist. And he stayed not, till there remained aught but a day's journey between that city and himself. When the Arabs came out upon him, and stripped him naked, and slew his men and servants. But he laid himself down among the slain, and wallowed in their blood, so that the wildlings took him for dead, and left him without even turning him over, and made off with their booty. When the Arabs had gone their ways, Kamar al-Zaman arose, having not left but the jewels in his girdle, and fared on, nor ceased faring, till he came to Basra. It chanced that his entry was on a Friday, and the town was void of folk, even as the dervish had informed him. He found the market streets deserted, and the shops wide open and full of goods. So he ate and drank and looked about him. Presently he heard a band of drums beating, and hid himself in a shop, till the slave girls came up, when he looked at them, and, seeing the young lady riding amongst them, love and longing overcame him, and desire and distraction overpowered him, so that he had no force to stand. After a while the people reappeared, and the bazaars filled, whereupon he went to the market, and repairing to the jeweler, and pulling out one of his 40 gems, sold it for 1,000 dinars, wherewith he returned to his place, and passed the night there. And when morning morrowed, he changed his clothes, and going to the Hammam, came forth as he were the full moon. So he sold other 4 stones for 4,000 dinars, and sauntered solacing himself about the main streets of Basra, clad in the costliest of clothes, till he came to a market, where he saw a barber's shop. So he went into the barber, who shaved his head, and clapping up an acquaintance with him, said to him, O my father, I am a stranger in these parts, and yesterday I entered this city and found it void of folk, nor was there in it any living soul, man or jinni. Then I saw a troop of slave girls, and amongst them a young lady riding in state. And he went on to tell him all he had seen. Said the barber, O my son, hast thou told any but me of these? And he said, No. The other rejoined, Then, O my son, beware thou mention this before any but me, for all folk cannot keep a secret, and thou art but a little lad, and I fear lest the talk travel from man to man, till it reach those whom it concerneth, and they slay thee. For know, O my son, that these thou hast seen, none ever seen nor knew in other than this city. As for the people of Basra, they are dying of this annoy. For every Friday forenoon they shut up the dogs and cats to hinder them from going about the market streets, and all the people of the city enter the cathedral mosques, where they lock the doors on them, and not one of them can pass about the bazaar, not even look out of casement, nor knoweth any the cause of this calamity. But, O my son, tonight I will question my wife concerning the reason thereof. For she is a midwife, and entereth the houses of the notables, and knoweth all the city news. So, Inshallah, do thou come to me tomorrow, and I will tell thee what she shall have told me. With this, Kamar al-Zaman pulled out a handful of gold, and said to him, O my father, take this gold and give it to thy wife, for she is become my mother. Then he gave him a second handful, saying, Take this for thyself, Whereupon quoth the barber, O my son, sit thou in thy place, till I go to my wife and ask her, and bring the news of the true state of the case. So saying, he left him in the shop, and going home, acquainted his wife with the young man's case, saying, I would have thee tell me the truth of this city business, so I may report it to this young merchant. For he hath set his heart on witting the reason why men and beasts are forbidden the market streets every Friday forenoon. And methinks he is a lover, for he is open-handed and liberal, and if we tell him what he would throw, we shall get great good of him. Quoth she, Go back and say to him, Come, speak with thy mother, my wife, who sendeth her salam to thee, and saith to thee, Thy wish is won. Accordingly he returned to the shop, where he found Kamar al-Zaman sitting awaiting him, and repeated him the very words spoken by his spouse. Then he carried him in to her, and she welcomed him and bade him sit down. Whereupon he pulled out 100 ducats and gave them to her, saying, O my mother, tell me who this young lady may be. Said she, Know, O my son, that there came a gem to the Sultan of Basra from the king of Hind, and he was minded to have it pierced. So he summoned all the jewelers in a body, and said to them, I wish you to drill me this jewel. Whoso pierceth it, I will give him whatsoever he shall ask. But if he break it, I will cut off his head. At this they were afraid, and said, O king of the age, a jewel is soon spoilt, and there are few who can pierce them without injury, for most of them have a flaw. So do not thou impose upon us a task to which we are unable, for our hands cannot avail to drill this jewel. However, our sheikh is more experienced than we. Asked the king, And who is your sheikh? And they answered, Master Obaid. He is more versed than we in this art, and hath wealth galore and of skill great store. Therefore do thou send for him to the presence, and bid him pierce thee this jewel. Accordingly, the king sent for Obaid, and bade him pierce the jewel, imposing on him the condition aforesaid. He took it, and pierced it to the liking of the king, who said to him, Ask a boon of me, O master. And said he, O king of the age, allow me delay till tomorrow. Now, the reason of this was that he wished to take counsel with his wife, who is the young lady thou sawest riding in procession, for he loveth her with exceeding love, and of the greatness of his affection for her he doth not without consulting her. Wherefore he put off asking till the morrow. When he went home, he said to her, I have pierced the king a jewel, and he hath granted me a boon, which I deferred asking till tomorrow, that I might consult thee. Now, what dost thou wish that I may ask it? Quoth she, We have riches such as fires may not consume, but, an thou love me, ask of the king to make proclamation in the streets of Basra, till all the townsfolk shall every Friday enter the mosques 2 hours before the hour of prayer, so none may abide in the town, at all great or small, except they be in the mosques or in the houses, and the doors be locked upon them, and that every shop of the town be left open. Then will I ride with my slave women through the heart of the city, and none shall look on me from window or lattice. And every one whom I find abroad I will kill. So he went in to the king, and begged of him this boon, which he granted him, and caused proclamation to be made amongst the Basrites. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. End of Night 967. Night 968. When it was the 968th night, she continued, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the jeweller begged his boon, the king bade proclamation be made amongst the Basrites. But the people objected that they feared for their goods from the cats and dogs. Wherefore he commanded to shut the animals up, till the folk should come forth from the Friday prayers. So the jeweller's wife fell to sallying forth every Friday, 2 hours before the time of congregational prayer, and riding in state through the city with her women, during which time none dareth pass through the market-place, nor look out of casement or lattice. This then is what thou wouldest know, and I have told thee who she is. But, O my son, Was it thy desire only to have news of her, or hast thou a mind to meet her? Answered he, O my mother, 'tis my wish to foregather with her. Quoth she, Tell me, what valuables thou hast with thee? And quoth he, O my mother, I would have with me precious stones of 4 sorts, the first worth 500 dinars each, the second 700, the third 800, and the fourth 1,000 ducats. She asked, Art thou willing to spend 4 of these? And he answered, I am ready to spend all of them. She rejoined, Then arise, O my son, and go straight to thy lodging, and take a bezel gem of those worth 500 sequins, with which do thou repair to the jewel market, and ask for the shop of Master Obeid, the sheikh of the jewelers. Go thither, and thou wilt find him seated in his shop, clad in rich clothes, with workmen under his hand. Salute him, and sit down on the front shelf of his shop. Then pull out the jewel, and give it to him, saying, O master, take this stone, and fashion it into a seal ring for me with gold. Make it not large, a miscall in weigh, and no more. But let the fashion of it be thy fairest. Then give him 20 dinars, and to each of his prentices a dinar. Sit with him a while, and talk with him, and if a beggar approach thee, show thy generosity by giving him a dinar, to the intent that he may affect thee, and after this leave him and return to thy place. Pass the night there, and next morning take 100 dinars, and bring them and give them to thy father the barber, for he is poor. Quoth Kamar al-Zaman, Be it so. And returning to his caravanserai, took a jewel worth 500 gold pieces, and went with it to the jewel bazaar. There he inquired for the shop of Master Obeid, sheikh of the jewelers, and they directed him thereto. So he went thither, and saw the sheikh, a man of austere aspect, and robed in sumptuous raiment, with 4 journeymen under his hand. He addressed him with, Peace be upon you. And the jeweler returned his greeting, and welcoming him, made him sit down. Then he brought out the jewel, and said, O master, I wish thee to make me this jewel into a seal ring with gold. Let it be the way of a miscall, and no more, but fashion it excellently. Then he pulled out 20 dinars, and gave them to him, saying, This is the fee for the chasing, and the price of the ring shall remain. And he gave each of the apprentices a gold piece, wherefore they loved him, and so did Master Obeid. Then he sat talking with the jeweler, and whenever a beggar came up to him, he gave him a gold piece, and they all marveled at his generosity. Now Master Obeid had tools at home, like those he had in the shop, and whenever he was minded to do any unusual piece of work, it was his custom to carry it home and do it there, that his journeymen might not learn the secrets of his wonderful workmanship. His wife used to sit before him, and when she was sitting thus, and he looking upon her, he would fashion all manner of marvellous wroughten trinkets, such as were fit for none but kings. So he went home and sat down to mould the ring with admirable workmanship. When his wife saw him thus engaged, she asked him, What wilt thou do with this bezel gem? And he answered, I mean to make it into a ring with gold, for it is worth 500 dinars. She inquired, For whom? And he answered, For a young merchant who is fair of face, with eyes that wound with desire, and cheeks that strike fire, and mouth like the seal of Suleiman, and cheeks like the bloom of Nunnon, and lips red as coralline, and neck like the antelope's long and fine. His complexion is white dashed with red, and he is well bred, pleasant and generous, and doth thus and thus. And he went on to describe to her now his beauty and his loveliness, and then his perfection and bounty, and ceased not to vaunt his charms and the generosity of his disposition, till he had made her in love with him. For there is no sillier cuckold than he who vaunteth to his wife another man's handsome looks and usual liberality in money matters. So, when desire rose high in her, she said to him, Is aught of my charms found in him? Said he, He hath all thy beauties, and he is thy counterpart in qualities. Meseemeth his age is even as thine, and but that I fear to hurt thy feelings, I would say that he is 1,000 times handsomer than thou art. She was silent, yet the fire of fondness was kindled in her heart, and the jeweler ceased not to talk with her and to set out Kamar al-Zaman's charms before her, till he had made an end of moulding the ring. When he gave it to her and she put it on her finger, which it fitted exactly, quoth she, O my lord, my heart loveth this ring, and I long for it to be mine, and I will not take it from my finger. Quoth he, Have patience, the owner of it is generous, and I will seek to buy it of him, and if he will sell it, I will bring it to thee. Or, if he have another such stone, I will buy it, and fashion it for thee into a ring like this. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. End of night 968.
Section 41 of The Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 9. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mark Ernest. The Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 9, by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. Night 969. When it was the 969th night, she pursued, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the jeweler said to his wife, Have patience. The owner of it is generous, and I will seek to buy it of him. And if he will sell it, I will bring it to thee. Or, if he have another such stone, I will buy it, and fashion it for thee into a ring like this. On this wise it fared with the jeweler and his wife. But as regards Kamar al-Zaman, he passed the night in his lodging, and on the morrow he took 100 dinars and carried them to the old woman, the barber's wife, saying to her, Accept these gold pieces. And she replied, Give them to thy father. So he gave them to the barber, and she asked, Hast thou done as I bade thee? He answered, Yes. And she said, Go now to the sheikh, the jeweler, and if he give thee the ring, put it on the tip of thy finger, and pull it off in haste, and say to him, O master, thou hast made a mistake, the ring is too tight. He will say, O merchant, shall I break it and mold it again larger? And do thou say, It booteth not to break it and fashion it anew. Take it, and give it to one of thy slave women. Then pull out another stone worth 700 dinars, and say to him, Take this stone, and set it for me, for 'tis handsomer than the other. Give him 30 dinars, and to each of the prentices 2, saying, These gold pieces are for the chasing, and the price of the ring shall remain. Then return to thy lodging for the night, and on the morrow bring me 200 ducats, and I will complete thee the rest of the device. So the youth went to the jeweler, who welcomed him, and made him sit down in his shop. And he asked him, Hast thou done my need? Yes, answered Obayd, and brought out to him the seal ring, whereupon he set it on his fingertip, and pulling it off in haste, cried, Thou hast made a mistake, O master, and threw it to him, saying, 'Tis too straight for my finger. Asked the jeweler, O merchant, shall I make it larger? But he answered, Not so. Take it as a gift, and give it to one of thy slave girls. Its worth is trifling, some 500 dinars, so it booteth not to fashion it over again. Then he brought out to him another stone worth 700 sequins, and said to him, Set this for me, 'tis a finer gem. Moreover, he gave him 30 dinars, and to each of his workmen 2. Quoth Obayd, O my lord, we will take the price of the ring when we have made it. But Kamar al-Zaman said, This is for the chasing, and the price of the ring remains over. So saying, he went away, leaving the jeweler and his men amazed at the excess of his generosity. Presently the jeweler returned to his wife, and said, O Halfma, never did I set eyes on a more generous than this young man. And as for thee, thy luck is good, for he hath given me the ring without price, saying, Give it to one of thy slave women. And he told her what had passed, adding, Methinks this youth is none of the sons of the merchants, but that he is of the sons of the kings and sultans. Now the more he praised him, the more she waxed in love-longing, passion, and distraction for him. So she took the ring and put it on her finger, whilst the jeweler made another one, a little larger than the first. When he had finished molding it, she put it on her finger under the first, and said, "Look, O my lord, how well the two rings show on my finger. I wish they were both mine." Said he, "Patience, it may be I shall buy thee this second one." Then he lay that night, and on the morrow he took the ring and went to his shop. As for Kamar al-Zaman, as soon as it was day, he repaired to the barber's wife, and gave her 200 dinars. Quoth she, "Go to the jeweler, and when he giveth thee the ring, put it on thy finger, and pull it off again in haste, saying, 'Thou hast made a mistake, O master. This ring is too large. A master like thee, when the like of me cometh to him with a piece of work, it behoveth him to take right measure, and if thou hadst measured my finger, thou hadst not erred. Then pull out another stone worth 1,000 dinars, and say to him, Take this and set it, and give this ring to one of thy slave women. Give him 40 ducats, and to each of his journeymen 3, saying, This is for the chasing, and for the cost of the ring, that shall remain, and see what he will say. Then bring 300 dinars, and give them to thy father the barber, that he may mend his fortune withal, for he is a poor man." Answered Kamar al-Zaman, "I hear and obey," and betook himself to the jeweler, who welcomed him, and making him sit down, gave him the ring. He took it and put it on his finger, then pulled it off in haste, and said, "It behoveth a master like thee, when the like of me bringeth him a piece of work, to take his measure. Hadst thou measured my finger, thou hadst not erred, but take it and give it to one of thy slave women." Then he brought out to him a stone worth 1,000 sequins, and said to him, "Take this and set it in a signet ring for me after the measure of my finger." Quoth Obayd, "Thou hast spoken sooth and art in the right," and took his measure, whereupon he pulled out 40 gold pieces and gave them to him, saying, "Take these for the chasing, and the price of the ring shall remain." Cried the jeweler, "O my lord, how much hire have we taken of thee? Verily, thy bounty to us is great." "No harm," replied Kamar al-Zaman, and sat talking with him a while, and giving a dinar to every beggar who passed by the shop. Then he left him and went away, whilst the jeweler returned home and said to his wife, "How generous is this young merchant! Never did I set eyes on a more open-handed or a comelier than he, no, nor a sweeter of speech." And he went on to recount to her his charms and generosity, and was loud in his praise. Cried she, "O thou lacked tact! Since thou notest these qualities in him, and indeed he hath given thee 2 seal rings of price, it behoveth thee to invite him, and make him an entertainment, and entreat him lovingly. When he seeth that thou affectest him and cometh to our place, we shall surely get great good of him. And if thou grudge him the banquet, do thou bid him, and I will entertain him of my monies." Quoth he, "Dost thou know me to be niggardly, that thou sayest this say?" And quoth she, "Thou art no niggard, but thou lackest tact. Invite him this very night, and come not without him. An he refuse, conjure him by the divorce oath, and be persistent with him." "On my head and eyes," answered he, and moulded the ring till he had finished it, after which he passed the night, and went forth on the morrow to his shop, and sat there. On this wise it was with him. But as for Kamar al-Zaman, he took 300 dinars, and carrying them to the old wife, gave them to her for the barber, her husband. Said she, "Most like he will invite thee to his house this day, and if he do this, and thou pass the night there, tell me in the morning what befalleth thee, and bring with thee 400 dinars, and give them to thy father." Answered he, "Hearing and obeying," and as often as he ran out of money, he would sell some of his stones. So he repaired to the jeweler, who rose to him, and received him with open arms, greeted him heartily, and clapped up companionship with him. Then he gave him the ring, and he found it after the measure of his finger, and said to the jeweler, "Allah bless thee, O Prince of Artists! The setting is comfortable, but the stone is not to my liking." And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. End of Night 969. Night 970. When it was the 970th night, she resumed, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Kamar al-Zaman said to the jeweler, The setting is comfortable to my wishes, but the stone is not to my liking. I have a handsomer than this, so take the seal ring and give it to one of thy slave women. Then he gave him a fourth stone and 100 dinars, saying, Take thy hire and excuse the trouble we have given thee. Obayd replied, O merchant, all the trouble thou hast given us thou hast requited us, and hast overwhelmed us with thy great bounties, and indeed my heart is taken with love of thee, and I cannot brook parting from thee. So Allah upon thee, be thou my guest this night, and heal my heart. He rejoined, So be it, but needs must I go to my Khan, that I may give a charge to my domestics, and tell them that I shall sleep abroad tonight, so they may not expect me. Where dost thou lodge? Asked the jeweler, and he answered, In such a Khan. Quoth Obayd, I will come for thee there. And quoth the other, 'Tis well. So the jeweler repaired to the Khan before sundown, fearing lest his wife should be angered with him if he returned home without his guest, and, carrying Kamar al-Zaman to his house, seated him in a saloon that had not its match. Halima saw him as he entered, and was ravished with him. They talked till supper was served, when they ate and drank, after which appeared coffee and sherbets, and the jeweler ceased not to entertain him with talk till eventide, when they prayed the obligatory prayers. Then entered a handmaid with 2 cups of night drink, which, when they had drunk, drowsiness overcame them, and they slept. Presently in came the jeweler's wife, and seeing them asleep, looked upon Kamar al-Zaman's face, and her wit was confounded at his beauty. Said she, How can he sleep who loveth the fair? And turning him over on his back, set a straddle upon his breast. Then, in the mania of her passion for him, she rained down kisses on his cheeks, till she left a mark upon them, and they became exceeding red, and his cheekbones shone, and she sucked his lips, till the blood ran out into her mouth. But with all this, her fire was not quenched, nor her thirst assuaged. She ceased not to kiss and clip him, and twine leg with leg, till the forebrow of morn grew white, and the dawn broke forth in light, when she put in his pocket 4 cockles, and went away. Then she sent her maid with something like snuff, which she applied to their nostrils, and they sneezed and awoke. When the slave girl said, O my lords, prayer is a duty, so rise ye and pray the dawn prayer. And she brought them basin and ewer. Quoth Kamar al-Zaman, O master, 'tis late, and we have overslept ourselves. And quoth the jeweler, O my friend, verily the air of this room is heavy, for whenever I sleep in it, this happens to me. Rejoined Kamar al-Zaman, True, and proceeded to make the wuzu ablution. But when he put the water to his face, his cheeks and lips burned him. Cried he, Prodigious! If the air of the room be heavy, and we have been drowned in sleep, what aileth my cheeks and lips that they burn me? And he said to the jeweler, O master, my cheeks and lips burn me. The other replied, I guess this cometh of the mosquito bites. Strange, said Kamar al-Zaman, hath this thing happened to thee? Replied Obayd, No, but whenever I have by me a guest like thee, he complaineth in the morning of the mosquito bites, and this happeneth only when he is like thee, beardless. If he be bearded, the mosquitoes sting him not, and naught hindereth them from me but my beard. It seems mosquitoes love not bearded men. Rejoined Kamar al-Zaman, True. Then the maid brought them early breakfast, and they broke their fast and went out. Kamar al-Zaman betook himself to the old woman, who exclaimed when she saw him, I see the marks of joyance on thy face. Tell me what thou hast seen. Said he, I have seen nothing. Only I supped with the housemaster in a saloon, and prayed the night prayer, after which we fell asleep and woke not till morning. She laughed and said, What be these marks on thy cheeks and lips? He answered, 'Twas the mosquitoes of the saloon that did this with me. And she rejoined, 'Tis well, but did the same thing betide the housemaster? He retorted, Nay, but he told me that the mosquitoes of that saloon molest not bearded men, but sting those only who have no hair on face, and that whenever he hath for guest one who is beardless, the stranger awaketh complaining of the mosquito bites, whereas an he have a beard, there befalleth him naught of this. Said she, Sooth thou speakest, but say me, sawest thou aught save this? And he answered, I found 4 cockles in my pocket. Quoth she, Show them to me. So he gave them to her, and she laughed and said, Thy mistress laid these in thy pocket. He asked, How so? And she answered, 'Tis as if she said to thee in the language of signs, An thou wert in love, thou wouldst not sleep, for a lover sleepeth not. But thou hast not ceased to be a child, and fit for nothing but to play with these cockles. So what drave thee to fall in love with the fair? Now she came to thee by night, and finding thee asleep, scored thy cheeks with her kisses, and left thee this sign. But that will not suffice her of thee, and she will certainly send her husband to invite thee again tonight. So, when thou goest home with him, hasten not to fall asleep, and on the morrow bring me 500 dinars, and come and acquaint me with what hath passed, and I will perfect for thee the device. Answered he, I hear and obey, and went back to the Khan. Thus it befell him. But as regards the jeweller's wife, she said to her husband, Is the guest gone? Answered he, Yes, but O Halama, the mosquitoes plagued him last night and scarified his cheeks and lips, and indeed I was abashed before him. She rejoined, This is the wont of the mosquitoes of our saloon, for they love none save the beardless. But do thou invite him again tonight. So he repaired to the Khan where the youth abode, and bidding him, carried him to his house, where they ate and drank and prayed the night prayer in the saloon, after which the slave girl entered and gave each of them a cup of night drink. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. End of Night 970. Recording by Mark Ernest. Section 42 of The Book of the 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 9. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mark Ernest. The Book of the 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 9 by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. Night 971. When it was the 971st night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the slave girl went in to the twain and gave each of them a cup of night drink, and they drank and fell asleep. Presently in came Halima and said, O good for nothing, how canst thou sleep and call thyself a lover? A lover sleepeth not. Then she mounted on his breast, and ceased not to come down upon him with kisses and caresses, biting and sucking his lips and so forth, till the morning, when she put in his pocket a knife and sent her handmaid to arouse them. And when the youth awoke, his cheeks were on fire for excess of redness, and his lips like coral, for dint of sucking and kissing. Quoth the jeweller, Did the mosquitoes plague thee last night? And quoth the other, Nay, for he now knew the conceit, and left complaining. Then he felt the knife in his pocket, and was silent. But when he had broken his fast, and drunk coffee, he left the jeweller, and going to the Khan, took 500 dinars of gold, and carried them to the old woman, to whom he related what had passed, saying, I slept despite myself, and when I woke at dawn I found nothing but a knife in my pocket. Exclaimed the old trot, May Allah protect thee from her this next night, for she saith to thee by this sign, An thou sleep again, I will cut thy throat. Thou wilt once more be bidden to the jeweller's house tonight, and if thou sleep, she will slay thee. Said he, What is to be done? And said she, Tell me what thou atest and drankest before sleeping. Quoth he, We supped as was our wont, and prayed the night prayer, after which there came in to us a maid, who gave each of us a cup of night drink, which when I had drunk, I fell asleep, and awoke not till the morning. Quoth the old woman, The mischief is in the cup. So when the maid giveth it to thee, take it from her, but drink not, and wait till the master of the house have drunken and fallen asleep. Then say to her, Give me a draught of water, and she will go fetch thee the gugglet. Then do thou empty the cup behind the pillow, and lie down, and feign sleep. So when she cometh back with the gugglet, she will deem that thou hast fallen asleep after having drunk off the cup, and will leave thee, and presently the case will appear to thee. But beware of disobeying my bidding. Answered he, I hear and I obey, and returned to the Khan. Meanwhile the jeweller's wife said to her husband, A guest's due honor is 3 nights' entertainment, so do thou invite him a 3rd time. Whereupon he betook himself to the youth, and inviting him, carried him home and sat down with him in the saloon. When they had supped and prayed the night prayer, behold, in came the handmaid, and gave each of them a cup. Her master drank and fell asleep, but Kamar al-Zaman forbore to drink, whereupon quoth the maid, Wilt thou not drink, O my lord? Answered he, I am athirst. Bring me the gugglet. Accordingly she went to fetch it, and he emptied the cup behind the pillow and lay down. When the slave girl returned, she saw him lying down, and, going to her mistress, said, He hath drunk off the cup and fallen asleep. Whereupon quoth Halimah to herself, Verily his death is better than his life. Then, taking a sharp knife, she went in to him, saying, 3 times, and thou notedst not the sign, O fool. So now I will rip up thy maw. When he saw her making for him knife in hand, he opened his eyes and rose, laughing, whereupon said she, 'Twas not of thine own wit that thou camest at the meaning of the sign, but by the help of some wily cheat. So tell me, whence thou hadst this knowledge? From an old woman, replied he, between whom and me befell such and such. And he told her all that had passed. Quoth she, Tomorrow go thou forth from us and seek her and say, Hast thou any further device in store? And if she answer, I have, do thou rejoin, Then do thy best that I may enjoy her publicly. But if she say, I have no means of doing that, and this is the last of my devices, put her away from thy thought, and tomorrow night my husband will come to thee and invite thee. Do thou come with him, and tell me, and I will consider what remaineth to be done. Answered he, There is no harm in that. Then he spent the rest of the night with her in embracing and clipping, plying the particle of copulation in concert and joining the conjunctive with the conjoined, whilst her husband was a cast-out nation of construction. And they ceased not to be thus till morning, when she said to him, 'Tis not a night of thee that will content me, nor a day, no, nor yet a month, nor a year, but it's my intent to abide with thee the rest of my life. Wait, however, till I play my husband a trick which would baffle the keenest witted and win for us our wishes. I will cause doubt to enter into him, so that he shall divorce me, whereupon I will marry thee and go with thee to thine own country. I will also transport all his monies and hoards to thy lodging, and will contrive thee to ruin of his dwelling place and the blotting out of his traces. But do thou hearken to my speech and obey me in that I shall say to thee, and gainsay me not. He replied, I hear and I obey. In me there is none opposition. Then said she, Go to the Khan, and when my husband cometh to thee and inviteth thee, say to him, O my brother, a son of Adam is apt to be burdensome, and when his visits grow over frequent, both generous and niggard loathe him. How then shall I go with thee every night, and lie, I and thee, on the saloon? And thou wax not chagrined with me, thy harem will bear me grudge, for that I hinder thee from thine. Therefore, if thou have a mind to my company, take me a house beside thine own, and we will abide thus. Now I sitting with thee till the time of sleep, and now with me thou. Then I will go to my place, and thou to thy harem, and this will be a better rede than that I hinder thee from thy harem every night. Then will he come to me and take counsel with me, and I will advise him to turn out our neighbour, for the house wherein he liveth is our house, and he renteth it of us. And once thou art in the house, Allah will make easy to us the rest of our scheme. And presently she added, Go now and do as I bid thee. Answered he, I hear and obey. Whereupon she left him and went away, whilst he lay down and feigned to be asleep. Presently the handmaid came and aroused them, and when the jeweller awoke, he said to his guest, O merchant, have the mosquitoes worried thee? He replied, No. And Obayd said, belike thou art grown used to them." Then they broke their fast and drank coffee, after which they fared forth to their affairs, and Kamar al-Zaman betook himself to the old crone and related to her what had passed. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. End of Night 971. Night 972. When it was the 972nd night, she continued, "It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when Kamar al-Zaman betook himself to the old crone, he related to her what had passed, saying, She spake to me this and that, and I answered her thus and thus. Now say me, hast thou any farther device for bringing me to enjoy her publicly?" Quoth she, "O my son, here endeth my contrivance, and now I am at the term of my devices." Upon this he left her and returned to the Khan where, as eventide evened, the jeweller came to him and invited him. He said, "I cannot go with thee." Asked the merchant, "Why so? I love thee and cannot brook separation from thee. Allah upon thee, come with me." The other replied, "An it be thy wish to continue our comradeship and keep up the friendship betwixt thee and me, take me a house by the side of thine own, and when thou wilt, thou shalt pass the evening with me and I with thee. But, as soon as the time of sleep cometh, each of us shall hie him to his own home and lie there." Quoth Obayd, "I have a house adjoining mine, which is my own property. So go thou with me to-night, and to-morrow I will have the house untenanted for thee." Accordingly he went with him, and they supped and prayed the night prayer, after which the jeweller drank the cup of drugged liquor and fell asleep. But in Kamar al-Zaman's cup there was no trick, so he drank it and slept not. Then came the jeweller's wife and sat chatting with him through the dark hours, whilst her husband lay like a corpse. When he awoke in the morning as of wont, he sent for his tenant and said to him, "O man, quit me the house, for I have need of it." "On my head and eyes," answered the other and voided the house to him, whereupon Kamar al-Zaman took up his abode therein and transported thither all his baggage. The jeweller passed that evening with him, then went to his own house. On the next day his wife sent for a cunning builder and bribed him with money to make her an underground way from her chamber to Kamar al-Zaman's house, with a trap door under the earth. So, before the youth was ware, she came in to him with 2 bags of money, and he said to her, "Whence comest thou?" She showed him the tunnel and said to him, "Take these 2 bags of his money." Then she sat with him, the twain toying and tumbling together till the morning, when she said, "Wait for me till I go to him and wake him, so he may go to his shop and I return to thee." He sat expecting her, whilst she went away and awoke her husband, who made the wuzu ablution and prayed and went to his shop. As soon as he was gone, she took 4 bags and carrying them through the souterrain to Kamar al-Zaman, said to him, "Store these up." Then she sat with him awhile, after which she retired to her home and he betook himself to the bazaar. When he returned at sundown, he found in his house 10 purses and jewels and much besides. Presently the jeweller came to him and carried him to his own house, where they passed the evening in the saloon, till the handmaid came in, according to custom, and brought them the drink. Her master drank and fell asleep, whilst naught betided Kamar al-Zaman, for that his cup was wholesome and there was no trick therein. Then came Halimah, who sat down a-toying with him, whilst the slave girl transported the jeweller's goods to Kamar al-Zaman's house by the secret passage. Thus they did till morning, when the handmaid awoke her lord and gave them to drink coffee, after which they went each his own way. On the 3rd day the wife brought out to him a knife of her husband's, which had been chased and wrought with his own hand, and which he priced at 500 dinars. But there was no knife like it, and because of the eagerness with which folk sought it of him, he had laid it up in a chest and could not bring himself to sell it to any one in creation. Quoth she, "Take this knife and set it in thy waist shawl, and go to my husband and sit with him. Then pull out the knife and say to him, 'O master, look at this knife I bought today, and tell me if I have the worst or the best of the bargain.' He will know it, but will be ashamed to say to thee, 'This is my knife.' So he will ask thee, 'Whence didst thou buy it, and for how much?' And do thou make answer, 'I saw 2 Levantines disputing, and one said to the other, Where hast thou been?' Quoth his companion, 'I have been with my mistress, and whenever I foregather with her, she giveth me 10 dirhams, But this day she said to me, My hand is empty of silver for thee today, but take this knife of my husband's. So I took it, and intend to sell it. The knife pleased me, and hearing his tale, I said to him, Wilt thou sell it to me? When he replied, Buy. So I got it of him for 300 gold pieces, and I wonder whether it was cheap or dear. And note what he will say to thee. Then talk with him a while, and rise and come back to me in haste. Thou wilt find me awaiting thee at the tunnel mouth, and do thou give me the knife. Replied Kamar al-Zaman, I hear and I obey, and taking the knife, set it in his waist shawl. Then he went to the shop of the jeweler, who saluted him with the salam, and welcomed him, and made him sit down. He spied the knife in his waist shawl, at which he wondered and said to himself, That is my knife. Who can have conveyed it to this merchant? And he fell a-musing, and saying in his mind, I wonder an it be my knife or a knife like it. Presently Kamar al-Zaman pulled it out and said to him, Hark ye, master, take this knife and look at it. Obayd took it and knew it right well, but was ashamed to say, This is my knife. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. End of Night 972. Recording by Mark Ernest. Section 43 of The Book of the 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 9. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mark Ernest. The Book of the 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 9 by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. Night 973. When it was the 973rd night, she pursued, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the jeweler took the knife from Kamar al-Zaman, he knew it, but was ashamed to say, This is my knife. So he asked, Where didst thou buy it? Kamar al-Zaman answered as Halimah had charged him, and the jeweler said, The knife was cheap at that price, for it is worth 500 dinars. But fire flamed in his heart, and his hands were tied from working at his craft. Kamar al-Zaman continued to talk with him whilst he was drowned in the sea of solicitudes. And for 50 words wherewith the youth bespoke him, he answered him but one, for his heart ached, and his frame was racked, and his thoughts were troubled, and he was even, as saith the poet, I have no words, though folk would have me talk, and who bespeak me find me thought waylaid, plunged in the care sea's undiscovered depths, nor aught of difference see twixt man and maid. When Kamar al-Zaman saw his case thus changed, he said to him, Belike thou art busy at this present, and leaving him, returned in hottest haste to his own house, where he found Halimah standing at the passage door awaiting him. Quoth she, Hast thou done as I bade thee? And quoth he, Yes. She asked, What said he to thee? And he answered, He told me that the knife was cheap at that price, for that it was worth 500 dinars. But I could see that he was troubled. So I left him, and know not what befell him after that. Cried she, Give me the knife, and reck thou not of him. Then she took the knife, and restoring it to its place, sat down. Now after Kamar al-Zaman's departure, fire flamed in the jeweller's heart, and suspicion was sore upon him. And he said to himself, Needs must I get up and go look for the knife and cut down doubt with certainty. So he rose and repaired to his house and went in to his wife, snorting like a dragon. And she said to him, What mattereth thee, O my lord? He asked, Where is my knife? And she answered, In the chest, and smote hand upon breast, saying, O my grief! Belike thou hast fallen out with some one, and art come to fetch the knife to smite him withal. Said he, Give me the knife, let me see it. But said she, Not till thou swear to me that thou wilt not smite any one therewith. So he swore this to her, and she opened the chest, and brought out to him the knife, and he fell to turning it over, saying, Verily, this is a wondrous thing. Then quoth he to her, Take it, and lay it back in its place. And she, Tell me the meaning of all this. He answered, I saw with our friend a knife like this. and told her all that had passed between himself and the youth, adding, "But when I saw it in the chest, my suspicion ended in certainty." Said she, "Haply thou misdoubtest of me and deemedest that I was the Levantine's mistress and had given him the knife." He replied, "Yes, I had my doubts of this. But when I saw the knife, suspicion was lifted from my heart." Rejoined she, "O man, there is now no good in thee." And he fell to excusing himself to her, till he appeased her, after which he fared forth and returned to his shop. Next day she gave Kamar al-Zaman her husband's watch, which he had made with his own hand and whereof none had the like, saying, "Go to his shop and sit by his side and say to him, I saw again to-day him whom I saw yesterday. He had a watch in his hand and said to me, 'Wilt thou buy this watch?' Quoth I, 'Whence hadst thou it?' And quoth he, 'I was with my mistress and she gave me this watch.' So I bought it of him for 58 gold pieces. Look at it. Is it cheap at that price or dear? Note what he shall say to thee, then return to me in haste and give me the watch." So Kamar al-Zaman repaired to the jeweller and did with him as she had charged him. When Obayd saw the watch, he said, "This is worth 700 ducats," and suspicion entered into him. Then the youth left him and returning to the wife, gave her back the watch. Presently her husband suddenly came in snorting and said to her, "Where is my watch?" Said she, "Here it is," and he cried, "Give it to me." So she brought it to him and he exclaimed, "There is no majesty and there is no might save in Allah the Glorious, the Great." And she too exclaimed, "O man, there is something the matter with thee. Tell me what it is." He replied, "What shall I say? Verily, I am bewildered by these chances." And he recited these couplets, "Although the Merciful be doubtless with me, yet I am sore bewildered, for new griefs have compassed me about, or ere I knew it. I have endured till patience itself became impatient of my patience. I have endured, waiting till heaven fulfil my destiny. I have endured till e'en endurance owned how I bore up with her, a thing more bitter than bitter aloes. Yet though a bitterer thing is not, then is that drug it were more bitter. To me should patience leave me unsustained." Then said he to his wife, "O woman, I saw with the merchant our friend first my knife, which I knew, for that its fashion was a device of my own wit, nor doth its like exist. And he told me of it a story that troubled the heart. So I came back and found it at home. Again to-day I see him with the watch, whose fashion also is of my own device, nor is there the fellow of it in Basra. And of this also he told me a story that saddened my heart, whereof I am bewildered in my wit and know not what is to come to me." Quoth she, "The purport of thy speech is that thou suspectedst me of being the friend of that merchant and his layman, and eke of giving him thy good, so thou camest to question me and make proof of my perfidy, and had I not shown thee the knife and the watch, thou hadst been certified of my treason. But since, O man, thou deemest me this ill deem, henceforth I will never again break with thee bread nor drain with thee drink, for I loathe thee with the loathing of prohibition." So he gentled her and excused himself till he had appeased her and returned, repenting him of having bespoken her thus, to his shop where he sat. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. End of Night 973. Night 974. When it was the 974th night, she resumed, "It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when the jeweller quitted his wife, he repented having bespoken her thus and, returning to his shop, he sat there in disquiet sore and anxiety galore, between belief and unbelief. About eventide he went home alone, not bringing Kamar al-Zaman with him. Whereupon quoth his wife, 'Where is the merchant?' And quoth he, 'In his lodgings.' She asked, 'Is the friendship between thee and him grown cold?' And he answered, 'By Allah, I have taken a dislike to him, because of that which hath betided me from him.' Quoth she, 'Go fetch him, to please me.' So he arose and went in to Kamar al-Zaman in his house, where he saw his own goods strewn about and knew them. At this sight fire was kindled in his heart, and he fell a-sighing. Quoth the youth, How is it that I see thee melancholy? Obayd was ashamed to say, Here are my goods in thy house. Who brought them hither? So he replied only, A vexation hath betided me, but come thou with me to my house, that we may solace ourselves there. The other rejoined, Let me be in my place, I will not go with thee. But the jeweller conjured him to come, and took him to his house, where they supped and passed the evening together, Kamar al-Zaman talking with the jeweller, who was drowned in the sea of solicitude, and for 100 words wherewith the guest bespoke him, answered him only 1 word. Presently the handmaid brought them 2 cups of drink, as usual, and they drank, whereupon the jeweller fell asleep, but the youth abode on wake, because his cup was not drugged. Then came Halimah and said to her lover, How deemest thou of yonder cornuted, who is drunken in his heedlessness and weeteth not the wiles of women? There is no help for it but that I cozen him into divorcing me. Tomorrow I will disguise myself as a slave girl, and walk after thee to his shop, where do thou say to him, O master, I went today into the Khan of Al-Yashirja, where I saw this damsel and bought her for 1,000 dinars. Look at her for me, and tell me whether she was cheap at that price or dear. Then uncover to him my face and breasts, and show all of me to him, after which do thou carry me back to thy house, whence I will go to my chamber by the secret passage, so I may see the issue of our affair with him. Then the twain passed the night in mirth and merriment, converse and good cheer, dalliance and delight till dawn, when she returned to her own place and sent the handmaid to arouse her lawful lord and her lover. Accordingly they arose and prayed the dawn prayer and brake their fast and drank coffee, after which Obayd repaired to his shop, and Kamar al-Zaman betook himself to his own house. Presently in came Halimah to him by the tunnel in the guise of a slave girl, and indeed she was by birth a slave girl. Then he went out, and she walked behind him, till he came to the jeweller's shop, and, saluting him, sat down and said, O master, I went into the Khan of Al-Yashirja today to look about me, and saw this damsel in the broker's hands. She pleased me, so I bought her for 1,000 dinars, and I would have thee look upon her and see if she be cheap at that price or no. So saying, he uncovered her face, and the jeweller saw her to be his own wife, clad in her costliest clothes, tricked out in her finest trinkets, and kohled and hennaed, even as she was wont to adorn herself before him in the house. He knew with full knowledge her face and dress and trinkets, for those he had wrought with his own hand, and he saw on her fingers the seal rings he had newly made for Kamar al-Zaman, whereby he was certified with entire assurance that she was indeed his very wife. So he asked her, What is thy name, O slave girl? And she answered, Halimah, naming to him her own name, whereat he was amazed and said to the youth, For how much didst thou buy her? He replied, For 1,000 dinars. And the jeweller rejoined, Thou hast gotten her for gratis, for her rings and clothes and trinkets are worth more than that. Said Kamar al-Zaman, May Allah rejoice thee with good news. Since she pleaseth thee, I will carry her to my house. And Obayd said, Do thy will. So he took her off to his house, whence she passed through the secret passage to her own apartment and sat there. Meanwhile fire flamed in the jeweller's heart, and he said to himself, I will go to see my wife. If she be at home, this slave girl must be her counterpart, and glory be to him who alone hath no counterpart. But if she be not at home, 'tis she herself without a doubt. Then he set off running, and coming to his house, found his wife sitting in the same clothes and ornaments he had seen upon her in the shop, whereupon he beat hand upon hand, saying, There is no majesty and there is no might save in Allah, the glorious, the great. O man, asked she, art thou mad, or what aileth thee? 'Tis not thy wont to do thus, and needs must it be that something hath befallen thee? Answered he, If thou wilt have me tell thee, be not vexed. Quoth she, Say on. So he said, Our friend the merchant hath bought a slave girl, whose shape is as thy shape, and her height as thy height. Moreover, her name is even as thy name, and her apparel is the like of thine apparel. Brief, she resembleth thee in all her attributes, and on her fingers are seal rings like thy seal rings, and her trinkets are as thy trinkets. So when he displayed her to me, methought it was thyself, and I was perplexed concerning my case. Would we had never seen this merchant nor companied with him, and would he had never left his own country, and we had not known him, for he hath troubled my life, which before was serene, causing ill feeling to succeed good faith, and making doubt to enter into my heart. Said she, Look in my face. Belike I am she who was with him, and he is my lover, and I disguised myself as a slave girl, and agreed with him that he should display me to thee, so he might lay a snare for thee? He replied, What words are these? Indeed, I never suspected that thou wouldst do the like of this deed. Now this jeweler was unversed in the wiles of women, and knew not how they deal with men, nor had he heard the saying of him who said, A hart bore thee off in chase of the fair, as fled youth and came age with his hoary hair. Layla troubles me and love joys are far, and rival and risks bring us cark and care. And wouldst ask me of woman, behold I am, and physic of womankind, wise and ware. When grizzleth man's head and his monies fail, his lot in their love is a poor affair. Nor that of another. Gainsay women, he obeyeth Allah best, who saith them nay, and he prospers not who giveth them his bridle rein to sway. For they'll hinder him from winning to perfection in his gifts, though 1,000 years he study, seeking after wisdom's way. And a third, Women Satans are, made for woe of man. To Allah I fly from such Satanesses. Whom they lure by their love, he to grief shall come, and lose bliss of world and the faith that blesses. Said she, Here am I sitting in my chamber. So go thou to him forthright, and knock at the door, and contrive to go in to him quickly. And thou see the damsel with him, 'tis a slave girl of his who resembleth me, and glory be to him who hath no resemblance. But an thou see no slave girl with him, then am I myself she whom thou sawest with him in the shop, and thine ill thought of me will be stablished. True, answered Obayd, and went out leaving her, whereupon she passed through the hidden passage, and seating herself by Kamar al-Zaman told him what had passed, saying, Open the door quickly, and show me to him. Now as they were talking, behold, there came a knocking at the door. Quoth Kamar al-Zaman, Who is at the door? And quoth the jeweler, I, thy friend. Thou displayedst to me thy slave girl in the bazaar, and I rejoiced for thee in her, but my joy in her was not completed. So open the door and let me look at her again. Rejoined he, So be it. And opened the door to him, whereupon he saw his wife sitting by him. She rose and kissed their hands, and he looked at her. Then she talked with him a while, and he saw her not to be distinguished from his wife in aught, and said, Allah createth whatso he will. Then he went away more disheartened than before, and returned to his own house, where he saw his wife sitting, for she had forgone him thither by the souterrain. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. End of Night 974. Recording by Mark Ernest. Section 44 of The Book of the 1,000 Nights and a Night, Volume 9. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mark Ernest. The Book of the 1,000 Nights and a Night, Volume 9, by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. Night 975. When it was the 975th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the young lady forewent her spouse by the souterrain as he fared through the door, and sat down in her upper chamber. So as soon as he entered, she asked him, What hast thou seen? And he answered, I found her with her master, and she resembleth thee. Then said she, Off to thy shop, and let this suffice thee of ignoble suspicion, and never again deem ill of me. Said he, So be it, accord me pardon for what is past. And she, Allah grant thee grace. Whereupon he kissed her right and left, and went back to his shop. Then she again betook herself to Kamar al-Zaman through the underground passage with 4 bags of money, and said to him, Equip thyself at once for the road, and be ready to carry off the money without delay, against I devise for thee the device I have in mind. So he went out and purchased mules and loaded them and made ready a travelling litter. He also bought Mamelukes and eunuchs, and sending, without let or hindrance, the whole without the city, returned to Halimah and said to her, I have made an end of my affairs. Quoth she, And I on my side am ready, for I have transported to thy house all the rest of his monies and treasures, and have left him nor little nor much, whereof he may avail himself. All this is of my love for thee, O dearling of my heart, for I would sacrifice my husband to thee 1,000 times. But now it behoveth, thou go to him and farewell him, saying, I purpose to depart after 3 days, and am come to bid thee adieu. So do thou reckon what I owe thee for the hire of the house, that I may send it to thee and acquit my conscience. Note his reply and return to me, and tell me, for I can no more. I have done my best by cozening him, to anger him with me and cause him to put me away, but I find him none the less infatuated with me. So nothing will serve us but to depart to thine own country. And quoth he, O rare, and but swevens prove true. Then he went to the jeweller's shop, and sitting down by him, said to him, O master, I set out for my home in 3 days, and am come to farewell thee. So I would have thee reckon what I owe thee for the hire of the house, that I may pay it to thee and acquit my conscience. Answered Obayd, What talk is this? Verily, 'tis I who am indebted to thee. By Allah, I will take nothing from thee for the rent of the house, for thou hast brought down blessings upon us. However, thou desolatest me by thy departure, and but that it is forbidden to me, I would certainly oppose thee, and hinder thee from returning to thy country and kinsfolk. Then he took leave of me, whilst they both wept with sore weeping, and the jeweller went with him, and when they entered Kamar al-Zaman's house, there they found Halimah, who stood before them and served them. But when Obayd returned home, he found her sitting there, nor did he cease to see her thus in each house in turn for the space of 3 days, when she said to Kamar al-Zaman, Now have I transported to thee all that he hath of monies and hoards and carpets and things of price, and there remaineth with him naught save the slave girl who used to come in to you with the night drink. But I cannot part with her, for that she is my kinswoman, and she is dear to me as a confidant. So I will beat her and be wroth with her, and when my spouse cometh home, I will say to him, I can no longer put up with this slave girl, nor stay in the house with her, so take her and sell her. Accordingly he will sell her, and do thou buy her, that we may carry her with us. Answered he, No harm in that. So she beat the girl, and when the jeweller came in, he found her weeping, and asked her why she wept. Quoth she, My mistress hath beaten me. He then went in to his wife, and said to her, What hath that accursed girl done, that thou hast beaten her? She replied, O man, I have but one word to say to thee, and 'tis that I can no longer bear the sight of this girl, so take her and sell her, or else divorce me. Quoth he, I will sell her that I may not cross thee in aught. And when he went out to go to the shop, he took her and passed with her by Kamar al-Zaman. No sooner had he gone out than his wife slipped through the underground passage to Kamar al-Zaman, who placed her in the litter before the sheikh her husband reached him. When the jeweller came up and the lover saw the slave girl with him, he asked him, What girl is this? And the other answered, 'Tis my slave girl, who used to serve us with the night drink. She hath disobeyed her mistress, who is wroth with her, and hath bidden me sell her. Quoth the youth, And her mistress have taken an aversion to her, there is for her no abiding with her. But sell her to me, that I may smell your scent in her, and I will make her handmaid to my slave Halimah. Good, answered Obayd, take her. Asked Kamar al-Zaman, What is her price? But the jeweller said, I will take nothing from thee, for thou hast been bountiful to us. So he accepted her from him and said to Halimah, Kiss thy lord's hand. Accordingly she came out from the litter and kissing Obayd's hand, remounted, whilst he looked hard at her. Then said Kamar al-Zaman, I commend thee to Allah, O Master Obayd. Acquit my conscience of responsibility. Answered the jeweller, Allah acquit thee, and carry thee safe to thy family. Then he bade him farewell and went to his shop weeping. And indeed it was grievous to him to part from Kamar al-Zaman, for that he had been friend, and friendship hath its debtorship. Yet he rejoiced in the dispelling of the doubts which had befallen him anent his wife, since the young man was now gone and his suspicions had not been stablished. Such was his case, but as regards Kamar al-Zaman, the young lady said to him, "An thou wish for safety, travel with me by other than the wonted way." And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. End of Night 975. Night 976. When it was the 976th night, she continued, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when Halimah said to Kamar al-Zaman, "An thou wish for safety, travel with me by other than the wonted way," he replied, "Hearing and obeying," and, taking a road other than that used by folk, fared on without ceasing from region to region till he reached the confines of Egypt land, and sent his sire a letter by a runner. Now his father, the merchant Abd al-Rahman, was sitting in the market among the merchants, with his heart on fire for separation from his son, because no news of the youth had reached him since the day of his departure. And while he was in such case, the runner came up and cried, "O my lords, which of you is called the merchant Abd al-Rahman?" They said, "What wouldst thou of him?" And he said, "I have a letter for him from his son Kamar al-Zaman, whom I left at Al-Arash." At this Abd al-Rahman rejoiced, and his breast was broadened, and the merchants rejoiced for him and gave him joy of his son's safety. Then he opened the letter and read as follows: From Kamar al-Zaman to the merchant Abd al-Rahman. And after peace be upon thee and upon all the merchants, and ye ask it concerning us, to Allah be the praise and the thanks. Indeed, we have sold and bought and gained, and are come back in health and wealth and weal. Whereupon Abd al-Rahman opened the door of rejoicing and made banquets and gave feasts and entertainments galore, sending for instruments of music and addressing himself to festivities after rarest fashion. When Kamar al-Zaman came to Al-Shalhaya, his father and all the merchants went forth to meet him, and Abd al-Rahman embraced him and strained him to his bosom and sobbed till he swooned away. When he came to himself, he said, "O 'tis a boon day, O my son, whereon the omnipotent protector hath reunited us with thee." And he repeated the words of the bard, "The return of the friend is the best of all boons, and the joy cup circles, O morns and noons. So welcome, fair welcome to thee, the light of the time and the moon, O full moons." Then for excess of joy, he poured forth a flood of tears from his eyes, and he recited also these two couplets: The moon all the times show unveiled light, and his journey done at our door doth alight. His locks as the nights of his absence are black, and the sun upstands from his collars white. Then the merchants came up to him and saluting him saw with him many loads and servants and a travelling litter enclosed in a spacious circle. So they took him and carried him home, and when Halimah came forth from the litter, his father held her a seduction to all who beheld her. So they opened her an upper chamber, as it were a treasure from which the talismans had been loosed. And when his mother saw her, she was ravished with her, and deemed her a queen of the wives of the kings. So she rejoiced in her and questioned her, and she answered, "I am wife to thy son." And the mother rejoined, "Since he is wedded to thee, we must make thee a splendid marriage feast, that we may rejoice in thee and in my son." On this wise it befell her. But as regards the merchant Abd al-Rahman, when the folk had dispersed and each had wended his way, he foregathered with his son and said to him, "O my son, what is this slave girl thou hast brought with thee, and for how much didst thou buy her?" Kamar al-Zaman said, "O my father, she is no slave girl, but 'tis she who was the cause of my going abroad." Asked his sire, "How so?" And he answered, "'Tis she whom the dervish described to us the night he lay with us. For indeed my hopes clave to her from that moment, and I sought not to travel save on account of her. The Arabs came out upon me by the way and stripped me and took my money and goods, so that I entered Bassorah alone, and there befell me there such and such things. And he went on to relate to his parent all that had befallen him from commencement to conclusion. Now when he had made an end of his story, his father said to him, O my son, and after all this didst thou marry her? No, but I have promised her marriage. Is it thine intent to marry her? An thou bid me marry her, I will do so. Otherwise I will not marry her. Thereupon quoth his father, An thou marry her, I am quit of thee in this world and in the next, and I shall be incensed against thee with sore indignation. How canst thou wed her, seeing that she hath dealt thus with her husband? For even as she did with her spouse for thy sake, so will she do the like with thee for another's sake, because she is a traitress, and in a traitor there is no trusting. Wherefore, an thou disobey me, I shall be wroth with thee. But an thou give ear to my word, I will seek thee out a girl handsomer than she, who shall be pure and pious, and marry thee to her, though I spend all my substance upon her. And I will make thee a wedding without equal, and will glory in thee and in her. For 'tis better that folk should say, Such an one hath married such an one's daughter, than that they say he hath wedded a slave girl sans birth or worth. And he went on to persuade his son to give up marrying her, by citing in support of his say proofs, stories, examples, verses, and moral instances, till Kamar al-Zaman exclaimed, O my father, since the case is thus, 'tis not right and proper that I marry her. And when his father heard him speak on such wise, he kissed him between the eyes, saying, Thou art my very son, and as I live, O my son, I will assuredly marry thee to a girl who hath not her equal. Then the merchant set Obaid's wife and her handmaid in a chamber high up in the house, and before locking the door upon the twain, he appointed a black slave girl to carry them their meat and drink, and he said to Halimah, Ye shall abide imprisoned in this chamber, thou and thy maid, till I find one who will buy you, when I will sell you to him. And ye resist, I will slay ye both, for thou art a traitress, and there is no good in thee. Answered she, Do thy will. I deserve all thou canst do with me. Then he locked the door upon them, and gave his harem a charge respecting them, saying, Let no one go up to them, nor speak with them, save the black slave girl, who shall give them their meat and drink through the casement of the upper chamber. So she abode with her maid, weeping and repenting her of that which she had done with her spouse. Meanwhile Abd al-Rahman sent out the marriage brokers to look out a maid of birth and worth for his son, and the women ceased not to make search. And as often as they saw one girl, they heard of a fairer than she, till they came to the house of the Shaykh al-Islam, and saw his daughter. In her they found a virgin whose equal was not in Cairo for beauty and loveliness, symmetry and perfect grace, and she was 1,000-fold handsomer than the wife of Obaid. So they told Abd al-Rahman of her, and he and the notables repaired to her father and sought her in wedlock of him. Then they wrote out the marriage contract and made her a splendid wedding, after which Abd al-Rahman gave bride feasts and held open house 40 days. On the first day he invited the doctors of the law, and they held a splendid nativity, and on the morrow he invited all the merchants, and so on during the rest of the 40 days, making a banquet every day to one or other class of folk, till he had bidden all the Olema and Emirs and Antians and magistrates, whilst the kettle drums were drummed and the pipes were piped, and the merchant set to greet the guests, with his son by his side, that he might solace himself by gazing on the folk as they ate from the trays. Each night Abd al-Rahman illuminated the street and the quarter with lamps, and there came every one of the mimes and jugglers and mountebanks and played all manner play, and indeed it was a peerless wedding. On the last day he invited the fakirs, the poor and the needy, far and near, and they flocked in troops and ate, whilst the merchant sat with his son by his side. And among the paupers, behold, entered Shaykh Obaid the jeweler, and he was naked and weary, and bare on his face the marks of wayfare. When Kamar al-Zaman saw him, he knew him and said to his sire, Look, O my father, at yonder poor man who is but now come in by the door. So he looked and saw him clad in worn clothes, and on him a patched gown worth 2 dirhams. His face was yellow, and he was covered with dust, and was, as he were, an offcast of the pilgrims. He was groaning as groaneth a sick man in need, walking with a tottering gait, and swaying now to the right and then to the left, and in him was realized his saying who said, Lack gold abaseth man, and doth his worth away, even as the setting sun that pales with ended day. He passeth mongst the folk, and fain would hide his head, and when alone he weeps with tears that never stay. Absent, none taketh heed to him or his concern. Present, he hath no part in life or pleasance eye. By Allah, whenas men with poverty are cursed, but strangers midst their kin and countrymen are they. And the saying of another, The poor man fares by everything opposed, on him to shut the door earth ne'er shall fail. Thou seest men abhor him sans a sin, and foes he finds though none the cause can tell. The very dogs, when sighting wealthy man, fawn at his feet and wag the flattering tail. Yet an some day a pauper loon they sight, all at him bark and gnashing's fangs assail. And how well quoth a third, If generous youth be blessed with luck and wealth, displeasures fly his path and perils fleet. His enviers pimp for him and parasite wise, e'en without tryst his mistress haste to meet. When loud he farts they say, How well he sings! And when he fizzles cry they, Oh, how sweet! And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. End of Night 976. Recording by Mark Ernest. Section 45 of The Book of the 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 9. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mark Ernest. The Book of the 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 9, by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. Night 977. When it was the 977th night, she pursued, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when his son said to Abd al-Rahman, Look at yonder pauper, he asked, O my son, who is this? And Kamar al-Zaman answered, This is Master Obaid the jeweler, husband of the woman who is imprisoned with us. Quoth Abd al-Rahman, Is this he of whom thou toldest me? And quoth his son, Yes, and indeed I wot him right well. Now the manner of Obaid's coming thither was on this wise. When he had farewelled Kamar al-Zaman, he went to his shop, and thence going home laid his hand on the door, whereupon it opened, and he entered, and found neither his wife nor the slave girl, but saw the house in sorriest plight, quoting in mute speech his saying who said, The chambers were like a beehive well stocked. When their bees quitted it, they became empty. When he saw the house void, he turned right and left, and presently went round about the place like a madman, but came upon no one. Then he opened the door of his treasure closet, but found therein naught of his money nor his hoards. Whereupon he recovered from the intoxication of fancy, and shook off his infatuation, and knew that it was his wife herself who had turned the tables upon him, and outwitted him with her wiles. He wept for that which had befallen him, but kept his affair secret, so none of his foes might exult over him, nor any of his friends be troubled, knowing that, if he disclosed his secret, it would bring him naught but dishonor and contumely talk from the folk. Wherefore he said in himself, O Obaid, hide that which hath betided thee of affliction and ruination. It behoveth thee to do in accordance with his saying who said, If a man's breast with bane he hides be straitened, the breast that tells its hidden bale is straighter still. Then he locked up his house, and, making for his shop, gave it in charge of one of his apprentices, to whom said he, My friend the young merchant hath invited me to accompany him to Cairo, for solacing ourselves with the sight of the city, and sweareth that he will not march except he carry us with him, me and my wife. So, O my son, I make thee my steward in the shop, and if the king ask for me, say thou to him, He is gone with his harem to the holy house of Allah. Then he sold some of his effects and bought camels and mules and Mamelukes, together with a slave girl, and placing her in a litter, set out from Basra after 10 days. His friends farewelled him, and none doubted but that he had taken his wife and gone on the pilgrimage, and the folk rejoiced in this, for that Allah had delivered them from being shut up in the mosques and houses every Friday. Quoth some of them, Allah grant he may never return to Basra, so we may no more be boxed up in the mosques and houses every Friday. For that this usage had caused the people of Basra exceeding vexation. Quoth another, Methinks he will not return from this journey by reason of the much praying of the people of Basra against him. And yet another, And he return 'twill not be but in reversed case. So the folk rejoiced with exceeding joy in the jeweller's departure, after they had been in mighty great chagrin, and even their cats and dogs were comforted. When Friday came round, however, the crier proclaimed as usual that the people should repair to the mosques 2 hours before prayer time, or else hide themselves in their houses, together with their cats and dogs, whereat their breasts were straitened, and they assembled in general assembly, and betaking themselves to the king's divan, stood between his hands, and said, O King of the age, the jeweller hath taken his harem and departed on the pilgrimage to the holy house of Allah. So the cause of our restraints hath ceased to be, and why therefore are we now shut up? Quoth the king, How came this traitor to depart without telling me? But when he cometh back from his journey, all will not be save well, so go ye to your shops and sell and buy, for this vexation is removed from you. Thus far concerning the king and the Bassarites, but as for the jeweller, he fared on 10 days' journey, and as he drew near Baghdad, there befell him that which had befallen Kamar al-Zaman before his entering Basra. For the Arabs came out upon him and stripped him and took all he had, and he escaped only by feigning himself dead. As soon as they were gone, he rose and fared on, naked as he was, till he came to a village, where Allah inclined to him the hearts of certain kindly folk, who covered his shame with some old clothes, and he asked his way, begging from town to town till he reached the city of Cairo, the God-guarded. There, burning with hunger, he went about alms-seeking in the market streets, till one of the townsfolk said to him, O poor man, off with thee to the house of the wedding festival and eat and drink, for today there is open table for paupers and strangers. Quoth he, I know not the way thither. And quoth the other, Follow me, and I will show it to thee. He followed him till he brought him to the house of Abd al-Rahman, and said to him, This is the house of the wedding. Enter and fear not, for there is no doorkeeper at the door of the festival. Accordingly he entered, and Kamar al-Zaman knew him, and told his sire, who said, O my son, leave him at this present, belike he is an hungered, so let him eat his sufficiency and recover himself, and after we will send for him. So they waited till Obayd had eaten his fill and washed his hands, and drunk coffee and sherbets of sugar flavored with musk and ambergris, and was about to go out, when Abd al-Rahman sent after him a page, who said to him, Come, O stranger, and speak with the merchant Abd al-Rahman. Who is he? Asked Obayd, and the man answered, He is the master of the feast. Thereupon the jeweller turned back, thinking that he meant to give him a gift, and coming up to Abd al-Rahman, saw his friend Kamar al-Zaman, and went nigh to lose his senses for shame before him. But Kamar al-Zaman rose to him, and embracing him, saluted him with the salam, and they both wept with sore weeping. Then he seated him by his side, and Abd al-Rahman said to his son, O destitute of good taste, this is no way to receive friends. Send him first to the hammam, and dispatch after him a suit of clothes of the choicest, worth 1,000 dinars. Accordingly they carried him to the bath, where they washed his body and clad him in a costly suit, and he became as he were consul of the merchants. Meanwhile the bystanders questioned Kamar al-Zaman of him, saying, Who is this, and whence knowest thou him? Quoth he, This is my friend, who lodged me in his house, and to whom I am indebted for favours without number, for that he entreated me with exceeding kindness. He is a man of competence and condition, and by trade a jeweller, in which craft he hath no equal. The king of Basra loveth him dearly, and holdeth him in high honour, and his word is law with him. And he went on to enlarge before them on his praises, saying, Verily he did with me thus and thus, and I have shame of him, and know not how to requite him his generous dealing with me. Nor did he leave to extol him till his worth was magnified to the bystanders, and he became venerable in their eyes. So they said, We will all do to him his due, and honour him for thy sake. But we would fain know the reason why he hath departed his native land, and the cause of his coming hither, and what Allah hath done with him, that he is reduced to this plight. Replied Kamar al-Zaman, O folk, marvel not, for a son of Adam is still subject to fate and fortune, and what while he abideth in this world he is not safe from calamities. Indeed, he spake truly who said these couplets, The world tears man to shreds, so be thou not of those whom lure of rank and title draws. Nay, whereof slips and turn from sin aside, and ken that bane and bale are worldly laws. How oft high fortune falls by least mishap, and all things bear inbred of change a cause. Know that I entered Basra in yet iller case and worse distress than this man, for that he entered Cairo with his shame hidden by rags, but I indeed came into his town with my nakedness uncovered, one hand behind and another before, and none availed me but Allah and this dear man. Now the reason of this was that the Arabs stripped me and took my camels and mules and loads and slaughtered my pages and serving men. But I lay down among the slain, and they thought that I was dead. So they went away and left me. Then I arose and walked on, mother naked, till I came to Basra, where this man met me and clothed me and lodged me in his house. He also furnished me with money, and all I have brought back with me I owe to none save to Allah's goodness and his goodness. When I departed, he gave me great store of wealth, and I returned to the city of my birth with a heart at ease. I left him in competence and condition, and haply there hath befallen him some bale of the banes of time, that hath forced him to quit his kinsfolk and country, and there happened to him by the way the like of what happened to me. There is nothing strange in this, but now it behoveth me to requite him his noble dealing with me, and do according to the saying of him who saith, O who praisest time with the fairest appraise, knowest thou what time hath made and unmade? What thou dost at least be it kindly done, for with pay he pays shall man be repaid. As they were talking and telling the tale, behold, up came Obayd as he were counsel of the merchants, whereupon they all rose to salute him, and seated him in the place of honor. Then said Kamar al-Zaman to him, O my friend, verily thy day is blessed and fortunate. There is no need to relate to me a thing that befell me before thee. If the Arabs have stripped thee and robbed thee of thy wealth, verily our money is the ransom of our bodies. So let not thy soul be troubled, for I entered thy city naked, and thou clothedst me, and entreatedst me generously, and I owe thee many a kindness. But I will requite thee. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. End of Night 977. Recording by Mark Ernest.
Section 46 of the Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 9. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Foon. The Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 9, by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. Night 978. When it was the 978th night, she resumed, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Kamar al-Zaman said to Master Obayd the jeweller, Verily, I entered thy city naked, and thou clothedst me, and I owe thee many a kindness. But I will requite thee and do with thee even as thou didst with me, nay, more, so be of good cheer and eyes clear of tear. And he went on to soothe him and hinder him from speech, lest he should name his wife and what she had done with him, nor did he cease to ply him with saws and moral instances, and verses and conceits and stories and legends, and console him, till the jeweller saw his drift and took the hint, and kept silence concerning the past, diverting himself with the tales and rare anecdotes he heard, and repeating in himself these lines, On the brow of the world is a writ, and thereupon thou look, its contents will compel thine eyes tears of blood to rain. For the world never handed to humans a cup with its right, but what left it compelled them a beaker of ruin to drain. Then Kamar al-Zaman and his father took Obayd, and carrying him into the saloon of the harem, shut themselves up with him. And Abd al-Rahman said to him, We did not hinder thee from speaking before the folk, but for fear of dishonor to thee and to us. But now we are private, so tell me all that hath passed between thee and thy wife and my son. So he told him all, from beginning to end, and when he had made an end of his story, Abd al-Rahman asked him, "Was the fault with my son or with thy wife?" He answered, "By Allah, thy son was not to blame, for men must needs lust after women, and 'tis the bounden duty of women to defend themselves from men. So the sin lieth with my wife, who played me false, and did with me these deeds." Then Abd al-Rahman arose and taking his son aside, said to him, "O my son, we have proved his wife and know her to be a traitress, and now I mean to prove him and see if he be a man of honour and manliness, or a wittol." "How so?" asked Kamar al-Zaman, and Abd al-Rahman answered, "I mean to urge him to make peace with his wife, and if he consent thereto and forgive her, I will smite him with a sword and slay him and kill her after, her and her maid, for there is no good in the life of a cuckold and a queen. But, if he turn from her with aversion, I will marry him to thy sister and give him more of wealth than that thou tookest from him." Then he went back to Obayd and said to him, "O master, verily, the commerce of women requireth patience and magnanimity, and whoso loveth them hath need of fortitude, for that they order themselves viper wise towards men and evilly entreat them, by reason of their superiority over them in beauty and loveliness, wherefore they magnify themselves and belittle men. This is notably the case when their husbands show them affection, for then they requite them with hauteur and coquetry and harsh dealing of all kinds. But if a man be wroth whenever he seeth in his wife aught that offendeth him, there can be no fellowship between them, nor can any hit it off with them who is not magnanimous and long-suffering. And unless a man bear with his wife and requite her foul doing with forgiveness, he shall get no good of her conversation. Indeed, it hath been said of them, were they in the sky, the necks of men would incline themwards, and he who hath power and pardoneth, his reward is with Allah. Now this woman is thy wife and thy companion, and she hath long consorted with thee, wherefore it behoveth that thou entreat her with indulgence which in fellowship is of the essentials of success. Furthermore, women fail in wit and faith, and if she have sinned, she repenteth and Inshallah she will not again return to that which she whilome did. So 'tis my rede that thou make peace with her, and I will restore thee more than the goods she took. And if it please thee to abide with me, thou art welcome, thou and she, and ye shall see naught but what shall joy you both. But, an thou seek to, return to thine own land. For that which falleth out between a man and his wife is manifold, and it behoveth thee to be indulgent and not take the way of the violent." Said the jeweller, "O my lord, and where is my wife?" And said Abd al-Rahman, "She is in that upper chamber. Go up to her and be easy with her, for my sake, and trouble her not. For, when my son brought her hither, he would have married her, but I forbade him from her and shut her up in yonder room, and locked the door upon her, saying in myself, Haply her husband will come and I will hand her over to him safe, for she is fair of favour, and when a woman is like unto this one, it may not be that her husband will let her go. What I counted on is come about, and praised be Allah Almighty for thy reunion with thy wife. As for my son, I have sought him another woman in marriage, and have married him to her. These banquets and rejoicings are for his wedding, and tonight I bring him to his bride. So here is the key of the chamber where thy wife is. Take it and open the door, and go in to her and her handmaid, and be bosom with her. There shall be brought you meat and drink, and thou shalt not come down from her till thou have had thy fill of her." Cried Obayd, "May Allah requite thee for me with all good, O my lord!" and taking the key, went up rejoicing. The other thought his words had pleased him, and that he consented thereto. So he took the sword, and following him unseen, stood to espy what should happen between him and his wife. This is how it fared with the merchant Abd al-Rahman. But as for the jeweller, when he came to the chamber door, he heard his wife weeping with sore weeping for that Kamar al-Zaman had married another than her, and the handmaid saying to her, "O my lady, how often have I warned thee and said, Thou wilt get no good of this youth, so do thou leave his company. But thou heededst not my words and spoiledst thy husband of all his goods and gavest them to him. After the which thou forsookest thy place of thine fondness and infatuation for him, and camest with him to this country. And now he has cast thee out from his thought, and married another, and hath made the issue of thy foolish fancy for him to be durance vile. Cried Halimah, Be silent, O accursed! Though he be married to another, yet some day needs must I occur to his thought. I cannot forget the nights I have spent in his company, and in any case I console myself with his saying, who said, O my lords, shall he to your mind occur, who recurs to you only son's other mate? Grant heaven you ne'er shall forget his state, who for state of you forgot own estate. It cannot be but he will bethink him of my affect and converse, and ask for me, wherefore I will not turn from loving him nor change from passion for him, though I perish in prison. For he is my love and my leech, and my reliance is on him that he will yet return to me and deal fondly with me. When the jeweller heard his wife's words, he went in to her and said to her, O traitress, thy hope in him is as the hope of Iblis in heaven. All these vices were in thee, and I knew not thereof. For had I been ware of one single vice, I had not kept thee with me an hour. But now I am certified of this in thee. It behoveth me to do thee die, although they put me to death for thee, O traitress! And he clutched her with both hands, and repeated these two couplets. O fair ones, forth ye cast my faithful love with sin, nor had ye aught regard for right. How long I fondly clung to you, but now my love is loathing, and I hate your sight. Then he pressed hardly upon her windpipe, and brake her neck, whereupon her handmaid cried out, Alas, my mistress! Said he, O harlot, 'tis thou who art to blame for all this, for that thou knewest this evil inclination to be in her, and toldest me not. Then he seized upon her and strangled her. All this happened while Abd al-Rahman stood, brand in hand, behind the door espying with his eyes and hearing with his ears. Now when Obayd the jeweller had done this, apprehension came upon him, and he feared the issue of his affair, and said to himself, As soon as the merchant learneth that I have killed him in his house, he will surely slay me. Yet I beseech Allah that he appoint the taking of my life to be while I am in the true belief. And he abode bewildered about his case and knew not what to do. But as he was thus behold, in came Abd al-Rahman from his lurking place without the door, and said to him, No harm shall befall thee, for indeed thou deservest safety. See this sword in my hand. 'Twas in my mind to slay thee, hadst thou made peace with her and restored her to favour, and I would also have slain her and the maid. But since thou hast done this deed, welcome to thee and again welcome. And I will reward thee by marrying thee to my daughter, Kamar al-Zaman's sister. Then he carried him down and sent for the woman who washed the dead, whereupon it was bruited abroad that Kamar al-Zaman had brought with him 2 slave girls from Bassorah, and that both had deceased. So the people began to condole with him, saying, May thy head live, and may Allah compensate thee. And they washed and shrouded them and buried them, and none knew the truth of the matter. Then Abd al-Rahman sent for the Shaykh al-Islam and all the notables and said, O Shaykh, draw up the contract of marriage between my daughter Kaukab al-Salah and Master Obayd the jeweller, and set down that her dowry hath been paid to me in full. So he wrote out the contract, and Abd al-Rahman gave the company to drink of sherbets, and they made one wedding festival for the 2 brides, the daughter of Shaykh al-Islam and Kamar al-Zaman's sister, and paraded them in one litter on one and the same night, after which they carried Kamar al-Zaman and Obayd in procession together and brought them in to their brides. When the jeweller went in to Abd al-Rahman's daughter, he found her handsomer than Halimah and 1,000-fold lovelier. So he took her maidenhead, and on the morrow he went to the hammam with Kamar al-Zaman. Then he abode with them a while in pleasance and joyance, after which he began to yearn for his native land. So he went in to Abd al-Rahman and said to him, O uncle, I longed for my own country, for I have there estates and effects which I left in charge of one of my prentices, and I am minded to journey thither, that I may sell my properties and return to thee. So wilt thou give me leave to go to my country for that purpose? Answered the merchant, O my son, I give thee leave to do this, and there be no fault in thee or blame to thee for these words, for love of motherland is a part of religion, and he who hath not in his own country hath none in other folk's country. But, haply, an thou depart without thy wife, when thou art once come to thy native place, it may seem good to thee to settle there, and thou wilt be perplexed between returning to thy wife and sojourning in thine own home. So it were the righter rede that thou carry thy wife with thee, and after, an thou desire to return to us, return and welcome to you both, for we are folk who know not divorce, and no woman of us marrieth twice, nor do we lightly discard a man. Quoth Obaid, Uncle, I fear me thy daughter will not consent to journey with me to my own country. Replied Abd al-Rahman, O my son, we have no women amongst us who gainsay their spouses, nor know we a wife who is wroth with her man. The jeweller cried, Allah bless you and your women, and going in to his wife, said to her, I am minded to go to my country, what sayest thou? Quoth she, Indeed, my sire had the ordering of me, whilst I was a maid, and when I married, the ordering all passed into the hands of my lord and master, nor will I gainsay him. Quoth Obaid, Allah bless thee and thy father, and have mercy on the womb that bare thee and the loins that begat thee. Then he cut his thongs and applied himself to making ready for his journey. His father-in-law gave him much good, and they took leave each of other, after which tile jeweller and his wife journeyed on without ceasing, till they reached Bassorah, where his kinsmen and comrades came out to meet him, doubting not but that he had been in Al-Hijaz. Some rejoiced at his return, whilst others were vexed, and the folk said to one another, Now will he straiten us again every Friday, as before, and we shall be shut up in the mosques and houses, even to our cats and our dogs. On such wise it fared with him, but as regards the king of Bassorah, when he heard of his return, he was wroth with him, and sending for him, upbraided him and said to him, Why didst thou depart, without letting me know of thy departure? Was I unable to give thee somewhat, wherewith thou mightest have succoured thyself in thy pilgrimage to the holy house of Allah? Replied the jeweller, Pardon, O my lord! By Allah, I went not on the pilgrimage, but there have befallen me such and such things. Then he told him all that had befallen him with his wife and with Abd al-Rahman of Cairo, and how the merchant had given him his daughter to wife, ending with these words, And I have brought her to Bassorah. Said the king, By the Lord, did I not fear Allah the Most High, I would slay thee and marry this noble lady after thy death, though I spent on her mints of money, because she befitteth none but kings. But Allah hath appointed her of thy portion, and may He bless thee in her. So look thou use her well. Then he bestowed largesse on the jeweller, who went out from before him, and abode with his wife 5 years, after which he was admitted to the mercy of the Almighty. Presently the king sought his widow in wedlock, but she refused, saying, O king, never among my kindred was a woman who married again after her husband's death, wherefore I will never take another husband, nor will I marry thee, no, though thou kill me. Then he sent to her one who said, Dost thou seek to go to thy native land? And she answered, An thou do good, thou shalt be requited therewith. So he collected for her all the jeweller's wealth and added unto her of his own, after the measure of his degree. Lastly, he sent her with one of his viziers, a man famous for goodness and piety, and an escort of 500 horse, who journeyed with her, till they brought her to her father, and in his home she abode, without marrying again, till she died and they died all. So if this woman would not consent to replace her dead husband with a sultan, how shall she be compared with one who replaced her husband, whilst he was yet alive, with a youth of unknown extraction and condition, and especially when this was in lewd carriage, and not by way of lawful marriage? So he who deemeth all women alike, there is no remedy for the disease of his insanity. And glory be to him to whom belongeth the empire of the seen and the unseen, and he is the living who dieth not. And among the tales they tell, O auspicious king, is one of Abdullah bin Fazil and his brothers. The Caliph Harun al-Rashid was one day examining the tributes of his various provinces and viceroyalties, when he observed that the contributions of all the countries and regions had come into the treasury, except that of Bassorah, which had not arrived that year. So he held a divan because of this, and said, Hither to me with the Wazir Ja'afar. And when they brought him into the presence he thus bespoke him, The tributes of all the provinces have come into the treasury, save that of Bassorah, no part whereof hath arrived. Ja'afar replied, O Commander of the Faithful, belike there hath befallen the governor of Bassorah something that hath diverted him from sending the tribute. Quoth the Caliph, The time of the coming of the tribute was 20 days ago. What, then, can be his excuse for that, in this time, he hath neither sent it nor sent to show cause for not doing so? And quoth the minister, O Commander of the Faithful, if it please thee, we will send him a messenger. Rejoined the Caliph, Send him Abu Ishaq al-Mawzili, the boon companion. And Ja'afar, Hearkening and obedience to Allah and to thee, O Prince of True Believers. Then he returned to his house, and summoning Abu Ishaq, wrote him a royal writ, and said to him, Go to Abdullah bin Fazil, Viceroy of Bassorah, and see what hath diverted him from sending the tribute. If it be ready, do thou receive it from him in full, and bring it to me in haste, for the Caliph hath examined the tributes of the provinces, and findeth that they are all come in, except that of Bassorah. But an thou see that it is not ready, and he make an excuse to thee, bring him back with thee, that he may report his excuse to the Caliph with his own tongue. Answered Abu Ishaq, I hear and I obey. And taking with him 5,000 horse of Ja'afar's host, set out for Bassorah. Now when Abdullah bin Fazil heard of his approach, he went out to meet him with his troops, and led him into the city and carried him to his palace, whilst the escort encamped without the city walls, where he appointed to them all whereof they stood in need. So Abu Ishaq entered the audience chamber, and sitting down on the throne, seated the governor beside himself, whilst the notables sat round him, according to their several degrees. After salutation with the salam, Abdullah bin Fazil said to him, O my lord, is there for thy coming to us any cause? And said Abu Ishaq, Yes, I come to seek the tribute, for the Caliph enquireth of it, and the time of its coming is gone by. Rejoined Abdullah bin Fazil, O my lord, would heaven thou hadst not wearied thyself, nor taken upon thyself the hardships of the journey, for the tribute is ready in full tale and complete, and I purpose to dispatch it tomorrow. But since thou art come, I will entrust it to thee, after I have entertained thee 3 days, and on the 4th day I will set the tribute between thine hands. But it behoveth us now to offer thee a present, in part requital of thy kindness and the goodness of the Commander of the Faithful. There is no harm in that, said Abu Ishaq. So Abdullah bin Fazil dismissed the divan, and carrying him into a saloon that had not its match, bade set a tray of food before him and his companions. They ate and drank and made merry and enjoyed themselves, after which the tray was removed and there came coffee and sherbets. They sat conversing till a 3rd part of the night was past, when they spread for Abu Ishaq bedding on an ivory couch inlaid with gold-glittering sheeny. So he lay down, and the viceroy lay down beside him on another couch, but wakefulness possessed Abu Ishaq, and he fell to meditating on the metres of prosody and poetical composition, for that he was one of the primest of the Caliph's boon companions, and he had a mighty fine forearm in producing verses and pleasant stories. Nor did he leave to lie awake improvising poetry till half the night was past. Presently, behold, Abdullah bin Fazil arose, and, girding his middle, opened a locker, whence he brought out a whip. Then, taking a lighted waxen taper, he went forth by the door of the saloon. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. End of night 978. Section 47 of the Book of the 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 9. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by phone. The Book of the 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 9, by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. Night 979. When it was the 979th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when Abdullah bin Fazil went forth by the door of the saloon, deeming Abu Ishaq asleep, the Caliph's cup-companion, seeing this, marveled and said in himself, "Whither wendeth Abdullah bin Fazil with that whip? Perhaps he is minded to punish somebody, but needs must I follow him and see what he will do this night." So he arose and went out after him softly, very softly, that he might not be seen, and presently saw him open a closet and take thence a tray containing 4 dishes of meat and bread and a gugglet of water. Then he went on, carrying the tray and secretly followed by Abu Ishaq, till he came to another saloon and entered, whilst the cup-companion stood behind the door and, looking through the chink, saw a spacious saloon, furnished with the richest furniture and having in its midst a couch of ivory plated with gold glittering sheeny, to which 2 dogs were made fast with chains of gold. Then Abdullah set down the tray in a corner, and tucking up his sleeves, loosed the first dog, which began to struggle in his hands and put its muzzle to the floor, as it would kiss the ground before him, whining the while in a weak voice. Abdullah tied its paws behind its back, and throwing it on the ground, drew forth the whip and beat it with a painful beating and a pitiless. The dog struggled, but could not get free, and Abdullah ceased not to beat it with the same whip till it left groaning and lay without consciousness. Then he took it and tied it up in its place, and unbinding the second dog, did with him as he had done with the first. After which he pulled out a kerchief and fell to wiping away their tears and comforting them, saying, "Bear me not malice, for by Allah, this is not of my will, nor is it easy to me. But it may be Allah will grant you relief from this strait and issue from your affliction." And he prayed for the twain what while Abu Ishaq the cup-companion stood hearkening with his ears and espying with his eyes, and indeed he marvelled at his case. Then Abdullah brought the dogs the tray of food, and fell to morselling them with his own hand, till they had enough, when he wiped their muzzles, and lifting up the gugglet, gave them to drink. After which he took up the tray, gugglet and candle, and made for the door. But Abu Ishaq forewent him, and making his way back to his couch, lay down, so that he saw him not, neither knew that he had walked behind him and watched him. Then the governor replaced the tray and the gugglet in the closet, and returning to the saloon, opened the locker and laid the whip in its place. After which he doffed his clothes and lay down. But Abu Ishaq passed the rest of that night pondering this affair, neither did sleep visit him for excess of wonderment, and he ceased not to say in himself, "I wonder what can be the meaning of this." Nor did he leave wondering till daybreak, when they arose and prayed dawn prayer. Then they set the breakfast before them, and they ate and drank coffee, after which they went out to the divan. Now Abu Ishaq's thought was occupied with this mystery all day long, but he concealed the matter and questioned not Abdullah thereof. Next night he again followed the governor, and saw him do with the 2 dogs as on the previous night, first beating them and then making his peace with them, and giving them to eat and to drink. And so also he did the 3rd night. On the 4th day he brought the tribute to Abu Ishaq, who took it and departed, without opening the matter to him. He fared on, without ceasing, till he came to Baghdad, where he delivered the tribute to the Caliph, who questioned him of the cause of its delay. Replied he, "O Commander of the Faithful, I found that the governor of Bassorah had made ready the tribute, and was about to dispatch it. And I delayed a day, it would have met me on the road. But, O Prince of True Believers, I had a wondrous adventure with Abdullah bin Fazil. Never in my life saw I its like." "And what was it, O Abu Ishaq?" asked the Caliph. So he replied, "I saw such and such," and, brief, acquainted him with that which the governor had done with the 2 dogs, adding, "After such fashion, I saw him do 3 successive nights, first beating the dogs, then making his peace with them and comforting them and giving them to eat and drink, I watching him, and he seeing me not." Asked the Caliph, "Didst thou question him of the cause of this?" And the other answered, "No, as thy head liveth, O Commander of the Faithful." Then said Al-Rashid, O Abu Ishaq, I command thee to return to Basra and bring me Abdullah bin Fazil and the 2 dogs. Quoth he, O Commander of the Faithful, excuse me from this. For indeed Abdullah entertained me with exceedingly hospitable entertainment, and I became ware of this case with chance undesigned and acquainted thee therewith. So how can I go back to him and bring him to thee? Verily, if I return to him, I shall find me no face for shame of him. Wherefore 'twere meet that thou send him another than myself, with a letter under thine own hand, and he shall bring him to thee, him and the 2 dogs. But quoth the Caliph, if I send him other than thyself, peradventure he will deny the whole affair and say, I've no dogs. But if I send thee and thou say to him, I saw them with mine own eyes, he will not be able to deny that. Wherefore nothing will serve but that thou go and fetch him and the 2 dogs, otherwise I will surely slay thee. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. End of Night 979. Night 980. When it was the 980th night, she continued, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that the Caliph Harun al-Rashid said to Abu Ishaq, Nothing will serve but that thou go and fetch him and the 2 dogs, otherwise I will surely slay thee. Abu Ishaq replied, Hearing and obeying, O Commander of the Faithful. Allah is our aidance and good is the agent. He spake sooth who said, Man's wrong is from the tongue, and 'tis I who sinned against myself in telling thee. But write me a royal rescript, and I will go to him and bring him back to thee. So the Caliph gave him an autograph, and he took it and repaired to Basra. Seeing him come in, the governor said, Allah forfend us from the mischief of thy return, O Abu Ishaq! How cometh it I see thee return in haste? Peradventure the tribute is deficient, and the Caliph will not accept it. Answered Abu Ishaq, O Emir Abdullah, my return is not on account of the deficiency of the tribute, for 'tis full measure, and the Caliph accepteth it. But I hope that thou wilt excuse me, for that I have failed in my duty as thy guest, and indeed this lapse of mine was decreed of Allah Almighty. Abdullah inquired, And what may be the lapse? And he replied, Know that when I was with thee, I followed thee 3 following nights, and saw thee rise at midnight and beat the dogs and return, whereat I marvelled, but was ashamed to question thee thereof. When I came back to Baghdad, I told the Caliph of thine affair, casually and without design, whereupon he charged me to return to thee, and here is a letter under his hand. Had I known that the affair would lead to this, I had not told him, but destiny foreordained thus. And he went on to excuse himself to him, whereupon said Abdullah, Since thou hast told him this, I will bear out thy report with him, lest he deem thee a liar, for thou art my friend. Were it other than thou, I had denied the affair and given him the lie. But now I will go with thee and carry the 2 dogs with me, though this be to me ruin rife and the ending of my term of life. Rejoined the other, Allah will veil thee, even as thou hast veiled my face with the Caliph. Then Abdullah took a present beseeming the Commander of the Faithful, and mounting the dogs with him, each on a camel, bound with chains of gold, journeyed with Abu Ishaq to Baghdad, where he went in to the Caliph and kissed ground before him. He deigned bid him sit, so he sat down and brought the 2 dogs before al-Rashid, who said to him, What be these dogs, O Emir Abdullah? Whereupon they fell to kissing the floor between his hands and wagging their tails and weeping, as if complaining to him. The Caliph marvelled at this and said to the governor, Tell me the history of these 2 dogs and the reason of thy beating them and after entreating them with honour. He replied, O Vicar of Allah, these be no dogs, but 2 young men, endowed with beauty and seemliness, symmetry and shapeliness, and they are my brothers, and the sons of my father and mother. Asked the Caliph, How is it that they were men and are become dogs? And he answered, An thou give me leave, O Prince of True Believers, I will acquaint thee with the truth of the circumstance. Said al-Rashid, Tell me, and 'ware of leasing, for 'tis of the fashion of the hypocrites, and look thou tell the truth, for that is the ark of safety and the mark of virtuous men." Rejoined Abdullah, "Know then, O Vice-Regent of Allah, when I tell thee the story of these dogs, they will both bear witness against me. And I speak sooth, they will certify it, and if I lie, they will give me the lie." Cried the Caliph, "These are of the dogs. They cannot speak nor answer, so how can they testify for thee or against thee?" But Abdullah said to them, "O my brothers, if I speak a lying word, do ye lift your heads and stare with your eyes. But if I say sooth, hang down your heads and lower your eyes." Then said he to the Caliph, "Know, O Commander of the Faithful, that we are 3 brothers by one mother and the same father. Our sire's name was Fazil, and he was so named because his mother bare 2 sons at one birth, one of whom died forthright, and the other twin remained alive, wherefore his sire named him Fazil, the remainder. His father brought him up and reared him well, till he grew to manhood, when he married him to our mother and died. Our mother conceived the first time and bare this my first brother, whom our sire named Mansur. Then she conceived again and bare this my second brother, whom he named Nosir, after which she conceived a third time and bare me, whom he named Abdullah. My father reared us all 3 till we came to man's estate, when he died, leaving us a house and a shop full of coloured stuffs of all kinds, Indian and Greek and Khorasani and what not, besides 60,000 dinars. We washed him and buried him to the ruth of his Lord, after which we built him a splendid monument, and let pray for him prayers for the deliverance of his soul from the fire, and held perlections of the Koran, and gave alms on his behalf, till the 40 days were past, when I called together the merchant and nobles of the folk, and made them a sumptuous entertainment. As soon as they had eaten, I said to them, O merchants, verily this world is ephemeral, but the next world is eternal, and extolled be the perfection of him who endureth always after his creatures have passed away. Know ye why I have called you together this blessed day? And they answered, Extolled be Allah, sole scient of the hidden things. Quoth I, My father died, leaving much of money, and I fear lest any have a claim against him for a debt or a pledge, or what not else, and I desire to discharge my father's obligations towards the folk. So whoso hath any demand on him, let him say, He oweth me so, and I will satisfy it to him, that I may acquit the responsibility of my sire. The merchants replied, O Abdullah, verily the goods of this world stand not in stead of those in the world to come, and we are no fraudful folk, but all of us know the lawful from the unlawful, and fear Almighty Allah, and abstain from devouring the substance of the orphan. We know that thy father, Allah have mercy on him, still let his money lie with the folk, nor did he suffer any man's claim on him to go unquitted, and we have ever heard him declare, I am fearful of the people's substance. He used always to say in his prayers, O my God, thou art my stay and my hope, let me not die while on debt. And it was of his wont that, if he owed any one aught, he would pay it to him, without being pressed, and if any owed him aught, he would not dun him, but would say to him, At thy leisure. If his debtor were poor, he would release him from his liability, and acquit him of responsibility, and if he were not poor, and died in his debt, he would say, Allah forgive him what he owed me. And we all testify that he owed no man aught. Quoth I, May Allah bless you. Then I turned to these my brothers, and said, Our father owed no man aught, and had left us much money and stuffs, besides the house and the shop. Now we are 3, and each of us is entitled to 1/3 part. So shall we agree to waive division, and wone co-partners in our wealth, and eat together and drink together, or shall we apportion the stuffs and the money, and take each his part? Said they, We will divide them, and take each his share. Then Abdullah turned to the 2 dogs, and said to them, Did it happen thus, O my brothers? And they bowed their heads and lowered their eyes, as to say, Yes. Abdullah continued, I called in a departitor from the Kazi's court, O Prince of True Believers, and he distributed among us the money and the stuffs and all our father had left, allotting the house and shop to me in exchange for a part of the coin and clothes to which I was entitled. We were content with this, so the house and shop fell to my share, whilst my brothers took their portion in money and stuffs. I opened the shop and stocking it with my stuffs, bought others with the money apportioned to me, over and above the house and shop, till the place was full, and I sat selling and buying. As for my brothers, they purchased stuffs and hiring a ship, set out on a voyage to the far abodes of folk. Quoth I, Allah aid them both. As for me, my livelihood is ready to my hand, and peace is priceless. I abode thus a whole year, during which time Allah opened the door of fortune to me, and I gained great gains, till I became possessed of the like of that which our father had left us. One day, as I sat in my shop, with two fur pelisses on me, one of sable and the other of meniver, for it was the season of winter and the time of the excessive cold, behold, there came up to me my two brothers, each clad in a ragged shirt and nothing more, and their lips were white with cold, and they were shivering. When I saw them in this plight, it was grievous to me, and I mourned for them. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. End of night 980. Section 48 of the Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 9. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by phone. The Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 9, by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. Night 981. When it was the 981st night, she pursued, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Abdullah bin Fazil continued to the Caliph. When I saw them in this plight, it was grievous to me, and I mourned for them, and my reason fled my head. So I rose and embraced them, and wept over their condition. Then I put on one of them the pelisse of sable, and on the other the fur coat of meniver, and carrying them to the hammam, sent thither for each of them a suit of apparel such as befitted a merchant worth 1,000. When they had washed and donned each his suit, I carried them to my house, where, seeing them well nigh famished, I set a tray of food before them, and ate with them, caressing them and comforting them. Then he again turned to the two dogs, and said to them, Was this so, O my brothers? And they bent their heads and lowered their eyes. So Abdullah continued, When they had eaten, O Vicar of Allah, quoth I to them, What hath befallen you, and where are your goods? And quoth they, We fared up the river, till we came to a city called Cufa, where we sold for 10 dinars the piece of stuff that had cost half a ducat, and that which cost us a ducat for 20. So we profited greatly, and bought Persian stuffs at the rate of 10 sequins per piece of silk worth 40 in Bassorah. Thence we removed to a city called Al-Karg, where we sold and bought and made gain galore, and amassed a wealth great store. And they went on to set forth to me the places and the profits. So I said to them, Since ye had such good luck and lot, how cometh it that I see you return naked? They sighed and answered, Oh, our brother, someone must have evil-eyed us, and in travel there is no trusting. When we had gotten together these monies and goods, we freighted a ship therewith and set sail, intending for Bassorah. We fared on 3 days, and on the 4th day we saw the sea rise and fall and roar and foam and swell and dash, whilst the waves clashed together with a crash, striking out sparks like fire in the darks. The winds blew contrary for us, and our craft struck upon the point of a bill-projected rock, where it brake up and plunged us into the river, and all we had with us was lost in the waters. We abode struggling on the surface a day and a night, till Allah sent us another ship, whose crew picked us up, and we begged our way from town to town, suffering mighty sore hardships, and selling our body clothes piecemeal to buy us food, till we drew near Bassorah. Nor did we make the city till we had drained the draught of 1,000 miseries. But had we come safely off with that which was by us, we had brought back riches that might be evened with those of the king. But this was foreordained to us of Allah. I said, O my brothers, let not your hearts be grieved, for wealth is the ransom of bodies and safety is property. Since Allah hath written you of the saved, this is the end of desire, for want and wealth are but as it were illusions of dreams, and God-gifted is he who said, If a man from destruction can save his head, let him hold his wealth as a slice of nail. I continued, O my brothers, we will suppose that our sire died today and left us all this wealth that is with me, for I am right willing to share it with you equally. So I fetched a departitor from the Kazi's court and brought out to him all my money, which he distributed into 3 equal parts, and we each took 1. Then said I to them, O my brothers, Allah blesseth a man in his daily bread, if he be in his own country. So let each of you open him a shop and sit therein to get his living, and he to whom aught is ordained in the secret purpose, needs must he get it. Accordingly, I helped each of them to open a shop and filled it for him with goods, saying to them, Sell and buy, and keep your monies, and spend naught thereof, for all you need of meat and drink and so forth I will furnish to you. I continued to entreat them generously, and they fell to selling and buying by day and returning at eventide to my house where they lay the night, nor would I suffer them to expend aught of their own substance. But whenever I sat talking with them, they would praise travel and proclaim its pleasures and vaunt the gains they had made therein, and they ceased not to urge me to accompany them in travelling over foreign parts. Then he said to the dogs, Was this so, O my brothers? And they again bowed their heads and lowered their eyes in confirmation of his words. He continued, On such wise, O Vicar of Allah, they continued to urge me and tempt me to travel by vaunting the great gains and profit to be obtained thereby, till I said to them, Needs must I fare with you for your sake. Then I entered into a contract of partnership with them, and we chartered a ship and packing up all manner of precious stuffs and merchandise of every kind, freighted it therewith. After which we embarked in it all we needed, and setting sail from Bassorah, launched out into the dashing sea, swollen with clashing surge whereinto whoso entereth is lone and lorn, and whence whoso cometh forth is as a babe new born. We ceased not sailing on till we came to a city of the cities, where we sold and bought and made great cheap. Thence we went on to another place, and we ceased not to pass from land to land and port to port, selling and buying and profiting, till we had gotten us great wealth and much advantage. Presently we came to a mountain, where the captain cast anchor and said to us, O passengers, go ye ashore, ye shall be saved from this day, and make search. It may be ye shall find water. All landed, I amongst the crowd, and dispersed about the island in search of water. As for me, I climbed to the top of the mountain, and whilst I went along, lo and behold! I saw a white snake fleeing and followed by a black dragon, foul of favour and frightful of form, hotly pursuing her. Presently he overtook her, and clipping her, seizing her by the head, and wound his tail about her tail, whereupon she cried out, and I knew that he proposed to rape her. So I was moved to ruth for her, and taking up a lump of granite, 5 pounds or more in weight, hurled it at the dragon. It smote him on the head, and crushed it, and ere I knew, the white snake changed and became a young girl bright with beauty and loveliness and brilliancy and perfect grace, as she were the shining full moon, who came up to me and kissing my hands, said to me, Allah veil thee with twofold veils, one from shame in this world, and the other from the flame in the world to come on the day of the great upstanding, the day when neither wealth nor children shall avail save to him who shall come to Allah with a sound heart. And presently she continued, O mortal, thou hast saved my honour, and I am indebted to thee for kindness, wherefore it behoveth me to requite thee. So saying, she signed with her hand to the earth, which opened and she descended thereinto. Then it closed up again over her, and by this I knew that she was of the Jinn. As for the dragon, fire was kindled in him, and consumed him, and he became ashes. I marvelled at this, and returned to my comrades, whom I acquainted with whatso I had seen, and we passed the night in the island. On the morrow the captain weighed anchor, and spread the sails, and coiled the ropes, and we sailed till the shore faded from our gaze. We fared on 20 days, without seeing or land or bird, till our water came to an end, and quoth the Rise to us, O folk, our fresh water is spent. Quoth we, Let us make for land, haply we shall find water. But he exclaimed, By Allah, I have lost my way, and I know not what course will bring me to the seaboard. Thereupon betided us sore chagrin, and we wept and besought Almighty Allah to guide us into the right course. We passed that night in the sorriest case, but God-gifted is he who said, How many a night have I spent in woes that would grizzle the suckling babe with fear, but morrowed not morn ere to me there came aidance from Allah and victory near. But when the day arose in its sheen and shone, we caught sight of a high mountain and rejoiced therein. When we came to its skirts, the captain said to us, O folk, go ashore and seek for water. So we all landed and sought water but found none, whereat we were sore afflicted because we were suffering for want of it. As for me, I climbed up to the mountain top, and on the other side thereof I saw a spacious circle distant from us an hour's journey or more. Presently I called my companions, and as soon as they all rejoined me, said to them, Look at yonder basin behind this mountain, for I see therein a city high of base and a strong corner place girt with sconce and rampartry, pasturage and lea, and doubtless it wanteth not water and good things. So hie we thither, and fetch drink therefrom, and buy what we need of provisions, meat and fruit, and return. But they said, We fear lest the city folk be Kafirs, ascribing to Allah partners and enemies of the faith, and lay hand on us and take us captive, or else slay us. So should we cause the loss of our own lives, having cast ourselves into destruction and evil emprise. Indeed, the proud and presumptuous are never praiseworthy, for that they ever fare in danger of calamities, even as said of such a one a certain poet, Long as earth is earth, long as sky is sky, the o'er-proud is blamed, though from risk he fly. So we will not expose ourselves to peril. I replied, O folk, I have no authority over you, so I will take my brothers and go to yonder city. But my brother said to me, We also fear this thing, and will not go with thee. Quoth I, As for me, I am resolved to go thither, and I put my trust in Allah, and accept whatsoever He shall decree to me. Do ye therefore await me, whilst I wend thither, and return to you twain. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. End of Night 981. Night 982. When it was the 982nd night, she resumed, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Abdullah said, Do ye twain await me whilst I went thither and returned to you. So I left them and walked on till I came to the gate of the place and saw it a city of building wondrous and projection marvellous, with boulevards high towering and towers strong builded and palaces high soaring. Its portals were of Chinese iron, rarely gilded and graven on such wise as confounded the wit. I entered the gateway and saw there a stone bench, whereon sat a man bearing on his forearm a chain of brass, whereto hung 14 keys, so I knew him to be the porter of the city and that it had 14 gates. I drew near him and said to him, Peace be with thee. But he returned not my salam, and I saluted him a second and a third time, but he made me no reply. Then I laid my hand on his shoulder and said to him, Ho thou, why dost thou not return my salam? Art thou asleep, or deaf, or other than a Moslem, that thou refrainest from exchanging the salutation? But he answered me not, neither stirred, so I considered him and saw that he was stone. Quoth I, Verily an admirable matter! This is a stone wroughten in the semblance of a son of Adam, and wanting in naught save speech. Then I left him, and entering the city, beheld a man standing in the road. So I went up to him and scrutinized him, and found him stone. Presently, as I walked down the broadways, and saw that this was everywhere the case, I met an old woman bearing on her head a bundle of clothes ready for washing. So I went up to her, and examining her, saw that she was stone, and the bundle of clothes on her head was stone also. Then I fared for the market, where I saw an oilman with his scales set up, and fronted by various kinds of wares, such as cheese and so forth, all of stone. Moreover, I saw all manner of tradesmen seated in their shops, and men and women and children, some standing and some sitting, but they were all stone, and the stuffs were like spiders' webs. I amused myself with looking upon them, and as often as I laid hold upon a piece of stuff, it powdered in my hands like dust dispread. Presently I saw some chests, and opening one of them, found it full of gold in bags. So I laid hold upon the bags, but they crumbled away in my grasp, whilst the gold abode unchanged. I carried off of it what I could carry, and said to myself, Were my brothers with me, they might take of this gold their fill, and possess themselves of these hoards which have no owner. Then I entered another shop, and found therein more than this, but could bear away no more than I had borne. I left this market, and went on to another, and thence to another and another, much enjoying the sight of all manner of creatures of various kinds, all several stones, even to the dogs and the cats, till I came to the goldsmith's bazaar, where I saw men sitting in their shops, with their stock in trade about them, some in their hands, and others in crates of wicker work. When I saw this, O Commander of the Faithful, I threw down the gold, and loaded myself with goldsmith's ware, as much as I could carry. Then I went on to the jewel market, and saw there the jewelers seated in their shops, each with a tray before him, full of all sorts of precious stones, jacinths and diamonds and emeralds and balass rubies and so forth, but all the shopkeepers were stones. Whereupon I threw away the goldsmith's ware, and carried off as many jewels as I could carry, regretting that my brothers were not with me, so they might take what they would of those costly gems. Then I left the jewel market, and went on till I came to a great door, quaintly gilded and decorated after the fairest fashion, within which were wooden benches, and in the porch sat eunuchs and bodyguards, horsemen and footmen and officers of police, each and every one robed in the richest of raiment, but they were all stones. I touched one of them, and his clothes crumbled away from his body like cobwebs. Then I passed through the door, and saw a palace without equal for its building and the goodliness of the works that were therein. Here I found an audience chamber, full of grandees and wazirs and officers and emirs, seated upon chairs, and every one of them stone. Moreover, I saw a throne of red gold, crusted with pearls and gems, and seated thereon a son of Adam, arrayed in the most sumptuous raiment, and bearing on his head a chosrand crown, diademed with the finest stones that shed a light like the light of day. But, when I came up to him, I found him stone. Then I went on to the gate of the harem, and entering, found myself in the queen's presence chamber, wherein I saw a throne of red gold, inlaid with pearls and gems, and the queen seated thereon. On her head she wore a crown diademed with finest jewels, and round about her were women like moons, seated upon chairs and clad in the most sumptuous clothing of all colours. There also the eunuchry, with their hands upon their breasts, were standing in the attitude of service, and indeed this hall confounded the beholder's wits with what was therein of quaint gilding and rare painting and curious carving and fine furniture. There hung the most brilliant lustres of limpid crystal, and in every globe of the crystal was a unique jewel, whose price money might not fulfill. So I threw down that which was with me, O Prince of true believers, and fell to taking of these jewels what I could carry, bewildered as to what I should bear away and what I should leave. For indeed I saw the place as it were a treasure of the treasures of the city. Presently I espied a wicket standing open, and within it a staircase. So I entered, and mounting 40 steps, heard a human voice reciting the Koran in a low tone. I walked towards that sound till I came to the main door hung with a silken curtain, laced with wires of gold whereon were strung pearls and coral and rubies and cut emeralds which gave forth a light like the light of stars. The voice came from behind the curtain, so I raised it and discovered a gilded door, whose beauty amazed the mind. I passed through the door and found myself in a saloon as it were a hoard upon earth's surface, and therein a girl, as she were the sun shining fullest sheen in a zenith of sky serene. She was robed in the costliest of raiment, and decked with ornaments the most precious that could be, and withal she was of passing beauty and loveliness, a model of symmetry and seemliness, of elegance and perfect grace, with waist slender and hips heavy and dewy lips such as heal the sick, and eyelids lovely in their languor, as it were she of whom the sayer spake when he said, My best salam to what that robe enrobes of symmetry, and what that blooming garth of cheek enguards of rosy blee. It seems as though the Pleiades depend upon her brow, and other lights of night in knots upon her breast we see. Did she but don a garment weft of rose's softest leaf, the leaf of rose would draw her blood when plucked that fruit from tree. And did she crash in ocean's face, next morn would see it change to sweeter than the honeycomb of what was briny sea. And did she deign her favours grant to greybeard staff impropt, he'd wake and rend the lion's limbs for might and valiancy. Then Abdullah continued, O Prince of True Believers, as soon as I saw that girl I fell passionately in love with her, and going straight up to her, found her seated on a high couch, reciting by heart and in grateful memory the Book of Allah, to whom belong honour and glory. Her voice was like the harmony of the gates of heaven, when Rizwan openeth them, and the words came from her lips like a shower of gems, whilst her face was with beauty dight, bright and blossom white, even as saith the poet of a similar sight, O thou who gladdenest man by speech and rarest quality, grow longing and repine for thee and grow beyond degree. In thee two things consume and melt the votaries of love, the dulcet song of David joined with Joseph's brilliancy. When I heard her voice of melody reciting the sublime Koran, my heart quoted from her killing glances, Peace, a word from my compassionating Lord. But I stammered in my speech, and could not say the salam salutation aright, for my mind and sight were confounded, and I was become as said the bard, Love-longing, urge me not except to trip in speech free, nor, save to shed my blood, I pass the campment's boundary. I ne'er will hear a word from those who love to rail, but I will testify to love of him with every word of me. Then I hardened myself against the horrors of repine, and said to her, Peace be with thee, O noble lady, and treasured jewel! Allah grant endurance to the foundation of thy fortune fair, and upraise the pillars of thy glory rare. Said she, And on thee from me be peace and salutation and high honour, O Abdullah, O son of Fazil! Welcome, and fair welcome to thee, O dear darling mine, and coolth of mine eye. Rejoined I, O my lady, whence wottest thou my name, and who art thou, and what case befell the people of this city, that they are become stones? I would have thee tell me the truth of the matter, for indeed I am admiring at this city and its citizens, and that I have found none alive therein save thyself. So, Allah upon thee, tell me the cause of all this, according to the truth. Quoth she, Sit, O Abdullah, and Inshallah, I will talk with thee and acquaint thee in full with the facts of my case and of this place and its people. And there is no majesty and there is no might save in Allah, the glorious, the great. So I sat me down by her side, and she said to me, Know, O Abdullah, may Allah have mercy on thee, that I am the daughter of the king of this city, and that it is my sire whom thou sawest seated on the high stead in the divan, and those who are round about him were the lords of his land and the guards of his empery. He was a king of exceeding prowess, and had under his hand 1,000,000 and 60,000 troopers. The number of the emirs of his empire was 24,000, all of them governors and dignitaries. He was obeyed by 1,000 cities, beside towns, hamlets and villages, and sconces and citadels, and the emirs of the wild Arabs under his hand were 1,000 in number, each commanding 20,000 horse. Moreover, he had monies and treasures and precious stones and jewels and things of price, such as eye never saw nor of which ear ever heard. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. End of night 982.